Why does fate always seem to play tricks on me? Why couldn't those so-called righteous armors protect her? If light cannot deliver justice for me, then I shall become darkness to guard what matters most. A layer of hazy dark clouds shrouded the sky. Several bolts of lightning streaked across, briefly illuminating the streets plunged into darkness. The evil beast clutched Xiao Shue's throat, lifting her high into the air. At this moment, she resembled a marionette doll, the intense suffocation preventing her from breathing, with blood continuously seeping from the corners of her lips. The roars of the mutant beasts continued, reveling in the pleasure brought by slaughter. The ugly general had already departed, leaving only the figure of the malformed beast on the scene. At that moment, the roar of an engine sounded. In the distance, a figure was speeding down the street on a motorcycle, its headlights illuminating the distant scene with stark clarity. When I saw the person I cared about most being lifted effortlessly by the mutant beast like a puppet, my heart felt as though it was about to shatter. I drifted my motorcycle to a stop by the roadside, staring blankly at the scene before me. An inexplicable rage surged from within, my eyes turning bloodshot like a wild beast. Hearing my call, Xiao Shue's consciousness seemed hazy. With great difficulty, she glanced sideways. Yang, it's dangerous, run, don't come over. Ah, none of you will leave here alive. The malicious gourd beast spoke in human tongue, its eyes gleaming with amusement. It tossed Xiao Shui aside like trash, then turned toward me, noticing how this seemingly insignificant boy was trembling with fury. Ha ha, what a coward. But it didn't know that at this moment, a shackle within me seemed to be loosening. Unforgivable. I want you dead. The crimson eyes burned with nearly tangible killing intent. Never before had I felt such an overwhelming desire to exterminate an entire species. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the sky. Instinctively, I raised the summoning device in front of me as my retina was rapidly scanned. A gleaming silver metal belt materialized around my waist. Then I placed the Dark Xingtian summoner horizontally and slid it into the slot. The transformation chant surfaced naturally in my mind. Dark Xingtian, merge. Amidst the overlapping of phantom shadows, the fusion was swiftly completed. Scarlet energy surged over me like a storm, a wave of malevolence rapidly intensifying. All that remained in my heart was hatred for the monsters. You all deserve to die. The crimson goggles stood out starkly in the darkness, while the helmet bore a pair of long, razor-sharp horns, gleaming with an energy akin to flowing blades. Clad in black-purple armor that resembled a demon king, a pitch-black cape billowed behind an upgraded form of the Xing Tian armor. Witnessing this scene, the evil coral beast's eyes were filled with astonishment. I never expected this brat to be an armor summoner. What a pity he's so young, probably can't even grip a weapon properly, right? Wait a minute, why does this armor look more like a dark villain than me? Without hesitation, I swiftly slid my hand across the card slot at my waist, and a card with a black border and flowing purple energy stripes ejected demonic sky sword. An incredibly sharp black and red longsword instantly appeared in my hand, its surface rippling with red energy stripes like molten lava. This formidable armor, with 3 cards simultaneously inserted, unleashed a power that shook the heavens and the earth. The hilt, shaped like a dragon's head, had 2 long spikes branching outward. At this moment, I stepped forward like a demon king emerging from the abyss, instantly teleporting in front of the monstrous beast. I want you dead. Swish! A flash of crimson light streaked through the air. Under the force of this sword strike, a burst of sparks erupted from the beast's chest, and thick green blood splattered everywhere, raining down onto the ground like a downpour. It let out a pained howl, emitting a terrifying cry. But this wasn't the end, as the demon sky sword swung at the beast once more. Sorry about that, got a bit carried away. The blade pierced through its chest, slamming it straight into a support beam. Boom! The wall collapsed without stopping. At that moment, I was like a frenzied beast myself, swinging my free arm wildly as massive iron fists pounded relentlessly against the monster's face. Bang! 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 The sound of fists striking flesh rang out one after another, but it wasn't enough to quell the fury in my heart. My eyes were bloodshot at this moment, leaving only one thought: kill it! Kill it! A punch landed in its sharp, circular mouth, shattering its triangular teeth instantly. I grabbed its tongue and yanked it backward with all my strength. Pulling it out, it was as long and disgusting as a loach. With the demon sky sword pinning the fiendish beast to the ground, an overwhelming supernatural force rendered it immobile. This was the power of the strongest evil energy in action.
Using up a bottle of body-tempering pill in just the first level of body refinement. There was no one else with such a horrifying consumption. Without the assistance of the body-tempering pill and body-tempering liquid, I'm afraid that it would take at least a few days of effort to make a breakthrough with just the 12 styles of body refinement. Mu Chen clenched his fists as he felt the power in his body become much stronger. The purpose of the body refinement realm was to refine the body, and with each breakthrough, the physical quality would be enhanced by 1 point. After soaking in the body-quenching liquid, the fatigue in his body disappeared, and Mu Chen continued to cultivate, but this time he didn't continue to take the body-quenching pill. He had already taken quite a few of them before, and he was worried that there would be drug residues in his body, and he wanted to thoroughly digest any drugs that might be left in his body through cultivation, or else the long-term accumulation of the drugs might have a bad effect on his body. The rest of that day, he had been using the 12 styles of body refinement to cultivate, consuming any remaining medicinal power that might be in his body. Without the assistance of the body tempering pill, the speed of cultivation was much slower, and although his cultivation had refined, he was still some time away from breaking through to the second level of body refining. Until the evening hours, Mu Chen ended the day's cultivation, and after using the body tempering liquid to soak to relieve his body's fatigue, he entered the dreamland. Having just stepped into cultivation, he needed to combine labor and rest, and should not overwork. And Luo Li in the other room also opened her eyes that were as bright as clear water at that moment. Finally, I've succeeded in my enlightenment, so I'll be able to cultivate normally next. The corner of her mouth curled into a smile, and her gaze couldn't help but look toward the room where Mu Chen was practicing. I don't know if senior brother has succeeded in his enlightenment? Curious, Luo Li tiptoed to Mu Chen's room, only to find that the other party had actually already huffed and puffed. Going to bed so early? To be so lazy? Where is the resemblance to a cultivator? It's really just like those farmers who farm the fields. Luo Li was a bit contemptuous, so to think, the other party must not have penetrated the 12 styles of body refinement yet. Suddenly her bright eyes twinkled and the corner of her mouth curled into a bad smile. A plan to make her senior brother suffer rose in her mind. Even though I was worshipped later than you, it's not like I can't let you call me senior sister. She planned to teach this senior brother of hers a good lesson and make him change his name to senior sister. In this way, in the future, serving tea and water, laundry and folding quilts, that kind of thing will be left to the senior brother to do. With a smile in her heart, Luo Li returned to her room and began to cultivate hard. Early the next morning, Mu Chen woke up and after briefly washing up, he headed to the field he had cultivated and skipped around for a while before returning to his room to prepare for cultivation. Good morning, senior brother. Luo Li came to the door of Mu Chen's room and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, senior sister. Huh? Why does senior sister have dark circles under her eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Mu Chen asked suspiciously. Maybe I'm just a little out of practice here. Luo Li laughed. She didn't sleep a wink last night and cultivated all night, finally breaking through to the first level of body refinement at dawn. She thought to herself that this was a speed few could achieve. In that case, then you'd better hurry up and get some rest. Only by maintaining a good mental state can you cultivate faster, Mufan said with a smile. Thank you for your concern. It's just that I encountered some problems in my cultivation last night, and I want to ask my senior brother for some advice. If I can't solve it, I'm afraid that my senior sister will find it difficult to sleep and eat. What's the problem? Mu Chen asked. I wonder if senior brother can accompany me to spar for a few moves. Perhaps I can find some inspiration from it. Luo Li laughed. Cutting? That's fine. Mufan nodded. Please don't hold back, senior brother, or else it might not serve any purpose. Luo Li admonished with a smile on her lips. Yes. In the next instant, Luo Li's legs fired, and her body was like a dexterous cheetah pouncing at Mu Chen, and a pink fist rushed straight at Mu Chen's face. For Luo Li, who possessed the supreme glazed immortal body, even if it was only the first level of body refinement, the power of this punch could not be underestimated. Very fast, is this a breakthrough to the first level of the body refinement realm? Worthy of being a genius with a special physique. It was just that her movements were slow in Mu Chen's eyes. Looking at the other party's fist that blasted over, Mu Chen just slightly deviated his head, and Luo Li's fist fell into the air, and then he raised his hand, flexed his fingers and slightly flicked. His index finger flicked at the center of the other party's eyebrow. With a bang, Luo Li's figure violently flew backward, falling on all fours to the ground within the grand hall, completely fainting. No? You fainted? You didn't come here to touch the porcelain, did you? I only used less than 3 points of force. Hey! Don't play dead. Get up. Mufan squatted down and patted the other party's cheek, resulting in no response. Really fainted to death? Aren't you some kind of top-tier physique, the Taishang Luo Li immortal body? How come it's so unbeatable? Mu Chen was speechless, just this much ability and still dared to let himself use his full strength. Fortunately, he left 7 points of force, otherwise he would have had to crumble her brain. Mu Chen carried Luo Li to the room where the other party lived, placed her on the bed, and returned to his room to cultivate himself. It wasn't a serious injury. She'd wake up on her own after a while of recuperation. Returning to his room, Mu Chen began to cultivate. Yesterday, after breaking through to the first level of body refinement, he had spent quite a bit more time cultivating. Now, with the assistance of the body tempering pill and body tempering liquid, it almost took about the same amount of time as it did yesterday to break through to the second level of body refinement. For a genius like him, as long as there were enough cultivation resources, breaking through was nothing more than a very easy matter. It was still like yesterday. After the breakthrough, he continued to cultivate the 12 styles of body refining, digesting the residual medicinal power of the body tempering pill in his body, and then soaking in the body tempering liquid. However, today he was in good spirits and didn't have any desire to sleep at all, so he continued to cultivate. Inside the room, Luo Li slowly opened her eyes. "What's wrong with me?" Looking at herself lying on the bed, she was a bit bewildered. Suddenly a sharp pain came from the center of the eyebrow position. Luo Li used her hand to touch the pain. Immediately she grimaced, and then it was found that there has been swollen up a bulging big bag. After the stimulation of severe pain, Luo Li completely came to her senses. She recalled back. She had wanted to make her senior brother suffer, relying on her breakthrough to the first level of body refinement to initiate a sparring match with the other party. And as a result, she was flicked away by the other party's finger and lost her consciousness. Chapter 6: Extreme Body Refining Technique. Why is that? He slept so early last night. It's absolutely impossible for him to break through the first level of body refinement. So why would he beat me unconscious with a single finger? He was in possession of the supreme glazed immortal body. His master had said that it was one of the top physiques in the world. It was impossible that he couldn't even block the other party's one finger. Luo Li was puzzled. However, her head was hurting right now, and she didn't want to think about it too much. So she directly soaked herself in the barrel containing the body-quenching liquid and passed out. Early the next morning, the surface of Mu Chen's body once again glowed with a golden light, and he had broken through again, reaching the third level of body refinement. It's just awesome. Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh as he clenched his fists and felt the powerful strength within his body. In less than 3 days, breaking through to the third level of body refining, this speed was considered fast. There is a new task released by the system. Please check it in time. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Finally, a new mission. I thought the system had run away. Mufan hurriedly checked the new quest. Current task: sowing seeds in the field that you have reclaimed in the host. Task reward: 33 styles of body refining. 9 is the pole, 12 is the consummation, and breaking 12 is the breaking of the realm, and this technique can cultivate the realm of body refining to the 33rd level. Huh? The 33 styles of body refinement. Mu Chen frowned. It was very similar to the name of the 12 styles of body refinement, and just by looking at the name, he knew that it was also a body refining technique. It's actually possible to cultivate the body refinement realm to the 33rd level? Holy, is this Gong method that powerful? The 12 styles of body refinement that Master taught himself could be cultivated up to the 12th level of the body refinement realm, but as a result, this system's Gong method could actually be cultivated up to the 33rd level of body refinement, which was simply appalling. A 12-fold, a 33-fold, this was not at the same level at all. It's imperative that we get our hands on this technique as soon as possible. Mu Chen's eyes rested on the seed provided by the system, which was shaped somewhat like a rice paddy, but blossomed with a mottled light. Although the system didn't hint at what exactly the sub was, it did give the method of using it. Just need to sprinkle it evenly amongst the cultivated fields? That's easy. Much easier than fertilizing before. Without delay, Mufan immediately took action. At the same time, inside the palace at the peak of the main peak of the Wandao Immortal Sect, Wandao Peak, Patriarch Chen Lingxue, and the other 8 peak masters, as well as the elders, were all gathered in one place. All of them frowned tightly. After searching for such a long time, they actually still hadn't found out those 2 supreme demons who had awakened the inquisitive physique. Where exactly were they hiding to? It's clear that the news has been released that awakening the inquisitive physique will lead to being enthroned as a divine son. So why are they still not showing up? Chen Lingxue sat on the patriarch's seat, holding her head with one hand, her brows slightly knitted. Probably worried, Li Mufan said thoughtfully. Worried about what? Worried that we'll eat him up. Huh. Iron Warrior Frenzy asked. Don't think with this rusty head of yours. You just can't come up with anything even if you think through your head. Li Mufan laughed. What do you mean? Are you calling me stupid? Iron Warrior Frenzy asked with glaring eyes. How could it be? I'm saying that your head is hard. That's clearly a compliment to you for refining your body. In fact, perhaps we should stand in their point of view to think, this cultivation world hearts are sinister, some forces in the knowledge of their own disciples under the disciple has a great genius. Their first thought is not to this genius vigorously cultivate, but think of how to use each other in exchange for more benefits, and even there are direct deprivation of their physical origin. The means can be said to be ruthless. All of you here are people who have been cultivating for a long time and have seen many things. So you should understand without me having to say more, right? Li Mufan said. So you're saying that those two supreme demons are afraid of being poisoned by the clan? That's why they don't dare to expose themselves? Chai Lingsu frowned. We've spent such a long time and almost turned the sect upside down without being able to find each other. So there's only one reason why they might be avoiding us on purpose. And perhaps there is indeed a reason for that as well. I think it's better to go with the flow rather than that. I believe sooner or later they will be exposed to us. Li Mufan said with a green leather wine gourd in his hand. Letting nature take its course? Actually, I'm not worried about anything else. But I'm afraid that those two supreme demons will be scooped up by other sects, or will be poisoned by other sects. Qian Ling Shui frowned. This level of genius had never appeared even in their Wandao immortal sect, and she really didn't want any accidents to happen to it. But there's no other way now, they're deliberately avoiding us, and the inquisitive physique possesses the ability to shield the heavens, so even if we wanted to deduce it, we wouldn't be able to deduce any results. Just as well, let them develop then. After today everything returns to normal in the sect. If they appear in the future, it won't be too late to establish them as the sect's godchildren. Qian Lingxue immediately gave the order. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good idea to have the entire clan in turmoil because of them. Aye. Respectfully following the sovereign's order. The crowd responded. Li Mufan had just stepped out of the palace when Iron Warrior Madness followed him up with a serious smile. I heard that you have recently accepted a disciple? Yeah. What can I do for you? Coincidentally, I also took in a disciple not too long ago. Why don't we let them spar sometime? Iron Warrior laughed wildly. Cutting? That's fine. I'm begging for it. Li Mufan laughed. You actually agreed so readily? Iron Warrior Frenzy looked at the other party suspiciously. Or what? Reject you? Good. Then it's a deal. Let them spar in half a month, but don't back out. Iron Warrior Madness revealed a smile of scheming success. What's there to backtrack on? Win or lose, it's still a sharpening for them. Not bad, you're right. This is indeed sharpening. Then you get busy first. I'll go back and inform my disciple. Iron Warrior Frenzy looked up to the sky and laughed as he left. Humph. Kiddo, I don't know what you're thinking. Li Mufan let out a light laugh. The other party is just wanting to borrow disciples to press their own disciples head on so that he can have a light on his face. After all, the other party wants to compete with himself no matter what he does all these years. But his Li Mufan's disciples are not vegetarians. Returning to Qingdian Peak, Li Mufan's entire body went numb, and he actually saw Mu Chen tidying up his acre of land again. No, this kid is really addicted to farming. He frowned a little too much to hold back. The techniques and resources were all given to them, and he didn't seriously cultivate but actually used his mind on these useless places. Just as he was about to open his mouth to reprimand, Luo Li walked out. Looking at the small bag protruding from the other's forehead, Li Mufan frowned. What's going on? What happened to your head? Master, you're back? Luo Li's head shrunk, and she hurriedly turned around and prepared to return to her room. She had been very unconvinced and wanted to find Mu Chen to spar again, but she didn't expect to actually run into her master. Chapter 7. Luo Li is injured again. Stop. I asked what happened to your head. I'd like to see who has the guts to actually come to my green destiny peak and injure my Li Mufan's disciples. As Li Mufan's voice fell, Luo Li's body was confined in place, unable to move. It wasn't someone else who hit it. It was the disciple himself who accidentally hit. Luo Li whispered. Bumped? Huh? Not even a few days into your apprenticeship and you've learned to deceive your master, haven't you? Li Mufan coldly grunted. Luo Li's cultivation has been the first level of body refining, not far away from the second level of body refining. Where can he bump into this? Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Luo Li could only whisper. It was beaten by senior brother. You mean Mukin? Luo Li nodded. Li Mufan frowned slightly and said, Are you sure that your senior brother can beat you like this? Although Mu Chen's bloodline is powerful, it's currently in a sealed state and can't exert any power at all. Right now he's no different from an ordinary mortal body. How could he beat you like this? But this was indeed beaten by senior brother. Luo Li became even more aggrieved. Even his senior brother, who was in the state of bloodline sealing, was no match. What kind of special physique was he? Li Mufan frowned. What had happened between their senior siblings? The more she thought about it, the more she was suffocated. Su Luo Li ran directly to Mu Chen, who was sowing seeds in a fit of anger, and said, "Senior brother, I was careless last time. Let's cut again." She later thought back carefully and felt that it was indeed she who was careless and did not flash. After all, it was the first time she had ever made a move. She had no experience in fighting and was sneak attacked by her senior brother. Or else she should not have been in such a state. Still want to spar? Forget it. You're too weak. I don't even dare to make a move for fear of beating you to death, Mu Chen said as he stood in the middle of the field with his pants leg rolled up. You! Su Luo Li was exasperated by the other party's words with tears in her eyes. Are you going to spar with me or not? If you don't spar with me, I'll go to your field and make trouble, Su Luo Li exasperatedly said. If he didn't get his face back, how could he stay on the Green Destiny Peak in the future? He also wanted to let the other party call himself a senior sister, serving tea and water, laundry and folding the quilt. These things still want the other party to do it. Seeing that the other party was really ready to go down to the field, Mu Chen hurriedly said, Okay. Don't come down. Can't I just spar with you? If the fields are destroyed, I wonder what will happen to the system. It would be a problem in case you let yourself reopen the field, and you'd have to waste a lot of time again. With a speechless face, Mu Chen walked up to the field canyon, his feet drenched in dirt, his hands carrying a wooden bucket with seeds, and stood in front of Su Luo Li, saying, All right, you make your move. Hurry up. I still have to plant. How am I supposed to make a move when you're like this? Su Luo Li was furious. She felt like she was being underestimated. Her heart was even more irritated. I'm just going to stand here and not move. If you can make me move a fraction of an inch, then I'll lose. Okay. Mu Chen is speechless. What is his own strength in his heart is not a little bit of forced count. And you dare to make yourself available? Previously, he could make the other party faint and die when he slightly struck out at the first level of body refinement. Not to mention that now he was already at the third level of body refinement, and he was afraid that if he touched the other party, he would be injured and break his bones. Good. That's what you said. Don't regret it. If you lose, you'll have to call me senior sister from now on, Su Luo Li said angrily. Mu Chen had a questioning look on his face. How could he still call out to the other party's senior sister after losing? He didn't realize that the reason why the other party approached him for a sparring session last time was also to beat him into submission and make him call out to his senior sister. Well, if you can make me move the slightest bit, what's the harm in me calling you senior sister? Mu Chen laughed. Good. Then I'm going to get ready to strike. So get ready. Su Luo Li's heart is secretly happy. The master is not far away to watch with his own eyes. In the future, Mu Chen shouted his own senior sister he should not say anything more. It seems like this senior sister is set for herself. Li Mufan didn't stop their antics. He just sat at the entrance of the main hall and watched them while drinking wine. This Mu Chen kid is a bit arrogant. He frowned slightly. The other party knew that Su Luo Li possessed a powerful physique and actually dared to say something about standing there and letting the other party use it as a living target to hit. Really want to be hit by the other party's fist. With his current mortal body not lying for several days, I'm afraid cannot get up. That's good. It's better to be arrogant and beaten now than to go out and suffer later. At this time, Su Luo Li looked excited, small hand clenched. Seriously said, Senior brother, attention. I'm out. Saying that, he almost didn't have any reservation to throw a punch at Mu Chen's chest position. Only a loud bang was heard, like two boulders crashing together. Li Mufan was a bit surprised that Mu Chen actually didn't even shake his body when he took the other party's punch head on. Ah, my hand. Just then, a miserable scream came from Su Luo Li's mouth, and the hand that was holding the punch she threw curled up on the ground. What are you doing? You want to touch me again? I didn't hit back this time. You did it yourself. Mu Chen shrugged his shoulders and was speechless. Want to keep striking? If I don't make a move, I'm going to be busy. Seeing that the other party didn't make any movements, Mu Chen didn't pay any attention to the other party and went down to the field to continue his sowing task. Su Luo Li does not have a clear perception of their own strength, but also have to find themselves to cut to understand you. Just this kind of character is going to suffer greatly after leaving the clan. Li Mufan walked over and examined the palm that Su Luo Li had punched, only to find that the bones of that palm were broken. This caused him to show surprise. Just now, he had seen clearly that Mu Chen was indeed just standing there without any movement. That means Su Luo Li was actually counter-injured by the other party's physical strength? How come? Li Mufan was puzzled. Yes, master, why is that so? Is this physique of my disciple a fake? How come I can't even defeat a mortal body like Senior? Luo Li raised her head and looked at her master teacher with tearful eyes. More than the pain in her hands and arms, the hurt from her mind was harder to bear. Aren't you a genius yourself? Why would he lose to a mortal body like Senior Brother twice in a row? Mufan frowned at Mu Chen, who was not far away from the scattered seeds, and suddenly his pupils shrank and said, "What a terrifying power of qi and blood!" Previously did not pay attention, now take a closer look. Mufan suddenly shocked in his heart. This horrible power of qi and blood were like what just cultivated cultivator, simply than many body refining 12 heavy cultivator more horrible. Master, what did you say? Luo Li asked. Mufan looked at Mu Chen and asked, Mu Chen, what is your current cultivation level? Reporting back to Master, the 3rd level of body refinement. What? The 3rd level of body refinement? How did you break through so fast? Luo Li got up and said incredulously, she was only at the 1st level of body refining. Because I've been working harder than you are. I've been cultivating hard for as long as you were out before yo. Mu Chen laughed. Chapter 833 Styles of Body Refinement, 1000 Lingering Snow. It's still not you? A finger flicked me unconscious. Or else I would definitely have a higher cultivation level than you right now. Luo Li chided. Blame me. Who knew you'd be so weak? You can't even block one of my fingers, and you're still a genius. Mu Chen skimmed his mouth with a disdainful expression. Genius? Who dares to call himself a genius? Luo Li was so aggravated that she was on the verge of crying. She felt really useless. Body refining triple? Mufan was surprised. The thickness of qi and blood in the other party's body was not like a cultivator of the 3rd level of body refining. Is it your bloodline that's unsealed? Mufan asked suspiciously. No, there weren't any visions of the bloodline breaking the seal. Mu Chen shook his head. His father had said when he left the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty that an extremely terrifying vision might appear when his bloodline was unsealed. However, although this bloodline unsealing would bring him an increase in strength, it would also bring him boundless disaster. That was why Mufan had not unlocked Mu Chen's bloodline seal, intending to wait until the time was ripe before unlocking it. The bloodline seal has not been lifted, so why is there such a terrifying power of qi and blood? Mufan frowned in contemplation. In the end, the only possibility that came to mind was that Mu Chen's mother had left some kind of treasure for him. After all, the other party had come from an extraordinary background, and it was only normal to leave him some kind of treasure that could enhance his root qualifications. Luo Li, you should now understand that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, right? Although you possess a top-notch physique, you will be surpassed by others if you are not careful. So you cannot slack off in your cultivation in the future, understand? Mufan admonished. Originally, he wanted Luo Li to put some pressure on Mu Chen, but now I'm afraid that it didn't work at all, but instead Luo Li was struck down. Yes, master, disciple knows. Luo Li nodded. Having been thwarted twice, she no longer wanted to be any kind of senior sister, or else if she were to be knocked out by the other party again to waste time, she would only be getting bigger and bigger gaps with the other party. Mu Chen, you shouldn't be proud of defeating your senior sister either. The body refinement realm is just the beginning and doesn't represent anything. Your senior sister has a special physique, and after that, the Fate C realm is where she'll start to make her mark, so you can't afford to be complacent or slack off in the slightest. Mufan admonished. He had wanted to reprimand Mu Chen, but he couldn't say anything else in this situation. As long as the other party's cultivation didn't fall, even a little bit of any oddball interest wasn't unacceptable. Yes, disciple honors the teachings of master. Mu Chen put down the barrel in his hand and said with a clasped fist, I almost forgot to tell you guys something. Half a month from now, the disciple of the Tianyue Peak Master will come to spar with you. So cultivate hard during this time. In addition, I intend to let you participate in the outer sect competition in a month. It is equivalent to the sharpening of you, otherwise it is not a thing to cultivate every day. If you can go to the outer sect competition to turn in a good ranking, for the teacher will have a generous reward yo. Mufan said to the two Mu Chen. As pro-disciples, although they didn't lack all kinds of resources, they would lack the experiences that outer sect disciples had. Those outer sect disciples often might struggle for a little bit of resources, and they also had to go out to carry out sect missions frequently. So although those disciples who could break into the inner sect from the outer sect step by step might not be able to compare to them in terms of talent, many of those people had experienced life and death trials and tribulations. This kind of experience was definitely something that Mu Chen and the rest of them, the high and mighty pro-disciples, could not feel. Therefore, Li Mufan intended to let the two go to the outer sect competition to feel the cruel competition between those outer sect disciples. Yes, master. We will not dishonor master's name, the two Mukan men said in unison. Ha ha ha. This is just a training for you guys. When the time comes you will hide your identity and spar with them. It has nothing to do with master, and master never cared about any bull reputation. Li Mufan smiled broadly and picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. After the two of them left, Mu Chen continued sowing seeds and soon completed the system mission. Taking the gongfu given by the system, Mu Chen returned to his room and continued to start cultivating. The 33 styles of body refinement were very strong, but there was no need to cultivate them at the current stage, and the 12 styles of body refinement were completely sufficient. Mu Chen intended to wait until his cultivation reached the 12th level of body refinement before cultivating the 33rd style of body refinement. The three of them were the only ones on the huge Qingdian peak, and Li Mufan lay on a big tree all day long to drink, and when he got drunk, he just slept there. Su Luo Li was also working hard on her cultivation, so no one was harassing Mukan at all, and this kind of environment was definitely something that many cultivators could only dream of. In the following days, Mu Chen had been cultivating, but he realized that the time he needed to spend after breaking through the 4th level of body refinement had become quite a bit more than before, almost showing a doubling increase. However, cultivation needed to be steady, and Mu Chen wasn't in a hurry. Mu Chen, who was habitually inspecting the fields on this day, suddenly noticed a beautiful white-clothed figure appearing on Qingdian Peak. "Who are you looking for, fairy?" Mu Chen looked at the white-clothed woman with black hair like a waterfall and a picturesque face and asked, "Not looking for anyone, just coming here to see who you are?" Qianling Shui looked at Mu Chen in confusion. Why was the other party dressed in this strange outfit? "I'm Mu Chen, my family's teacher, the peak master of Qingdian Peak." Mu Chen curiously surveyed the other party. This woman exuded an ethereal and dusty aura, like she was from a natural-born fairy. I'm afraid her strength was extraordinary. "You're Li Mufan's disciple?" Qianling Shui was surprised. "Exactly." Mu Chen nodded his head. Daring to call the master by his name, he is indeed not an ordinary person. "Why are you dressed like that? Did your master mistreat you?" Qianling Shui's brows knitted slightly. These clothes didn't look like any kind of pro-disciple. Instead, they looked like farmers in the fields. "And when did a field appear on this green destiny peak? It looks like it hasn't been cultivated for a long time. What the hell is this Li Mufan doing? Why did you find a planter as a disciple?" She suddenly recalled that Iron Warrior Frenzy from Yushin Peak had said earlier that Li Mufan had accepted a planter as a disciple. The other party was really perfunctory enough to fulfill the task he had given him. "Don't misunderstand, senior. I just like dressing like this. It has nothing to do with master," Mukan said hurriedly. "Senior? Since you are Li Mufan's disciple, then you should address me as senior uncle. I am a senior sibling with Li Mufan," Chailingsu said. "So that's how it is. Senior meets senior uncle." Mukan saluted. No wonder he dared to call his master by his name, but he actually had this relationship. Qianling Shui nodded her head and came under the big tree where Li Mufan was lying, and lightly hummed. "For a human teacher to be so lazy day after day, what a shame." Li Mufan turned around leisurely and drank a mouthful of wine fiercely, saying, "What do you care about me? I have already taken in 2 disciples according to your request. I'm no longer alone on this Qingdian Peak. As for how I teach my disciples, that has nothing to do with you. Don't give an inch." He originally didn't want to accept a disciple. How comfortable and free he was alone. But he couldn't help it that Qianling Shui often nagged in front of him. So he accepted Mu Chen. Afterwards, he felt that Mukan was too odd, and was worried that Qianling Shui would continue to nag him before accepting Su Luo Li. If not, this green destiny peak would still be his alone until now. Chapter 9 Xian Huang Holy Dragon Bloodline. "I'm not doing this for your sake. The other 7 peak masters have countless disciples. But you are the only one who doesn't have a single disciple. And you're the only one alone in the huge green underworld peak, and it's dead. Well now, at least there's someone else besides you. But there's only one disciple in sight here. Who's the other one?" Qianling Shui curiously said. "Luo Li. Don't cultivate first. Come out and pay your respects to your senior uncle." Li Mufan spoke towards the palace not far away, and in a matter of moments, a young girl dressed in a long pale yellow dress walked out from amongst them. "Senior nephew Su Luo Li pays his respects to senior uncle." Su Luo Li saluted. "Huh? Is actually still the supreme glazed immortal body? Not bad. Not bad. It looks like senior brother has found a disciple with great talent." Lingsu nodded in satisfaction. Geniuses of this level were also the top group in the Wandao Immortal Sect. That's natural. A disciple who can be favored by me, Li Mufan, is not a mediocre one? Li Mufan said as he slammed a mouthful of wine. So what's up with that one? Lingshua's gaze went to Mu Chen. What's going on? Isn't he fine? Li Mufan was puzzled. I mean, what's with the clothes he's wearing? Your own disciple doesn't have to be so poor, and the fields there can't be cultivated by him as well, right? Are you looking for a disciple or a farmer who cultivates the fields? You really guessed right, the fields there are really cultivated by him, people. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of any different hobbies, as long as he doesn't delay his cultivation. Li Mufan had already accepted Mu Chen's strange hobby. As he said, what's wrong with farming as long as it doesn't delay cultivation? Farming is also a good way to cultivate your mind. Moreover, after Li Mufan's observation in the past few days, he found that Mu Chen was usually very serious in his cultivation, and there was nothing wrong with him except that he would sometimes take a turn in the fields. It didn't affect the cultivation because of farming, so Li Mufan accepted it. This female disciple of yours possesses the Taishang Luo Li immortal body. So what kind of physique does he have? Lingshue asked suspiciously. There is no physique, but he has a very powerful bloodline, belonging to one of the most powerful bloodlines in the universe. However, it is currently in a sealed state. When the time is right in the future to unseal it for him, at that time, our Wandao Immortal Sect will definitely produce another demon. The strongest bloodline in the universe? What bloodline? Lingshue got curious. Xianhuang Holy Dragon Bloodline, Li Mufan said quietly. Lingshue's pupils slightly shook as she said in surprise. It's actually the Xianhuang Holy Dragon Bloodline? Where did you find this kind of talent? Didn't you say that the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon lineage cares a lot about bloodline purity and never intermarries with foreign races? They don't even look at other dragon races. But he is a human race. She naturally knew about this bloodline, and as Li Mufan said, it was indeed one of the most powerful bloodlines in heaven and earth. Although the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon clan's clansmen were sparse, not exceeding the number of 2 hands, each of their clansmen were incomparably powerful, and when looking at the entire vastness of the Xianhuang world, they were all top-tier powers, one of the most powerful bloodlines in the universe. Luo Li, who was on the side, was surprised in her heart that her senior brother's bloodline was actually so terrifying. I'm not very clear on the exact reason, but he does possess the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon bloodline in his body, and as for what created him as a human yet possessing the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon bloodline, then let him explore it on his own, Li Mufan said. Why seal him with such a powerful bloodline? Wouldn't unsealing him allow him to better display his talent? Lingshue frowned. Once the seal was lifted, another demon would appear in their Wandao Immortal Sect. Unsealing his bloodline now in case if the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon clan discovers his existence, what do you think will happen? With how much the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon clan values their bloodline, they will definitely spare no effort to wipe him out. Although our Wandao Immortal Sect doesn't fear the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon clan, it's not possible to guard him all the time. It's easy to hide from open fire, so it's better to wait until he's a bit stronger, Li Mufan said. Lingshue nodded her head slightly, feeling that what her senior brother said was not unreasonable. Some races cared very much about their racial bloodline, especially the Xianhuang Holy Dragon race. They would not allow their bloodline to be passed on to other races, not even other dragon races, let alone the human race. Right at this moment, a rough voice rang out. Li Mufan, Iron Battle Frenzy, am here. Why don't you come out to greet me? The moment the voice rang out, the void cracked open and 2 figures appeared on the green destiny peak. One of them was none other than the muscular, bald and shiny Iron Warrior Frenzy, while the other was a teenager who had a boyish face but a rather burly physique. Huh? Sovereign is here too. Iron Warrior Frenzy hurriedly flew over the moment he saw Thousand Lingshue. Sovereign. Mu Chen and Luo Li were surprised out loud. Wasn't she the senior sister? How was she still the Wandao Immortal Sect leader? You are. Lingshue looked at Iron Warrior Madness in confusion. Haha, it's like this. I've heard that Li Mufan has recently taken in a disciple. And it just so happens that I've also taken in a disciple, so I'm not preparing for them to have a sparring session. I have also greeted him before this matter, and he has agreed, so I have brought my disciples to pay my respects today. Iron Warrior Frenzy said as he rubbed his oily and shiny bald head. I see, that's a coincidence. I also have nothing to do, so I thought of coming to the Green Destiny Peak to take a look. Since this is the case, It's just the right time to take a look at the competition between you pro-disciples. Chilingsu said. It would be an honor for them to have the patriarch watch the battle. Yu Tianshen. Why don't you come and meet the patriarch and meet Senior Master Li Mufan? Iron Warrior Madness said to the lanky teenager behind him. Yes, Sect Master. The lanky teenager stepped forward, cupped his fists and bowed. Junior Yu Tianshen pays his respects to the patriarch, and meet Master Li. Well, there's no need to be polite, berserk, heavenly bastard body. It's quite a powerful physique, and it's very suitable for body refining. It seems that our Wandao Immortal Sect has gained another genius. Chilingsu nodded and smiled. Thanks for the compliment, Sovereign. Yu Tianshen cupped his fists. Yu Tianshen? Muchen was surprised. Someone actually dared to come up with such a powerful name? Not afraid of being beaten? Ha ha ha, all right. No need to say anything extra. Li Mufan, just let them start straight away. Iron Warrior Frenzy said. Good thing too. Luo Li, you go. Li Mufan said. Yes, Master. Su Luo Li nodded her head. Huh? Isn't that the one who's planting? How come it's changed? Iron Warrior Frenzy said doubtfully. The one planting is my eldest disciple, and this one is my youngest disciple. Didn't you want to spar? What? Do you still have to specify my eldest disciple? Li Mufan asked. That's not true. I just didn't expect you to actually accept 2 disciples. Iron Warrior laughed wildly. Since this is the case, let this disciple of his own defeat both of your Li Mufan's disciples. And in front of the patriarch, it was exciting to think about. But it's also true that this eldest disciple of yours doesn't have a cultivation level as high as the youngest disciples. So it would be a bit too bullying if you were to spar with him. But Li Mufan, I do wonder why you would take a planter as a disciple? Iron Warrior laughed wildly. What's in your way if I do? Chapter 10. Near Death. Mu Chen was very upset. This bald guy had mocked himself as a planter the last time he came over, and this time he was looking down on himself verbally in front of the patriarch and master. What did I do to you by farming? Master, why don't you let disciple do it? Muchen took the initiative and said. You. Li Mufan didn't think that Mu Chen would actually take the initiative to apply to fight, but he still reminded, the other party is at the 9th level of body refinement cultivation, and you're only at the 6th level of body refinement. Are you sure you want to fight on your own? Yes. I still ask Master to give me a chance to let my disciple see just how strong the disciple trained by this bald senior is. The other party looked down on himself as a planter. So Mu Chen didn't have the slightest bit of politeness between his words and directly addressed the other party as a bald senior. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the peak master of Tianyue Peak, just because of the other party's attitude, he wouldn't have even said even a single senior. The boy who planted the field, I advise you not to be impulsive. You can be accepted by Li Mufan as a pro-transmitter is definitely a genius without a doubt. But which one who can become a pro-transmitter of the peak master is not a genius? In the face of geniuses, don't even think of trying to fight from below, and there's a difference of 3 small realms among you. Iron Warrior reminded with a wild smile. Genius. Mu Chen smiled and said, there are no geniuses in front of me. One sentence directly made the people present freeze. What kind of arrogant words were these? You have to know that the people present, whether it's Su Luo Li and the other young generation or Chen Lingxue and the other old generation, that one is not an amazingly talented pride of heaven. But now Muchen is saying that there are no geniuses in front of him. That's encompassing everyone. Li Mufan revealed a look of surprise. He had never seen Mu Chen actually have such a domineering side. This senior brother of the plantation is really arrogant. Since you say so, then let me show you what it means to be a genius. Yu Tianshen stood out, his stern eyes sharp on his boyish face. Good thing too. You'll step in and teach this field-planting senior brother of yours a good lesson, letting him know that even geniuses can't be so arrogant in our Wandao Immortal Sect. Iron Warrior nodded furiously. Yes, Master. Yu Tianshen nodded his head and looked at Mu Chen. Seeing as your cultivation level is lower than mine, I'll let you have 3 moves, lest it be said that I'm bullying you. Possessing the berserk heavenly bastard body, he was very confident, as it was one of the top-most physiques among the many, or else he wouldn't have been accepted by the peak master as a personal disciple. Make me 3 moves? Are you sure? The corner of Mu Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Come on, today let you understand that my Wandao Immortal Sect has as many geniuses as clouds. Like your arrogance in the future, I'm afraid that you will not be able to get beaten up. Today I'll let you recognize the reality, lest in the future because of arrogance to be beaten up too much. Yu Tianshen stood there, arms wrapped around him, his sharp gaze looking disdainfully at Mu Chen. Good. Then stand firm. Don't get blown away by my punch. Mu Chen laughed, and then violently blasted out a fist. Blast me away? Humph. Rampant, Yu Tianxin disdainfully said. Su Luoli on the side quietly watched this scene. After this period of cultivation, her cultivation had already reached the 7th level of body refining, which was one small realm higher than Mu Chen, so these past few days, she had been wanting to find an opportunity to once again spar with Mu Chen, to regain the face that she had lost on the previous 2 occasions. However, now that this Yu Tianxin was out there, it was just as well for her to see how strong her senior brother was. Along with Mu Chen's punch, a rumbling sound actually emanated from within him, as if a great river was rushing and thunder was roaring. Iron Battle Frenzy's face sank as he warned, "Be careful. The other party's internal chi and blood is extremely terrifying." Before, he hadn't even noticed that the chi and blood in the other party's body was so strong. This was simply not like a cultivator of the body refinement realm. Qianling Shui also revealed a look of surprise. She similarly felt the terrifying chi and blood within Mu Chen's body. It was indeed not like the chi and blood that a body refinement realm cultivator should have. It was too majestic. Ha! Yu Tianxin also paid attention, letting out a low shout. His legs were in a horse stance, and both of his feet stepped into the dirt. Right at this moment, Mufan blasted over with a punch that landed on his opponent's chest. There was a loud bang, as if 2 pieces of divine stones had crashed together, emitting a dull ringing sound. Almost at the instant the voice rang out, Yu Tianxin's figure flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing into a small hill not far away, the violent impact directly causing the small hill to directly explode, with dirt flying all over the sky. God of heaven! Iron Warrior Frenzy exclaimed in shock and rushed forward to check. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned over the soil, revealing Yu Tianxin, who was already unconscious and breathless in the middle. The other party's injuries were very heavy, his chest was directly sunken, all of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were completely shattered. This kind of injury was already enough to be fatal for the body refinement realm, but it was only a minor injury for the several strong people present, and they could even save them even if they were to die. Only to see Iron Warrior Madness strike an immortal light towards Yu Tianxin, and the severe injuries on the other party's body healed instantly. Master, did I lose? Seeing his situation, Yu Tianxin couldn't help but ask. The moment he had just made contact with his opponent's fist, he knew he couldn't block his opponent's punch. Lost completely. Iron Warrior Madness sighed. Why is that so? He's obviously 3 small realms below me. Why would he defeat me with a single punch? Aren't I a genius? Yu Tianxin asked the question that Su Luo Li had once asked. He himself was a rare genius with a top-notch physique, but why was he being attacked by others below him? Shouldn't you be the one who's down on your own? His eyes were a bit dim, truly struck by Mu Chen's punch. The chi and blood in his body is extremely terrifying. It's already beyond the realm of the body refinement realm, Iron Warrior Frenzy said. Then what exactly is his cultivation level? Yu Tianxin's eyes bloomed with a bright light. 6th level of body refining. Yu Tianxin closed himself up. It would have been fine if he had lost to a genius above the body refinement realm, but it turned out that the other party was actually only at the 6th level of body refinement, which caused him to have serious doubts about his own strength. At this moment, Li Mufan's voice came out. Ha ha ha. You don't have to be frustrated, senior nephew, because you're not the first. This second disciple of mine also possesses a top-notch physique, but the first cut was stunned by a finger flick from Mufan, and the second cut Mufan stood and let her fight as a result was able to break her own finger bones. So it can be said that she is even more miserable than you are, so look on the bright side. Su Luo Li's face darkened. Was it necessary to tell those things about herself? Master, that's all in the past, why bring it up? Su Luo Li said unhappily. Ha ha ha. Isn't this for the sake of my heavenly god senior nephew to feel better? And don't look at the fact that you are now a small realm higher in cultivation than your senior brother, but if you were to make a move right now it would still be the same result. Li Mufan laughed. He could see that Su Luo Li was a bit foolish again these days, so he had to remind her of this so that she wouldn't get hurt when the time came. Chapter 11. Killing the Heart. Su Luo Li frowned. Just now the power of senior brother's punch was too strong. The 9th level of body refining Yu Tianxin couldn't even block it, let alone himself. She was glad in her heart that she was fortunate to have Yu Tianxin test out her senior brother's depths ahead of time, or else she would have definitely suffered a loss if she had challenged him rashly. Why? Aren't we all geniuses? Yu Tianxin asked as he got up from the deep pit and came to the crowd with a dejected expression. The crowd couldn't answer for this. It was reasonable to say that for a genius like them there shouldn't be a following, but it did happen now. I told you, there is no genius in my eyes. Mu Chen replied. I'm not afraid to blow you away. Just now I only used less than half of my power. Who made the other guy so arrogant before? To make himself recognize reality? The reality was that there was indeed no genius in front of him. Yu Tianshan's expression stiffened as he clenched his lips. You wouldn't be saying that because you're purposely striking me down, would you? Half the power? Wouldn't that mean that the other party would have the power to defeat himself at the third level of body refining? Yu Tianshan didn't believe that someone could actually do such a thing. Then you can choose to come and feel my full power strike, and you'll know if I've intentionally struck you. Mu Chen smiled, and his body's qi and blood rumbled like thunder, and the sound was even a few points thicker than just now. Yu Tianshan finally realized that his opponent really didn't use his full strength before, which made his heart very disheveled, and he ended up coughing violently, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Perhaps the other was right. There was indeed no genius in his eyes. Senior nephew, there's no need to be so disheveled. You have the mad heavenly bastard body. These special body qualities will only start to kick in when you reach the Fate C realm. Winning or losing in the body refinement realm doesn't count for much. Don't look at Mu Chen as strong right now. Perhaps you'll be able to defeat him with a single punch when you reach the body refinement realm. After all, he doesn't have any special physique. Mufan smiled in relief. He's right. The only way for a special physique to show its power is to reach the Fate C realm. There's no need to dwell on winning or losing with the body refinement realm. And his qi and blood is extremely terrifying. It doesn't even look like the qi and blood that a body refinement realm cultivator should have. I think he should be a supreme genius in terms of the body refinement Dao. Hey, old Li, how about letting me have this disciple of yours? Only I can completely dig out his potential. Iron Warrior Frenzy actually wanted to dig Mu Chen over. To have such majestic qi and blood at the body refinement realm, it was hard to imagine how terrifying his qi and blood would be after breaking through the Fate C realm. So the Iron Warrior madness of the body refinement Dao was truly moved by Mu Chen. You're thinking fart food. Li Mufan blankly rejected the other party outright. No matter what the reason was to have such a base in the body refinement realm, it definitely wouldn't be bad in the future. Humph, petty. Iron Warrior skimmed his lips. And then Yu Tianshan crossed paths with Su Luo Li to spar. But the result was undoubtedly victorious. After all, Su Luo Li's cultivation was indeed 2 small realms lower than his, and not everyone was Mu Chen without his kind of terrifyingly unimaginable battle power. However, Mu Chen's power had been seared into Yu Tianshan's heart, and he resolved to wait until he broke through the Fate C realm to definitely have another match with the other party. After the 2 Iron Warrior madmen left, Qian Lingxue also left the Green Destiny Peak. When he left, he was not shy about praising Mu Chen and hoped that he would carry his might all the way through. Waiting until there were no more outsiders, Li Mufan laughed out loud. That fellow Iron Warrior madness wanted to make me lose face with the help of his disciples, but he didn't expect to hit his own face. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant in front of me in the future. Although he didn't really care about the outcome, he was happy to see his opponent suffer. Senior, can you tell me why senior brother he is so strong? Su Luo Li asked suspiciously. Why was it that Mu Chen was able to easily defeat Yu Tianshan while he couldn't? It should be that he has some kind of supreme treasure that can enhance his qi and blood. After all, for the body refinement realm, the stronger the qi and blood, the stronger the battle power will be. But he didn't deliberately check. After all, who doesn't have a little secret? As long as it didn't do any harm to Mu Chen, he wouldn't interfere too much. If he examined it carefully and deeply now, he might have realized that there were no so-called treasures within Mu Chen's body, and that the root of everything came from the unimaginably powerful origin force within his body. Origin is the foundation of the body. As long as there is an origin in all living beings, the stronger the origin, the more vigorous the life force. So that's it. Su Luo Li drifted off. As I advised you heavenly god earlier, you shouldn't be discouraged. You possess the supreme glazed immortal body. This special physique will only gradually show its power when you reach the Fate C realm. Your senior brother is strong probably only at the body refinement realm, while you'll probably be strong all the way in the future. So work hard on your cultivation. Li Mufan motivated. Yes, master. Su Luo Li nodded her head, her eyes glowing with energy. Mu Chen, come over here. I'll tell you about the next cultivation of the body refinement realm by the way. Li Mufan said towards Mu Chen, who was preparing to enter the palace to cultivate not far away. Yes, master. Waiting for Mu Chen to come over, Li Mufan said, your cultivation is close to the 9th level of body refining, but for you, the 9th level is not the limit, the 12th level is, and once your cultivation breaks through the 10th level of body refining, The blood in your body will begin to gradually turn golden, and when the 12th level is complete, your blood will completely turn into golden blood. Mufan explained to the two men the cultivation method from the 10th to the 12th weight of the body refining. The 1st to the 9th weight was very simple, only the 10th to the 12th weight was somewhat difficult to cultivate. That's why he took the time to explain to the two men. Master, is there a 13th level above the 12th level? Only after Master Teacher finished his explanation did Mu Chen open his mouth to ask. There is, but no one has seen it, and no one has been able to cultivate to that realm in the body refining realm. It only exists in legends. It is said that once one reaches the breakthrough 13th level, one can exude qi and blood and form a vision, and even at the body refinement realm one can utilize qi and blood to attack opponents, but that is only documented in the ancient texts, and even none of our ancient ancestors of the Age Immortal Sect have ever seen it with their own eyes. If you guys have the ability to cultivate to the 13th level of body refinement, you'll really be making a name for yourselves in our Age Immortal Sect. Mufan laughed. Mu Chen stroked his chin. 13 weights existed in legends, so what would he say if he cultivated to 33 weights by then? However, he was only at the 6th level of body refinement now, so he was still a bit far from that step. The reason why his cultivation was lagging behind Luo Li was mainly because he was consuming too much, the number of pills he needed was huge, and even refining the pills required quite a bit of time. If you need cultivation resources, you can just ask. The resources here in Master's place will be enough, Mufan said. Disciple needs body tempering pills and body tempering liquid. Mu Chen didn't hesitate to open his mouth. How much? As many as it takes. Chapter 12, the 8th level of body refinement, Immortal Temple of the Ages. Mufan froze and laughed. How much do you want? You kid is so crazy. You want so many body refining realm resources to use up. Disciples' chi and blood is too strong, so the consumption has to be many times more than other cultivators. Those resources you gave me before, Master, have already been consumed, and the next consumption is definitely going to be even more than before, so much so that it's hard for Disciple to even estimate it. Mufan said with a smile. Just the 6th weight of body refining had consumed so many resources. How many stations would be consumed by the future 33rd weight of body refining was simply unimaginable. Mufan nodded his head. Your consumption is indeed horrible, but the benefits it brings are also considerable. Then go to the warehouse in the palace and get it yourself. All the resources that the clan has issued to Master are placed there. Take as much as you need yourself, and the same goes for Luo Li. He still had faith in his disciples and didn't mince words. Yes, thank you, Master. The two of them, Mu Chen, bowed their hands and entered the palace treasury to search for the resources they needed. Mufan's treasury was a modest room from the outside, but the interior was like a starry sky, vast and vast, countless treasures floating in the air like a star, emitting light, waiting for the person of destiny. Master is so rich. Luo Li couldn't help but sigh. That has to be, Master is one of the 9 peak masters of the Age Immortal Sect. Can he not be rich? Anything he takes out with his hands could be a supreme treasure that many cultivators would swoon over. Mufan laughed. Having such a backer was really too comfortable. If he were to switch to the Heavenly Sage dynasty where he was from, he was afraid that the entire dynasty's body-quenching dan and also body-quenching liquid would all be consumed cleanly, and would not be enough for what he needed for his own body-refining realm. The two of them didn't take any other treasures, and only chose the body-tempering pill and body-tempering liquid, which were the best treasures for the body-refining realm. Returning to his room, without the slightest delay, Mu Chen began to continue his cultivation because there was still almost half a month or so until the outer sect competition that his master had mentioned, and he didn't know if he would be able to cultivate to the 12th level of body refinement in such a short period of time. However, unlike before, this time he didn't continue to cultivate the 12 styles of body refinement, but instead, he cultivated the 33 styles of body refinement given by the system instead. Originally, he had planned to wait until his cultivation had reached the 12th level of body refinement before starting to cultivate this technique, but later, taking advantage of the rest period after his cultivation, Mu Chen had spent some time comprehending this technique and succeeded, and at that time, he had discovered that this technique's body refining effect was even stronger than the 12th body refinement style. If that's the case, why leave the more effective ones unused? As before, he took the body tempering pill and operated the heart technique while his body assumed various strange body refining postures. And this time, Mu Chen actually didn't persevere. 33 movements, he could only cultivate 25 before he felt severe pain throughout his body, making it difficult to continue. This system-rewarded technique is really powerful. Previously, Mu Chen couldn't feel too much pressure at all when he cultivated the 12 styles of body refinement, but this time he had to terminate his cultivation. This is when the body-quenching liquid plays a huge role. After the immersion, the fatigue of his body dissipated once again, and then he began to continue practicing again and so on and so forth until a few days later, he was able to hit all the movements in the full set of Gongfu. And at this time, his cultivation had already broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. His body's qi and blood surging like the sea, and all aspects of his body's ability were once again many times stronger than before. At this rate, perhaps there's a chance that my cultivation will break through to the 12th level of body refinement by the time of the grand competition. Mu Chen guessed. You too hurry up and come out. Master has gotten you a good thing. Right at this moment, Li Mufan's voice suddenly entered the middle of Mu Chen's closed room. Good stuff. Mu Chen walked out of the palace with curiosity, only to see that a modest golden palace had once again appeared next to the palace. Master, what is this? Su Luo Li opened her mouth and asked. Age Immortal Hall. Li Mufan, who was lying on a tree branch, replied with a smile. The two of them, Mu Chen, looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what their master had gotten such a treasure for. This is a good thing. It can save a lot of time for cultivation. This Immortal Hall of the Years is equipped with a great formation of the years, which can accelerate the passage of the years. 1 day in the outside world is 20 days in the Immortal Hall, and 1 year in the outside world is 20 years in the inside, so the effect is powerful. For you geniuses, although your cultivation speed is fast, you need more resources and it takes longer to make a breakthrough. The Age Immortal Hall can save you a lot of time. After hearing his master's father introduce the role of the Age Immortal Hall, Mu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He really needed this kind of thing too much right now. Right now, there were almost 10 days or so before the outer sect competition that Master Teacher had spoken of, and if one could cultivate in the Age Immortal Hall, it would be around 200 days, and such a long period of time would definitely allow one's cultivation to reach an extremely terrifying level. What a powerful effect, Master. This item should consume a lot, right? Su Luo Li couldn't help but ask. Well, the consumption of this kind of thing is naturally not low. Those small forces definitely can't afford to feed this thing, but this kind of consumption is nothing for our Wan Dao Immortal Sect. And there's a Yearning Immortal Hall on top of each of the 9 peaks. In addition, the inner sect also has several Yearning Immortal Halls just to speed up the cultivation speed of the disciples, but they need to spend a lot of sect contribution points if they want to enter the halls to cultivate, but you guys can use them for free. Alright, the efficacy of the Immortal Hall has been told to you, you may use it. Li Mufan finished hugging the green leather wine gourd and lay down on the tree branch to sleep again, no longer paying attention to them. Senior brother, go in? Su Luo Li said. You go in first. I'll go see how the seeds I sowed earlier are doing. Mu Chen laughed. Okay. I'll go in first then. Su Luo Li nodded her head and entered into the Age Immortal Hall. She had also become accustomed to the fact that her senior brother liked to farm. After all, the other party had to go around in the fields almost every day. While she had a hard time understanding why her senior brother would like farming, she respected that. Mu Chen came to the field and took out some materials from the system space and began to set it up according to the system's prompts. Just now, the system released a new task for him, asking him to set up age formations for the fields he had reclaimed to speed up the growth of the crops. Although Mu Chen knew nothing about formations, but fortunately there were hints from the system, he only needed to follow the system's hints and do as he was told, so the task was very simple. Placing the materials required for the grand array in the designated location, and placing a circular array disc in the center of the field, a golden light flashed in an instant, and the system-required age grand array was successfully set up. Congratulations to the host on the completion of the mission. The reward, Hongmeng Prison Suppressing Tripod, has been issued. Please check in time for receipt by the host. Accompanied by the system voice, Mu Chen realized that a 3-legged, 2-eared purple tripod had actually appeared in the depths of his brow and sea of consciousness, and the tripod's visions were extraordinary and shocking. Chapter 13 Hongmeng Prison Suppressing Cauldron, Closure, Outer Sect Competition. The Hongmeng Prison Suppressing Cauldron was condensed from the Hongmeng origin, which was the topmost supreme treasure in the world, bar none. Endless Hongmeng purple qi seemed like a heavenly river dropping down from the mouth of the tripod, vast and majestic. Above the round tripod, endless innate Dao marks are densely covered, forming mountains, rivers, grasses, trees, fish and insects, true dragons entrenched, immortal phoenixes roaming, kunpengs lifting their wings, and various other bizarre scenes. At the mouth of the tripod, there was an unbroken cosmic river of stars, within which there were stars rotating, rivers of stars, and patches of cosmic worlds floating in it. These cosmic stars were all condensed from the qi of Hongmeng, containing mysterious and unpredictable power. The Hongmeng Prison Suppressing Tripod. It's rather echoing my Hongmeng Prison Suppressing body, both possessing the power of the Hongmeng and the grade of this weapon will increase with my own cultivation. It's a very good treasure. Moreover, this spiritual treasure was condensed from the Hongmeng origin and was too extraordinary, so just as Mu Chen could fight across the border, even though it was only a first-order spiritual treasure right now, it could collide with those second- and third-order spiritual treasures without losing out. Moreover, this spiritual treasure also combines defense, attack, suppression, and refining with one. It can be said to be an extremely perfect treasure. Mu Chen was very satisfied with this spiritual treasure. His physical body was incomparably strong, and his fists were the best weapon, and then with the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron, which was a combination of offense and defense, he really didn't have any shortcomings of his own. This is really good. It's just a simple matter of following the prompts to set up a formation. It didn't take too long, and as a result, it gave such a generous reward. This system is really capable of handling it. A smile appeared on Mu Chen's face, and he now wished that the system could release more quests. Taking a deep breath and with a pleasant mood, Mu Chen entered the Age Immortal Hall. The Age Immortal Hall was divided into 2 layers. Luo Li had already started cultivating up on the first layer, so Mu Chen entered the second layer. The effect was the same, just to not disturb each other. Taking the body tempering pill, he began to cultivate the 33 styles of body refining again. Time passed quickly in cultivation, and soon more than 200 days passed. Senior brother, it's time to come out. Luo Li came to the second level and reminded. Is it time for the outer sect competition so soon? Mufan asked with a smile as he opened his eyes. It's already been over 200 days. Okay? Why is it that you still don't think you have enough time, elder brother? Luo Li laughed. If it wasn't for this Age Immortal Hall, then they would have only passed more than 10 days by now, and it would be impossible for them to cultivate for such a long period of time. Yeah, I was about to break through the Life Sea realm. It's a pity. Mu Chen got up and sighed. If he had another half a month or so, he would have been able to break through to the next great realm. At that time, his 2 ultimate physiques would be born out of the physique treasure art, and he was looking forward to it. What? Elder brother, you actually haven't broken through to the Life Sea realm yet? Luo Li's pretty face revealed a look of disbelief. No, it's about to break through. Mu Chen smiled back, not feeling any problems at all. No. So what have you been doing for so long? Luo Li stared at Mu Chen with bright eyes in doubt. Cultivation, what else can I do? It's just that my foundation is too thick. It's too hard to break through. Mu Chen said helplessly. 33 levels of body refinement, to be able to cultivate to this level in more than 200 days was already the result of him putting in his best efforts without the slightest slacking off. But wherever he was lazy, it was impossible for him to cultivate to this realm. The time and resources needed to cultivate and break through after the 12th weight was simply unimaginable. Luo Li looked at Mu Chen with a skeptical face, carefully sizing up the other party. She said with some disbelief, "It's not possible for a deeper foundation to be so difficult to break through. It must be that you've been slacking off. You're just waiting to be criticized by your master." However, the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. If that was the case, then she could definitely finish off her opponent by challenging her senior brother now, right? Wouldn't that avenge the 2 previous injuries? After all, she had now reached the perfection of the Sea of Life realm and was about to cross into the 3rd realm, the Tao Will realm, so it wasn't a breeze to finish off the refined body realm. The smile at the corner of Luo Li's mouth nearly couldn't be suppressed when she thought of this. Criticize all you want. There's nothing I can do about it, but I really did my best. However, these words fell on Luo Li's ears but turned into another meaning. That is, Mu Chen's potential had been exhausted and it would be difficult to catch up with her in the future. At this moment, Luo Li's heart of wanting to be a senior sister stirred again. Mu Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "Let's go. Get out." Leaving the Age Immortal Hall, the 2 of them appeared on the Qingdian Peak, and after half a year had passed, both of them had grown quite a bit compared to before, and their figures had become even taller. Luo Li was dressed in a peach-colored long dress, with her black non hanging down and floating, and there was a hint of coldness in her demeanor. Mufan was handsome, with handsome features and a warm smile on his face, giving people a very intimate feeling, plus that trademark farmer's clothing, making him look rather ordinary. Huh? Where's Master? Luo Li looked towards the ancient tree where Li Mufan often lay, but did not find the other party's figure. And right at this moment, 2 tokens flew over towards Mu Chen and the 2 of them, and at the same time a voice came from the tokens. Master has something to go out for a trip. You guys can just go to the outer sect competition after you get out of the gate with the outer sect tokens that I have prepared for you, and whoever can achieve good results will be rewarded by Master when he comes back. As the voice fell, 2 tokens symbolizing the identity of the outer sect disciples fell into the hands of both Mu Chen. And then, with a flash of light on the token, the 2 of them disappeared into the green destiny peak. On a vast square in the outer sect of the Age Immortal sect, the 2 of them, Mu Chen, appeared here, and just as they raised their heads, the 2 of them saw 4 huge, clean white lists suspended in midair. Body Refinement Realm List, Fate Sea Realm List, Tao Will Realm List, Divine Hidden Realm List. Is this a realm divided into a list? Luo Li muttered as she looked at the list. Each list had 10,000 slots showing the name, cultivation level, and ranking in order. The top 100 show a gold color, 100 to 1,000 show a purple color, and 1,000 to 10,000 show a red color. The list is simple and clear, a glance can be read. Just 2 people look around the circle also did not find that there are quite a lot of disciples here. But there is no ring, there is no competition to cut. Just as the 2 were puzzled, a white-clothed young man holding a folding fan with a dignified appearance walked over with a smile on his face and arched his hand towards Luo Li. How are you? This senior sister, junior Yun. I'm polite in this compartment. Something? Luo Li's voice was clear and cold. I see that you have a blank look on your face. I think it must still be your first time to participate in the sect competition, and you don't know much about the sect competition. Do you need me to introduce you to senior brother? Yun laughed. Then thanks to this senior brother, we do know nothing about it and are wondering why we haven't seen any disciples competing here. Could it be that the competition has already ended? Luo Li was puzzled. Yun opened his folding fan with a clatter and lightly shook it as he laughed. Not really. In fact, the grand competition is in full swing. Then why don't we see anyone cutting? Mufan asked. They're dicing, right there. The folding fan in Yun's hand pointed towards the 4 clean white lists suspended in the air. Chapter 14. Anger at the Elders. The 2 of them, Mu Chen, were puzzled. There wasn't anything on that list other than the rankings. But just then they noticed the token in the hands of a disciple in the square flying out and landing on the list suspended in the air, and then that disciple's figure suddenly disappeared into the square. What's happening here? Mufan wondered. Yun glanced at Mu Chen, lingering on his peasant garb for a moment. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a sneer. Where's this pariah from? Up from the green destiny peak. Mu Chen replied with an expressionless face. Green underworld peak? What nook and cranny little place? Never heard of it. Yun snorted and directly squeezed Mu Chen, who was standing side by side with Luo Li, to the side and stood in the middle of the 2 of them, explaining to Luo Li with a smile. In fact, there exists a piece of spatial world in that list, and the competitions all take place on the side there. You should all have identity tokens, right? As long as the identity token is branded onto the name of the disciple corresponding to the list, you will be teleported into the inner world of the list and fight with the corresponding disciple. If you win, you will replace the opponent's rankings, and if you lose, you will naturally get nothing. I see. I thought I needed to spar in the ring under the auspices of the elders. Luo Li nodded. How can that be? Our Wandao Immortal Sect is an immortal Dao power that has existed for endless years, with millions and millions of disciples outside the sect. If we let these disciples go up to the ring one by one to spar, then I don't know how many years it would take to complete a sect competition. And there is still a possibility that artificial hosts may mix personal feelings and lead to unfair results. But that list is a spiritual treasure, so you don't have to worry too much in the list, and the list has a spirit that is impartial and won't be biased in favor of anyone. Mu Chen glanced at Yun and frowned slightly. This fellow was a bit too impolite. What kind of look is that? Are you displeased with this young man? Yun looked at Mu Chen and snorted coldly. Humph. It's a blessing you've cultivated over several lifetimes to be able to stand with this young man, and you dare to put on a face for me? Kneel down. He frowned with a cold face and let out a sharp cry. Who did you tell to get on their knees? Mukin's eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, it's you. Yun tilted his head and said proudly. This young man's shoes are dirty. Kneel down and lick this young man's shoes clean, and I'll forgive you for the disrespect you just showed me. His tone was calm, but the words were nakedly humiliating. Mu Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, and without hesitation, he slapped the other party's face, and along with a crisp sound, Yun's body spun several times in the air and smashed onto the ground. Such a scene immediately attracted the gazes of many disciples around. A disciple was surprised. Who is this? Daring to hit Yun? Doesn't he know that this is Elder Shui Wancher's grandson? How can so many disciples in the outer sect all know Yun's identity? And looking at this person's attire, he's the kind of person who doesn't have much of a background. I bet he'll be on his knees apologizing to Xuelingyun later. A disciple whispered. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? This young man will get you killed. Xuelingyun hissed as he covered his fiery face and glared at Mu Chen. Boom, the threatening words had just been shouted out when Xuelingyun was sent flying out hundreds of meters by Mu Chen's kick, ruthlessly smashing into the ground, a kick that directly caused the other party to spray blood from his mouth. I'm so sick of people threatening me, Mu Chen said in a cold voice. Those surrounding disciples who knew Xuelingyun's background immediately changed their faces and moved away from the area. That Xuelingyun's back was against the elders, and those who dared to make a move against him basically didn't end well. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, Xuelingyun hissed, taking out a token and instantly crushing it. Yes, he was going to shake people. Why don't you hurry up and leave this place? This senior brother. This Xuelingyun is the grandson of Elder Xue Wanshare, with a powerful background. While that elder hasn't come yet, you'd better hurry up and leave to avoid the trouble. Otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. A youth not far away reminded Mu Chen. Leave? Still want to leave now? It's too late. As long as you're still in the Wandao Immortal Sect, you won't be able to escape my grandfather. Xuelingyun got up, ignoring the blood on the corner of his mouth to glare at Mu Chen and roared. Just a mere outer sect elder? Is it very powerful? Mufan smiled disdainfully. Young man, you have a wild mouth. Right at this moment, a gray-clothed old man figure suddenly appeared beside Xuelingyun. Grandpa. He's the one who beat me up. You have to avenge me. Seeing the visitor, Xuelingyun's mouth bled as he pointed at Mu Chen and hastily complained. Xue Wanshare sized up Mufan, dressed in simple peasant garb. It was obvious that he had little background, so he could pack with confidence. A body refinement realm. How dare you be so arrogant? I see that you simply don't know the heights of heaven. Xue Wanshare's eyes were slightly cold. What? You hallowed elder want to go down personally? There are so many people here watching, and you're not afraid of being laughed at. Mu Chen looked at the other party and laughed. Joke? Ha ha ha, old me is afraid of being laughed at? You bullied old me's grandson. Shouldn't I step in? Xue Wanshare laughed out loud, not putting Mu Chen in his eyes in the slightest. Who let him be so arrogant with his mouth? Actually dare to let me kneel down and lick his shoes? I'm just giving him a bit of a lesson. This is if you leave the clan. If you dare to be so arrogant outside, you will lose your life. Mu Chen said coldly. However, Xue Wanshare snorted coldly. Humph, to be able to kneel down and lick the shoes of my grandson is an honor for you. Don't be ignorant. I'll give you another chance. Kneel down and lick the filth from my grandson's shoes and obtain my grandson's forgiveness. Then I won't be bothered with anything from you today, or else you won't want to leave this place alive. You should know that with my status. Even if I kill you, the clan won't punish me severely. Old thing, I'm going to you. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're an elder? And honor me? Still won't let me leave here alive? Come on. Little master, I'm standing here today. If you have the patience to move a single hair of mine, try it. Tadimas, no wonder your grandson dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he learned from you, This arrogance uninformed still thought that you were the old ancestor of the Wandao Immortal Sect descended? Mufan directly cracked his mouth. And licking each other's shoes is its own honor? But if he was stronger than the other party, he would have already smacked him over. Luo Li looked at Mu Chen in surprise. The other party had always given him the feeling of being gentle and modest. Today he actually exploded directly into foul language. This was really another side that she had never seen before. Those disciples around were also stunned. This person is so bold. Dare to insult the elders in front of him? This was a crime of great disrespect within the sect. Grandpa. Kill him. Kill him. Xuelingyun roared loudly. Dare to disrespect the elders. Kid, you seek death. Xue Wanshare was completely enraged as he directly struck out, his palm suppressing towards Mu Chen. To be able to become an elder, one's cultivation was extremely extraordinary, and it was simply impossible for Mu Chen to block this palm drop from him. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared and similarly struck out with a palm, blocking Xue Wanshare's palm. Chapter 15 Peak Master's Personal License. Mu Chen, why are you stopping me? Looking at the figure that appeared, Xue Wanshare drank in a deep voice. Don't you think it's unseemly for a hall elder to make a move on a sect disciple? Their young people's matters should be left to their young people. A middle-aged, slightly chubby man said with a smile. This person was none other than Mu Chen, who was also an outer sect elder. Nonsense. If they could have solved it themselves, would my grandson have been injured? And to insult me like this in broad daylight, in front of the sect disciples and this elder, there's absolutely no way this elder will let this matter go. Shui Wanshare grunted coldly. Mu Zetian looked at Mu Chen beside him and said, "Little fellow, apologize to Elder Shui and admit your mistake. Otherwise it won't do you any good. Apologize and admit fault? Why should I apologize and admit my fault? Shueling Yun made me kneel and lick my shoes to insult me so much. I was already merciful by not beating him to death, and I still have to apologize." Mukin smiled disdainfully. If you have such a strong attitude, I won't be able to plead for you." Mu Zetian frowned. The main reason why he appeared was because he was worried that Shui Wanshare would really kill this disciple here if the disciple was in the wrong. There would be a conviction and trial by the sect's law enforcement hall, and an elder beheading a disciple in private would have a serious impact on the elder's reputation. Especially since this was the time of the outer sect competition. Many people's gazes were watching this place. "Thank you, Senior, for your kind words. But the late generation doesn't need Senior to plead for me." Mukin laughed. "Ha ha ha, Mu Zetian, see? How arrogant is this disciple? Completely not giving you face, ah? Are you still going to block me?" Shui Wanshare sneered. "Hey, make yourselves at home." Mu Zetian shook his head and retreated to the side. This matter was something he didn't want to meddle in anymore. He tried to give steps to both sides, but unfortunately no one appreciated it. Shui Wanshare shouted angrily, "Kid, you insulted the elders. This elder sentences you to death today." Saying that, he attacked towards Mu Chen with a palm. Mu Chen just let out a cold smile and waved his hand to strike a token. When Shui Wanshare's palm landed on the token, it was immediately blocked. "What is it?" Shui Wanshare frowned. But when he saw the words on that token, his eyes widened and his body directly froze in place. This is... Mu Zetian's eyes were similarly wide with incredulity. One side of the token was inscribed with the words, "Pro-Disciple," while the other side was inscribed with the words, "Green Destiny Peak." His body stiffened as he looked at Mu Chen in horror. "This is the token of the Green Destiny Peak. You're the personal disciple of the Green Destiny Peak Master?" Green Destiny Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the inner sect, represented the supreme status of the Age Immortal Sect. The personal disciples of the Peak Master have an unparalleled and transcendent status in the Age Immortal Sect, and it can be said without any hesitation that apart from the old ancestors and the Peak Masters, the status of these personal disciples is the highest, even if the sect's law enforcement hall can't control them. Mu Chen didn't answer him. He just looked at Shui Wanshare and said coldly, "Come on, let your grandson come over. Are you satisfied with me kneeling down and licking his shoes?" Shui Wanshare's body shook violently as he looked at Mu Chen with trembling. He thought that the other party was just a disciple that was so unusual that it couldn't be any more unusual. But he didn't expect that the other party was actually the Peak Master's personal heirloom. The surrounding disciples looked on in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on and why the elder was so fearful after seeing the token. After all, for them, the Peak Master's personal transmission was simply not something they were qualified to have access to, and the personal transmission token was something they had never seen before. "No, I didn't know. I didn't know you were the Peak Master's own heirloom." Shui Wanshare looked horrified. His body staggered back, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Didn't you just say that licking your grandson's shoes is my honor? I want that honor now, so please have Shueling Yun come here." Mu Chen said expressionlessly. "No, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. For the love of my unknowing. Please, 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 please." Shui Wanshare's body shook like a sieve, nearly unsteady on his feet. "Uninformed? What don't you know? You know everything clearly. You know that it was Shueling Yun who humiliated me before, yet you still want to kill me to take it out on him. Aren't you aware of everything? You tell me what you don't know." Mukin sneered. "What's wrong with you, Grandpa? Why don't you do something to kill him yet?" Shueling Yun hurriedly shouted. "Shut up!" Shui Wanshare roared and slapped the other party's face, instantly sending Shueling Yun flying in mid-air to finally land on the ground and pass out. This time, half of Shueling Yun's face was smacked to pieces. But Mu Chen didn't pay any attention to them as he looked at Mu Zetian and said, "I don't know what crime it is to go out and behead the Peak Master's personal heir in broad daylight." "Ah, this?" Mu Zetian's heart sank. "What crime? It's a capital offense. I hope you will truthfully inform the law enforcement hall of the other party's behavior. I'll be waiting for your news on the Green Destiny Peak. Don't let my master make a run for it when the time comes." Mu Chen left a sentence behind and dropped his eyes on the list. The next thing would be handled by someone else without his intervention, and if the result upset him, then it would be better to handle it again. Mu Zetian looked at the almost scared Shui Wanshare, could not help but sigh. Just now he stopped the other party. But unfortunately the other party did not listen to it. Otherwise why would it be like this? Mu Chen took out his identity token. His name had already appeared in the name column on the token. Obviously this was from the hand of his master, Li Mufan, but the cultivation column was in a vacant state. He held the token in his hand to catalyze his own cultivation, only to find that the cultivation column actually surfaced the words, refining body 12 weight. HM? How come it's the 12th level of body refining? I'm clearly at the 33rd level of body refining. Mu Chen frowned. Could it be that this token can only show up to 12 levels of body refining? He recalled that his master had once said that the 13 heavens of body refining belonged to the realm of legends, and no one had ever cultivated to that extent, and perhaps it was precisely because of that that the 13 heavens of body refining couldn't be recorded, not to mention the 33 heavens of body refining. Thinking of this, his mind moved, and the token in his hand flew towards the Fate C realm list, and his target wasn't even the unusual Fate C realm, but the existence that ranked first. When the token touched the name of the person who ranked first in the Life C realm on the list, Mu Chen's silhouette suddenly disappeared into the square. HM? He's actually going to challenge Bai Mengyao, who is ranked first in the Fate C realm. Mu Zetian was surprised. What? Is that guy strong? Su Luo Li asked. You don't know about Bai Mengyao? Mu Zetian looked at the other party in doubt. As long as there was no Fate C realm in the outer sect that didn't know about Bai Mengyao's existence. Unless the other party was from the inner sect. I don't know, never heard of it. Su Luo Li shook her head. I wonder where the girl's teacher comes from? My master. Qingdian Peak Master Li Mufan. Hiss. Mu Zetian's expression changed, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This is actually the Peak Master's personal biography again? He hurriedly explained with a smile. Bai Mengyao is very strong, her cultivation at the perfection of the Life C realm, and she possesses the first sequence's special physique. No one has been able to shake her position since the start of the grand competition. Oh? First sequence physique. Su Luo Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and in her heart, she finally had some interest in this great competition. Chapter 16 First in the Sea of Fate realm. Mu Chen's figure appeared in the inner space of the list, which was a huge martial arts arena surrounded by an emerald green mountain range. The moment he appeared in the martial arts arena, the silhouette of a woman with a ponytail and a long white dress appeared on the other side, and it was none other than Bai Mengyao's lingering shadow. Not instants, Mufan wondered, after the shadow appeared and arched his hand towards Mu Chen. His body turned into a blur with a whoosh and rushed towards Mu Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him, and a fist blasted towards his chest. Very fast. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his toes violently stepped on the ground and his body retreated backward, while his fists clenched tightly, and he blasted his fist towards the other party. The unparalleled speed coupled with the terrifying power directly caused the air to emit a popping sound. Boom! The two fists collided together, erupting a sound as if steel colliding. An air wave swept towards the surroundings from the collision point. In the next instant, Bai Mengyao's figure instantly flew backwards, but halfway through her flight, she forcefully stabilized her figure, and then once again transformed into a residual shadow and impacted over. And at the same time, a palm landed, and the energy formed a number of bright stars in her palm, suppressing it towards Mu Chen. This is a Dao magic power? Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a few points of positive color were brought to his originally lazy expression. This kind of means can only be used when the cultivation level reaches the Sea of Life realm. Arriving at this realm, the body will be able to store the energy of heaven and earth, and can use the Dao magic aptitude at will. Unlike the refining realm, the means of attack is to compete with the physical body. Mu Chen's fists powered up, mobilizing the blood in his entire body to flow rapidly, emitting a rumbling sound that was deafening, as if it was a dam releasing a torrent of water, before his fist blasted at the other party's palm that was slapping over. Boom! With a loud bang, accompanied by a brilliant light exploding, Bai Mengyao's silhouette was once again blasted backwards, and the arm that was attacking toward Mu Chen directly exploded. This won't work. It can't even block my punch. Mu Chen shook his head, a little disappointed. Just now he had only used less than 40% of his strength, and as a result, he had blown out one of his opponent's arms. Does this shadow really possess the power of this battle? Mufan wondered. It shouldn't be the other party's problem, but my battle power is too strong. Although he was unable to use Dao magic aptitudes like a Fate C realm cultivator, he was equipped with 2 types of ultimate physiques, and coupled with his 33rd level of body refinement cultivation, his fleshly strength was unimaginably powerful. At this time, the opposite side of Bai Mengyao's silhouette's arm that blew up quickly recovered, and then only saw her hand clench her seal, and a slowly rotating bright star suddenly appeared outside her body. The star was condensed from energy and emitted a powerful sense of oppression. Another Dao divine power? But it's a bit different from the feeling given by the Dao divine power just now. This should be the opponent's physical treasure art, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, those stars impacted towards Mu Chen. The stars that were originally only the size of a soccer ball beside Bai Mengyao turned into behemoths, more than a dozen meters in diameter, when they crashed into Mu Chen. And each one of them carried a powerful and incomparable attack force. Mu Chen let out a low drink. His body's qi and blood boiled and rumbled, like thunder shaking the heavens, and eventually his qi and blood transformed into a tens of meters long golden blood dragon that penetrated through his body and met the star that crashed into him. This golden blood dragon was something that appeared after his cultivation broke through the 13th level of body refining, condensed from the essence of qi and blood in his body, possessing a strong attack power, one of the few means of attack he had now. Rumbling and rumbling, the golden blood dragon charged across, destroying everything in its path. A huge star exploded, and in an instant, countless violent explosions rang out between the two of them, transforming into a huge energy storm that wreaked havoc in the area. Boom! The golden blood dragon slammed into Bai Mengyao, instantly collapsing the other party's body. The winner of this match, Mu Chen. It was also at the moment when the opponent's body collapsed that a magnificent voice rang out in the martial arts arena. Is this a win? I've only utilized nearly half of my power. Mu Chen was a bit disinterested and didn't enjoy himself at all, and he decided to continue challenging the Dao Will Realm list after he went out. It was also at this moment that Mu Chen's figure was teleported from the list space to the square. How was it, senior? Luo Li asked hurriedly. There is a delay in the rankings on the list, and at the moment no changes have occurred. Easy to hold. Not the slightest bit challenging, Mu Chen said truthfully. What challenge could it be in his eyes when it only allowed him to use half of his power? The corner of Mu Zetian's mouth twitched. Even if the other party was the Peak Master's personal heirloom, it couldn't possibly be this strong, right? Bai Mengyao was a first sequence physique, and even if the other party was also a first sequence physique of the Fate C realm, it couldn't be said that it wasn't the slightest bit challenging, right? However, Mu Chen's words caused Luo Li to be hit hard. Her supreme glazed immortal body was also a first sequence physique. Wouldn't that mean that even though her cultivation had reached the perfection of the Sea of Life realm, she still had no chance of winning against her senior brother? One would even be crushed by the other party. Impossible, Master said that we special physiques will only begin to show the power of our special physiques when we reach the Fate C realm. And how can senior brother be so strong when he doesn't have any special physiques and his bloodline seal hasn't been lifted? Luo Li was very reluctant. His own idea of suppressing his elder brother's desire to become a senior sister was going to be strangled in the cradle again before it could be implemented. However, right at this moment, someone suddenly lost their voice and exclaimed, "Look guys, the first place on the Life C realm list has changed hands, and the one who defeated Bai Mengyao is actually a cultivator of the refined body realm? This is fake, right?" A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the gazes of all the disciples in the square looked towards the Fate C realm list in unison, only to see that the information on the first place had changed. Originally, it was first place, Bai Mengyao, cultivation, perfection of the Life C realm, but now it's become first place, Mu Chen, cultivation, 12th level of body refinement. It's still really the 12th level of body refining? Mu Chen? Who is Mu Chen? Why have I never heard of such a person before? It's normal that we haven't heard of them. We have millions of disciples in the outer sect, and there are always people that we don't recognize. Something is wrong, something is very 12% wrong. Which of these people who can make it onto the list is not profoundly deep and has reached the 12th level of body refinement? This Mu Chen, even if he is at the 12th level of body refining in front of these people, doesn't have any advantage, and it is rumored that Bai Mengyao has the first sequence physique Wan Dao star body. For this kind of demon, it is simply impossible to exist to be fought by other people across the border. How did this guy called Mu Chen manage to do it? Everyone was talking, shocked by this body refinement realm cultivator who appeared on the Fate C realm list. Curious as to what ability this person named Mu Chen actually had to defeat the absolute heavenly pride Bai Mengyao with a body refining 12th gravity cultivation. Mu Zetian was dumbfounded. He thought that Mu Chen had challenged Bai Mengyao with a Life C realm consummation, but it turned out that he was actually at the body refining realm. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Chapter 17 Chen Ling Shui's shock. You! How did you do that? He couldn't help but lose his voice. This has never happened before. If the spirit of the list wasn't impartial, he would have suspected if the other party had bought off the spirit of the list and falsified the results of the competition. How do you do it? It's not just a matter of having hands. Mu Chen replied. Mu Zetian was completely speechless. What did he mean by having hands? It's never going to happen, okay? Such a scene also caused those sect executives who had been paying attention to the list to be astonished as well. The Wandao Immortal Sect would recruit disciples from the outside world every 3 years, and there must be some geniuses among the large number of these disciples, and every big competition would be the time for these geniuses to show their talent, which would also be an opportunity for the sect elders to select their disciples. Especially since the Wandao Immortal Sect had 2 consecutive visions of the birth of an ingenious physique not long ago, so the crowd was paying extra attention to this grand competition. All of the higher echelons of the inner sect, from Patriarch Chen Lingxue as well as the peak masters, down to the elders of the inner and outer sect, were all staring at the list, hoping to look for traces of those 2 peerless demons. It would definitely be a heavenly blessing to take him as a disciple. Mu Chen? Who is this person? Could it be one of those 2 peerless demons? An elder thought in his heart. To be able to have this kind of terrifying battle power, it was hard not to let the crowd associate him with the Gaijin demon who had awakened the inquisitive physique. Some of the elders immediately moved to fly towards the outer sects, wanting to see with their own eyes just who this Mu Chen was. Isn't this the disciple of that old Biden Li Mufan? He's actually letting his disciple go to the outer sect competition? Holy, why didn't I think of this? It's a chance for these youngsters of theirs to sharpen their skills as well. On Tianyue Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Wandao Immortal Sect, Taizhanya, who was also gazing at the list, patted his shiny head and immediately called his disciple Yu Tianshin over to participate in the outer sect competition as well. Li Mufan, this disciple's strength is really strong, actually being able to defeat the number 1 existence of the Fate C realm with a cultivation of the 12th level of the body refinement realm is really mind-boggling. As the peak master, he was well aware of the gold content of the strength of the disciples on this list. Especially that kind of disciple who was steadily ranked first was almost always a supreme heavenly pride wherever he was placed. And yet, Mu Chen was able to defeat the Fate C realm perfection with a cultivation of the 12th level of body refinement, which was a situation that had never occurred in the past years of the Wandao Immortal Sect, so just by imagining it, one could understand to what extent the other party's strength was terrifying. How did this old Biden, Li Mufan, accept such a demonic disciple? Iron Warrior Frenzy was a little envious. Ever since the last time he had seen Mu Chen's terrifying power of qi and blood, he had wanted to snatch the other party. But unfortunately, Li Mufan didn't agree. And now that he had once again seen the terror of Mu Chen, Iron Warrior Madness was convinced that the other party was definitely a good material for body refining, which made him even more itchy, and he couldn't wait to go directly to the outer sect to snatch the other party up the mountain. At the same time, Qian Lingxue, who was on the main peak Wandao Peak, was also surprised. This disciple of senior brothers is truly extraordinary, but Mu Chen's Xianhuang's sacred dragon bloodline hasn't been unsealed yet. So how does he possess such a terrifying battle power? Qian Lingxue couldn't figure out the reason for this. The space of the list could not use spiritual treasures, nor could it rely on any external force. It could only rely on its own strength, which meant that this battle strength was something that Mu Chen himself possessed. Qian Lingxue flexed her fingers and shot out a ray of immortal light towards the outer sect ranking list, calling up the recorded image of the battle that Mu Chen had just fought. She wanted to see how this master-nephew of hers had defeated Bai Mengyao. Her bright eyes narrowed slightly when she saw a golden blood dragon appear from within Mu Chen's body, and she lost her voice. This is qi and blood transforming into form? How is it possible? This is a legendary sight that only appears when the body refinement realm is cultivated to the 13th level of body refinement. How could Mu Chen appear to have his qi and blood transform? Could it be that he has cultivated to the 13th level of body refinement? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The cultivation technique of the 13th level of body refinement has long since disappeared in the river of time. How could he possibly possess this technique? But this is clearly the transformation of qi and blood. The only way to do this in the body refinement realm is to cultivate to the 13th level of body refinement. Qian Lingshua's brows knitted tightly as she repeatedly looked at the battle images in front of her. This master-nephew of mine has a big secret on him, but looking at him, it seems like he didn't use his full strength. He should continue to challenge the Dao Will Realm list. Qian Lingxue settled for the idea of immediately going forward to look for Mu Chen, wanting to see what he would do next. He's Mu Chen. Someone in the surroundings pointed at Mu Chen and shouted. Wasn't the one who had just challenged by Meng Yao the guy in farmer's clothes in front of him? This sound directly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. After all, at this moment, the name Mu Chen had already attracted the attention of many people. He's Mu Chen? It looks mediocre. Someone looked at Mu Chen and frowned. Was the other party really a body refinement realm powerhouse who could defeat by Meng Yao? But why did it look like a farmer who farmed the land? Not like any great talent at all. Mu Chen didn't care about other people's eyes, but instead directly maneuvered the token to fly towards the first place on the Dao Wheel Realm list. Senior brother, you want to challenge the number 1 in the Dao Wheel Realm? Su Luo Li was surprised. After knowing the gold content of these people on the list, she didn't even dare to rashly challenge the number 1 in the Dao Wheel Realm. But this senior brother of hers actually took the lead. Yes. Let me see just how strong this Dao Wheel Realm number 1 is. Why don't you stop standing around wasting time and hurry up and challenge? Mu Chen disappeared into the square as soon as he spoke. Instead of taking a risk, Su Luoli intended to choose to challenge the 1000th place on the Dao Will Realm list to try out how deep the water in the outer sect was. Is he crazy? He actually wants to challenge Jiang Tianrui, who is the first in the Dao Will Realm with his body-refining realm cultivation. Although the other party isn't the first sequence physique, it's also the second sequence Underworld Thunder Saint physique, and the main thing is that the other party has condensed a 12-pin Dao wheel, and the strength of his strength is unrivaled in the same realm in the outer sect, and Mu Chen, a body refinement realm, actually dares to challenge the other party. The 3000 physiques were categorized into 3 sequences according to the strength of their physique, and the first sequence of physiques were rarely seen as overwhelming heavenly prides even in an immortal Dao power like the Wan Dao Immortal Sect. Even though the number of disciples they recruited each time was very large, geniuses at the first sequence level were really rare, and it was possible that only 1 or 2 would appear in dozens or hundreds of years. Comparatively speaking, the number of geniuses in the second sequence was going to be a bit more, but their strength was likewise not to be underestimated. Unconscionable, this is truly unconscionable. Do you really think that just because you defeated by Meng Yao that you can go all out of sight? It's a pity that I couldn't see the scene of their battle. Otherwise, I'd like to see how this Mu Chen was unilaterally and completely abused by Jiang Tianrui. Some Dao Will Realm disciples whispered with faces full of indignation. Chapter 18 Number 1 again. In their opinion, it was a disgrace for a hallowed Dao Will Realm to be challenged by a body refinement realm. Not to mention that Jiang Tianrui was the number 1 person in the outer sex Dao Will Realm, and Mu Chen's challenge to Jiang Tianrui was the equivalent of slapping all of them Dao Will Realm disciples in the face in the eyes of these people, and there wasn't a single Dao Will Realm present that had a good look on their faces. Su Luoli didn't enter the list space to start the competition, but instead looked at the first position of the Dao Will Realm. She wanted to see just how strong this senior brother of hers was. In the list space, Mu Chen was already fighting a black-clothed shadow. This was Jiang Tianrui's lingering shadow, possessing all of Jiang Tianrui's strength, and behind the other party hovered a black circular Dao wheel, with a black thunderbolt twisting above it like a spiritual snake. And the entire black Dao will exudes various colors of halos outside, counting up a total of 12 layers of halos, which is the symbol of the 12 products of the Dao wheel. In the Dao Will realm, the higher the quality of the Dao Will, the stronger the battle power in the same realm. And the 12th grade Dao Wheel was the highest quality Dao Wheel, and its battle power was self-evident. With a boom, the fists of both sides collided together, erupting into a shocking sound of thunder. A path of black thunder intertwined with the power of golden chi and blood stirred together towards the surroundings. The momentum was horrifying. In the next instant, the 2 figures simultaneously retreated backward, but the distance Mu Chen retreated backward was obviously a bit farther than Jiang Tianrui. Worthy of being the number 1 person at the Dao Will realm of the outer sect, his strength is truly powerful. However, Mu Chen's face revealed a look of excitement only in existence with such a powerful strength would be qualified to allow himself to fight with all his might. Just when he hadn't completely stabilized himself, Jiang Tianrui's silhouette once again killed over. His speed was extremely fast, as if thunder had cut through the sky, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Mu Chen, so many times faster than by Meng Yao before that Mu Chen couldn't even see it with his naked eyes. Jiang Tianrui blasted out a fist, and black thunder turned into a torrent rushing toward Mu Chen. Mu Chen let out a low gulp, and the golden chi and blood in his body rumbled, transforming into a golden blood dragon that penetrated through his body and rushed toward the torrent of thunder that was attacking him. Boom! The 2 sides collided together, and the black thunder and golden blood dragon instantly exploded, transforming into a violent energy that reverberated between the 2. The terrifying energy swept over, and the 2 of them, Mu Chen, were directly bombarded by this energy and flew backwards, smashing into a location not far away, and Mu Chen only felt his body's qi and blood churning, and his 5 viscera vaguely aching. And a hideous crack appeared on the chest of Jiang Tianrui's silhouette, and it looked like his injuries were not light either. Just when the other party had just stabilized his body, Jiang Tianrui pinched his hand to seal the law, and in a flash, the dark thunder above his head converged, turning into 100 feet of black thunder sea, in which the thunder was like a giant python wreaking havoc. This feeling, another physique treasure art. Is this bullying me that my cultivation hasn't reached the life sea realm? Mu Chen spat out a sigh. The body-refining realm's means of attack were still too singular. But even so, there was no way he was going to tie his hands. He let out a loud roar, the body of the blood through the body, and rushed straight to the sky, in the sky above him into a 10,000 square feet of golden blood sea, within the sea of blood, a huge golden blood dragon in the midst of the violent turbulence. Right at this moment, a huge black thunder spear suddenly appeared from the sea of thunder, with the spearhead pointing straight at Mu Chen, and in the next instant, the thunder spear roared and shook, carrying the terrifying power of thunder toward Mu Chen. The golden dragon in the sea of blood also let out a low dragon roar, and the huge dragon body swung, integrating the power of qi and blood in a radius of 100 feet into its body as it swooped down from the sea of blood and collided with that spear of thunder. Rumble, the thunder spear and qi blood golden dragon collision together, in an instant to the collision place as the center stirred up 2 huge energy light curtain. On the peak of 10,000 paths, Qian Lingxue looked at Mufan, who was evenly matched with Jiang Tianrui, and a look of disbelief appeared on her absolutely beautiful face. Even though she was an immortal Dao powerhouse who had endured endless years and had seen countless geniuses and demons, she had never seen an existence as perverse as Mu Chen's. The road of cultivation, the gap between each major realm is like a rift valley, strong as the first sequence of physique at best can only do to cross a major realm of fighting, that is still relative to the mortal body that is not a special physique. So for cultivators, if they only relied on their own strength, there was no such thing as fighting across 2 large realms, but Mu Chen, the body refinement realm, had done it, which was really mind-boggling to Qian Lingxue. What kind of secret does this senior nephew of mine have? To actually be able to have such terrifying battle power? This is something that even breaking through the legendary 13th level of body refinement shouldn't be able to do, right? Moreover, his bloodline power has not yet been unsealed. If it were unsealed, wouldn't it make his battle power even higher? Qian Lingxue couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. And right at this moment, she suddenly noticed that a 33 heavens condensed from golden qi and blood had surfaced behind Mu Chen. Along with the fall of the 33 heavens, the thunder spear was shattered, and Jiang Tianrui's body was also crushed, completely dissipating into the martial arts arena. Actually defeating the first in the Dao Will realm again? Qian Lingshue's expression was shocked as huge waves rose in her heart. This battle power of Mu Chen's was simply terrifying. Suddenly, a thought arose in her mind. Could Mu Chen be one of the 2 people who had awakened the inquisitive physique before? But then she shook her head. Back then, Iron Warrior Madness had personally traveled to the Green Destiny Peak and had even met Mu Chen. If the other party had awakened his physique, there was no way that he wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, her senior brother, Li Mufan, had personally examined the other party. So if Mu Chen had a special physique, he definitely couldn't hide it from Li Mufan's eyes. The moment Mu Chen's figure appeared in the square, it instantly attracted the attention of many people who were curious as to what the outcome of this challenge would be. There were also many people who stared at the Dao Will realm list for a split second, and if there wasn't any change in the list within 10 breaths, then it meant that Mu Chen's challenge had failed. How was it, senior? Luo Li couldn't wait to ask. Take that. Mufan laughed. The moment these words came out, not only Luo Li and the other disciples around her face changed violently. Humph! Bragging. Some disciples bristled, not believing that Mu Chen had really defeated Jiang Tianrui, who was number 1 in the Dao Will realm. After all, that was the number 1 person in the Outer Sect's Dao Will realm, the pinnacle of all of their Dao Will realms to chase. If the other party was defeated by a body refinement realm, the blow to them could be imagined. However, right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "It's changed. The person who ranks first on the Dao Will realm list has changed." In an instant, everyone looked at the list and saw that the position that originally belonged to Jiang Tianrui had become Mu Chen of the body refinement realm. How? The crowd's bodies stiffened, staring at the list in disbelief, their hearts unable to accept it. The number 1 powerhouse of the Outer Sect's Dao Will realm was actually defeated by a body refinement realm? Are you kidding me? Everyone, especially those Dao Will realm disciples, felt like the sky had collapsed, which meant that they weren't even as good as a body refinement realm. Chapter 19. The Peak Master's Appearance. Ah, this is fake, right? Mu Chen looked horrified, his eyes trembling violently. Could someone in this world really do this? Not far away, Shui Wancher's face was white and paralyzed on the ground. He knew that he was absolutely dead this time. Even if this person was not the Peak Master's personal heir before, after these 2 matches he would be accepted by the Peak Master as a personal heir. He looked at Xuelingyun, who had fainted to death, and really wanted to slap the other party to death. With so many disciples, who wouldn't he mess with in favor of messing with such a terrifying existence? Now it's well and truly over. Could the spirit of the list have made a mistake? Someone questioned. It's just that the result is so mind-boggling. Looking at her senior brother's glittering name, Luo Li finally made a decision. The token flew out of her hand and landed on Mu Chen's name. She wanted to see what strength this senior brother of hers actually had, to actually be able to defeat the number 1 powerhouse in the Dao Will realm. Cheer up. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Even the heaviest injuries will be completely repaired by the spirit of the list when you leave. Mufan reminded with a smile. I won't hold back. Luo Li's voice sounded in the same place, but her figure was already gone. Just as Luo Li entered the space of the list, many figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. They stood in mid-air, not emitting any powerful aura from their bodies, but giving off a feeling that they could suppress everything. And all of their gazes were locked onto Mu Chen. One of the women with a haughty figure said in a clear and cold voice, Mu Chen, right? I am Mei Ichio, one of the 9 peak masters of the inner sect. Would you like to worship under me? She was dressed in a long silver dress and had a head full of silver hair. Even her pupils took on a silver color, and her skin was even whiter and brittle. Above the square there was a sudden silence. Many disciples who knew about the 9 peaks of the inner sect revealed a shocked look. The 9 peak masters, that was definitely the strongest existence in the Wandao Immortal Sect. To be able to worship in the name of such a powerful person was truly a flight to heaven, a creation that all disciples could only dream of. Defeating the Dao Will realm with the body refinement realm, it's to be expected that it would draw the attention of the peak masters, a disciple side. If they possessed such battle power, they would definitely attract the attention of the peak masters as well. Unfortunately, they can only think about such things. After Mei Ichio, a few more people opened their mouths, all peak masters of the Wandao Immortal Sect, wanting to take Mu Chen as a disciple. Such a scene could really make all the disciples present envious. However, Mu Chen cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but I can't worship any of you as my teacher. Why? Several peak masters couldn't help but be puzzled. The surrounding disciples also revealed puzzled gazes. Such a good opportunity the other party actually refused? Isn't he a bit too arrogant? Truth be told, my family's teacher, Qingdian Peak Master Li Mufan. You're Li Mufan's disciple? Mei Ichio was surprised. Yes, Mufan nodded. But as far as I know, Li Mufan doesn't have any disciples? Latecomer only just paid homage to the master almost a month ago, and since then, he has been cultivating on the Green Destiny Peak, and has not yet had the time to pay homage to all of you seniors. So that's how it is. Li Mufan is really heavenly lucky to have taken in such a talented disciple like you. Mei Ichio's cool face revealed a look of envy. To have them, the peak masters, take the initiative to come forward was enough to show how much they valued Mufan. But they didn't expect that they had already been shortchanged by Li Mufan. In that case, this disciple would have to do without them. It's a blessing for the late generation to be a disciple of Master, Mufan said with a smile. You're quite good at talking. Mei Ichio laughed. Hey, little guy, do you want to consider changing your master? Just Li Mufan's scatterbrained nature may not be much attached to a disciple. A white-haired, immortal-looking old man laughed. The one who dared to poach Li Mufan was naturally a peak master as well. Thank you for your love, senior. But Junior doesn't have such an idea. Mu Chen shook his head. That's really a pity. I don't know where on earth this kid Li Mufan found such a supreme demon like you. The old man sighed with regret. He also wanted such a disciple. In the end, the peak masters and elders could only leave, and as they were leaving, Mei Ichio laughed. Keep up the good work. I look forward to your performance after you break through the Life C realm. After all, the body refinement realm was only the foundation, and just because the body refinement realm was strong didn't mean that it would still be that strong after breaking through the Life C realm. Senior will not let senior down. Hee hee. Good. I'll keep an eye on you, by the way. You caused such a big stir today. Why don't you see your master's figure? Meiichio asked suspiciously. My master said that something has come up and he has to leave for a while. Mu Chen replied. Something's wrong? What could he be up to? It's nothing more than just going to look for ingredients for brewing wine. Really, to actually be so uncaring about his own disciple. All for a teacher, but still so lazy. Meiichio couldn't help but spit, and then she waved her jade hand, and a clean white token fell into Mu Chen's hand. In the future, if your master is not around, you can find me through this token if you have any troubles, Meiichio said, glancing at Shui Wanshare, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and her figure disappeared over the square. Obviously, she had seen that scene before, and Shui Wanshare was directly stunned to death by a look from the other party. Mu Chen looked at the token in his hand and frowned in contemplation. There were several peak masters present, but this peak master gave himself a token, obviously taking extra care of him. It seems that the other party's relationship with his master is extraordinary. On the square, the disciples looked at Mu Chen with expressions of envy tinged with surprise. Can a peak master disciple not be envied? But why would a peak master disciple look so plain? They even wore peasant clothing. No wonder it's so powerful. So it's the peak master's disciple. Someone let out a gasp. Fart. He's strong not because he's the peak master's disciple, but because he's strong himself. A cold snort came over, and when the crowd looked over they saw a man with a big and strong body walking over. You Tianxin? What? You've come to participate in the outer sect competition as well? Mu Chen asked with a smile. He wasn't angry about the last time. A farmer was a farmer, it didn't matter, the system just wanted him to be a farmer anyway. My master teacher let me come as well after knowing that you guys came to participate in the outer sect competition. Yu Tianxin looked at Mu Chen with a complicated expression. I thought that I should be able to easily defeat you after I broke through the Fate Sea realm. But now it seems that the gap between me and you is still vastly different. His cultivation had also reached the perfection of the Sea of Life realm, and he would soon be able to break through to the Dao Will realm, but he had fought with Bai Mengyao before, but it was only an even match. However, Mu Chen had not only defeated the other party, but had instead defeated the number one in the Dao Will realm. This battle power was really beyond his imagination. Chapter 20 Su Linglong Massage. The surrounding disciples looked at the two conversing. Although they didn't know Yu Tianxin's identity, I'm afraid that those who could know the peak master's personal heirloom were not ordinary people. Actually, I don't think there's really a need for you to use me as a comparison. You can compare yourself to my senior sister and the other pro-disciples, or else sooner or later, one day your Dao heart might collapse. Mufan said with a smile. With two types of inquisitive physiques of his own, who could compare? You really aren't modest at all, Yu Tianxin said breathlessly. Do I need to be humble? You can go challenge me and feel my strength. Mufan laughed. Yu Tianxin looked at the list. I do want to know what kind of strength you actually have. Right at this moment, Su Luo Li was teleported out. Senior Sister Su. How is it? Yu Tianxin asked hurriedly. Su Luo Li shook her head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. A far cry. Not a match at all. She didn't understand that they clearly cultivated the same 12 styles of body refinement. So why was it possible for her senior brother to be able to exude his qi and blood, using his own qi and blood to attack his opponents, and it was still so powerful? I'll try. Yu Tianxin's figure disappeared into the square. Don't be so frustrated. You can try challenging others. For example, that Bai Mengyao. She's at the same realm as you and is also a first sequence physique. Looking at Su Luoli's dejected appearance, Mu Chen comforted. Su Luoli nodded her head. She also felt that she shouldn't keep comparing herself to her senior brother. She could sort of see that this senior brother of hers was a pervert. What first sequence physique, it was nothing in front of him. Su Luoli took a deep breath and challenged Bai Mengyao again. Originally, Bai Mengyao's name had fallen to second in the Life Sea realm, but because Mu Chen's name had appeared on a higher list, her name had returned to the first position in the Life Sea realm. A few moments later, Yu Tianxin came out. He shook his head and sighed. There was no surprise, he had failed as well. Awesome. He gave a thumbs up towards Mu Chen, admiring the fact that he himself had been crushed in a direct manner, with barely the slightest resistance. To regain his confidence, he had to challenge the others. In the end, both he and Su Luoli made it onto the Dao Will Realms list and ranked well, coming in at over 100 places. Those in front of them were all Dao Will Realm perfection disciples with special physiques, with the exception of Mu Chen. Once the two had finished their challenge, the crowd did not stay in the outer sect and returned to the various mountain peaks. As he was leaving, Mu Chen looked at Mu Zetian and said, "Remember to inform the outcome of this matter when the time comes." "Yes," Mu Zetian nodded. A personal disciple was much higher than his status as an outer sect elder, and he had to listen to Mu Chen's orders. As for Shui Wanshare, he had long been paralyzed with fear, and Mu Chen didn't even bother to give him a second glance. When he returned to Qingdian Peak, Mu Chen went to check by the field he had cultivated, and under the influence of the age formation, the seeds here had already begun to germinate and blossomed with a hazy light. What kind of seeds is this system giving? Why does it feel like it's not a normal crop? The shoots that sprout are colorful and bloom in different colors. Very unusual. Senior brother, how exactly did you manage to exude qi and blood? Su Luo Li asked curiously as she followed behind Mu Chen. So it's not just a matter of having hands? Mufan laughed. If you don't want to talk about it, pull back. I'll ask my master at that time. Su Luo Li gave a light humph and turned around to leave. If master had known, he would have taught you a long time ago. Mufan laughed. Then how will you be willing to teach me, senior brother? Su Luo Li asked. Elder brother, I'm a bit uncomfortable all over. I want to find someone to massage me. Who do you think is more suitable? Mufan stretched. 33 styles of body refining is undoubtedly the supreme body refining technique. How can it be easily given to others? At least some benefits must be collected, right? Moreover, the other party often tilted her head in front of him with a haughty attitude and challenged her position as the eldest senior brother 3 times. So she really didn't know who was the king of the big and small if she didn't give her a little bit of color. You! Su Luo Li's jade hands clenched, her shell teeth clenched, and she looked at Mu Chen with a grudging face. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say I wanted you to give me a massage. Mu Chen laughed, and when he returned to the front of the large hall, he lay down on a recliner and rested with his eyes closed. In reality, he was waiting for what choice Su Luo Li would make. A moment later, a pair of small hands kneaded his shoulders. The corner of Mu Chen's mouth hooked into a smile, little like, I still can't clean you up. For the secrets of the refining realm, Su Luo Li worked very hard. First the shoulders, then the limbs, even the back was kneaded. After more than an hour, Mu Chen was satisfied before handing over the 33 styles of body refining technique to Su Luo Li. You? Where did you get this technique? Su Luo Li looked at the gongfu in her hand and said in surprise. The 12 styles of body refinement could be cultivated to the 12th level of body refinement. Could it be that this 33 styles of body refinement could also be cultivated to the 33 levels of body refinement? I created it myself. Mufan laughed. Self-created kung fu? Who believes that? Su Luo Li skimmed her mouth, her face full of suspicion. How can it be that easy to create your own technique? In addition to transcendent enlightenment, there had to be a deep heritage, none of which Mu Chen had. Then how do you think I got this kung fu? How am I supposed to know that? What's that skeptical look you're giving me? Do you want it or not? Don't give it back. Wait for me to practice first to see if there is any effect. No effect, then give it to you. And the thing that I give you a massage today is not allowed to tell others, or I'm not finished with you. Su Luo Li put down a vicious sentence and entered the Age Immortal Hall. Mu Chen bristled. Not finished with me? So what if you're not done with me? You can't beat me again. He then also entered the Age Immortal Hall. He had just broken through the 33rd level of body refinement before and had yet to be perfected, and he also wanted to break through the Fate Sea realm as soon as possible, wanting to see what his physique treasure art actually was. However, the moment he entered the Age Immortal Hall to cultivate the 33rd level of body refinement to perfection, the blood veins in his body began to boil. Along with the sound of a chain breaking appeared, a dragon's roar came out from within him. This is... for me. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately guessed that this could be the Xian Huang Holy Dragon bloodline within his body-crumbling bloodline seals to revive. I didn't expect that breaking through the 33rd level of body refinement would actually cause such a change. He then immediately offered the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron to hover above his head. Don't look at the fact that this spiritual treasure was currently only of the first rank, but the Hongmeng origin possessed the ability to shield the heavens and suppress one's own body. Otherwise, his activation of the Xian Huang Sacred Dragon bloodline would likely be detected by the Xian Huang Sacred Dragon clan from an endless distance away, and he didn't want to be watched all the time and live a life of fear. Avalanche! A sound of chains breaking rang out, and the dragon's roar within him grew louder and louder, attracting Su Luo Li, who was cultivating on the first floor. What's wrong with you, elder brother? Su Luo Li asked worriedly. It's okay. My bloodline is going to be unsealed. Chapter 21 Bloodline Unsealing. breaking through the Fate Sea realm. Bloodline unsealed? Su Luo Li's pupils shrunk slightly. The strongest bloodline of the Xian Huang Sacred Dragon bloodline? I'd like to see what kind of bloodline this is that could shock both Master and Patriarch Uncle and the rest of them. Su Luo Li became curious. As time passed, when the last seal in his body was completely shattered, Mu Chen let out a low roar and let out a gusty dragon roar. His body shot up into the sky, transforming into a black and blue true dragon with a body length of 100 meters in midair. The giant dragon hovered in midair, mighty and domineering. Its large dragon scales flickered with black-blue light, inscribed with arcane and ancient runes, intertwined with the black-blue Xianhuang Qi, and carried a sense of unparalleled heaviness. The black and blue mane that spreads from the neck along the dragon's spine to its tail swings like waves, adding a bit of wildness. Anon, a low dragon's roar came out from Mu Chen's mouth, causing Su Luo Li, who was not far away, to feel chills all over her body and her face turned pale. Although she was a first-sequence physique, her bloodline was very ordinary, and she couldn't block the pressure of the true dragon's bloodline, so she would feel fear and shy away before the battle. This is the Xian Huang Holy Dragon? He looked at his huge body and clenched his dragon claws, feeling a power that was even stronger than before, which came from the power of the Xian Huang Sacred Dragon's bloodline. It boosts my strength quite a bit. This Xian Huang Sacred Dragon bloodline is not ordinary. At the same time, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. The true dragon treasure art of the Xian Huang Sacred Dragon lineage. Hee, not bad. The true dragon treasure art coupled with my physique treasure art. So it seems like I don't need to cultivate any other Dao magic aptitudes. In particular, there could be more than one divine ability contained within the true dragon treasure art, and it was incredibly powerful in terms of offense and defense. This can be a really great feeling. Mu Chen roamed in mid-air, his huge dragon body swinging as he rode recklessly. True dragons were born with the ability to fly, while the human race needed to reach the Dao Will realm in order to fly. After a long time, Mu Chen's figure landed on the ground and reshaped into a human form. However, after transforming into his original human form, he felt a slight change in the power within his body. The attack and defense in true dragon form are actually a bit stronger than in human form. Senior brother, your bloodline seal has been lifted. Doesn't that mean that your battle power has become stronger as well? Su Luo Li walked up and asked. It's natural. Mu Chen nodded. Is there any certainty of getting on the Divine Hidden Realm list? The Divine Hidden Realm was the realm above the Dao Wheel realm, and when one reached this realm, the 5 great divine hidden treasures in the body opened up, possessing unimaginable abilities. That should do it, Mu Chen mused. Although those on the list were at the Divine Hidden Realm Perfection Cultivation, their physical bodies under the true dragon form might be able to carry their attacks, especially the bloodline pressure, which would drastically weaken their battle power. Su Luo Li's beautiful eyes slightly condensed, and she sighed in her heart. The gap between herself and her senior brother is getting wider and wider. However, he himself was now practicing the 33 styles of body refinement, so sooner or later, he would catch up with the other party. Then do you want to challenge the Divine Hidden Realm list? There's no need. I'd better break through the Fate Sea realm first now. How is the cultivation of the 33 styles of body refinement? Is there anything you don't understand? Mu Chen asked. It is indeed esoteric and unfathomable, but after spending such a long time I have already realized it thoroughly. Su Luo Li replied. Well, then cultivate well. You're the second person to practice this technique of mine. Don't dishonor it. Mu Chen laughed. I'm the second person to cultivate this gong method? Is this gong method still really your own creation? Su Luo Li was surprised. You think? This is my senior brother. When I did not come to the clan, I read countless books and created my own technique. I do not believe that after the return of the master, ask to see if there is a second such technique in this world. Mu Chen laughed. What the system gives is its own, it's unique. Although Su Luo Li was skeptical, she already believed some of it. After all, when the master said that the 13th weight of body refining would already be a legendary realm, that's not to mention the 33rd weight of body refining, it's definitely a unique existence. But thinking about it, she became even more frustrated in her heart. Her senior brother had even created such feats. She was afraid that she would never be able to compare to the other party. Senior brother, what does your family do that there are so many canonical books for him to peruse? I'm a royal prince of the imperial dynasty. You're a royal son? Su Luo Li was surprised. What? You don't know? I don't know. If you have an extraordinary status, why are you dressed like this? I always thought that you were from a peasant background, And that you actually like farming? That's not the kind of hobby a prince should have. Mu Chen laughed. Who says that a prince can't like farming? Everyone has their own hobbies, don't they? You're quite a sight for sore eyes with this hobby of yours. Luo Li shook her head. The people at the bottom were thinking about how to get rid of the identity of farmers. But this imperial dynasty's royal son actually took farming as a hobby, and also wore farmer's clothing. It really made her somewhat puzzled. After Luo Li left, Mu Chen continued to cultivate, and a few days later, along with a brilliant light erupting from the location of his abdomen, clattering sounds like ocean waves resounded from the location of his abdomen. The rays of light were purple, as well as silver and dark gold, exactly corresponding to the visionary rays that appeared when his Hongmeng prison suppressor body and burial emperor immortal pupil awakened. As time passed, the light became more and more dazzling, and then a vast sea of life was opened up by him. The sea of life was vast and boundless. The life energy was like an ocean churning, and dense light blossomed from the sea of life. Mu Chen's life sea was different from those of normal people. His life sea was arcane, like a huge taiji diagram, half of which appeared purple, and half of which was intertwined with silver and gold. It was very mysterious. Right at this moment, along with a dragon's roar, a huge and incomparable black and blue true dragon silhouette appeared in the sea of fate, and it was like a dragon returning to the sea, tossing and turning in the sea of fate, bringing up boundless waves. This was the vision of the sea of life born from his Shen Huang holy dragon bloodline. And in the center of the purple area, there was a purple Tao text that blossomed with purple light. The Tao text was mysterious and contained endless true meaning. And in the center of the dark gold and silver intertwined area, there was a gold and silver intertwined mysterious Tao text suspended, which was ancient and mysterious with a bizarre and inexplicable aura. Is this my physique treasure art? Hongmeng Wuji. Bury the sky and return to the beginning. The physique treasure art was the same as the true dragon treasure art contained in his bloodline. It didn't need him to comprehend it at all. He had already thoroughly comprehended it since the moment it was conceived. However, when he learned about the abilities of these two physique treasure arts, Mu Chen immediately revealed a look of shock. What a terrifying physical treasure art. Mu Chen's mind moved, with him as the center of the derivation of a 10,000-mile square Hongmeng field. The field suspended in a spherical Hongmeng world. The next moment, the Hongmeng world shattered, and from among them stepped out of a figure which was the same as Mu Chen in general, exuding the same thick aura. Hongmeng Wuji. I am invincible within the realm. Chapter 22 Li Mufan's surprise. Mu Chen marveled in his heart. The power of this physique treasure art was very strong, and not only did the Hongmeng domain possess the power to suppress the 10,000 ways, but the figure that had appeared since the Hongmeng world possessed the same battle power as him. What was even more terrifying was that the Hongmeng Wuji would become stronger as his cultivation increased, and a second, third, or even more Hongmeng worlds would appear in the future. And each of the Hongmeng worlds had birthed a Mukan. In the future, when this law was cast, who would be able to resist when several Mukans appeared? If Hongmeng Wuji belonged to the group attack invincible treasure art aptitude, then the body treasure art belonging to the burial emperor immortal pupil burial heaven returns to the beginning possessed the ability of single combat invincibility. This was because this physique treasure art could chip away at people's Tao fruits, which in layman's terms meant that it could cut down people's realms, which was definitely an extremely terrifying treasure art aptitude. The higher the cultivation of the strong life force is also absolutely more tenacious, and even to a certain level of cultivation after the same realm want to distinguish between victory and defeat will become very difficult. But if the other side in the burial of the sky to return to the beginning of the cultivation fall, that kill up to become a lot easier. Worthy of being a treasure art birthed from an inquisitive physique. It is truly extraordinary. Mu Chen marveled, and a bright light blossomed in his eyes. Together with the true dragon treasure art that was bred in his bloodline, Mu Chen was now not lacking any offensive means. The means are already there. Now it's just that the cultivation level is a bit low. Keep cultivating. Mu Chen didn't waste any time and continued to cultivate. Luo Li's cultivation level was already at the perfection of the Life Sea realm, and he couldn't lag too far behind. The cultivation of the Life Sea realm lies in the expansion of the Life Sea. The larger the Life Sea, the more vast the life energy stored in oneself, and the longer the battle lasts, the firmer it will be. However, because of the dual physique and the Shen Huang sacred dragon bloodline as well as the 33rd gravity of body refining, even if he had just broken through the Fate Sea realm, his Fate Sea was much more vast than Luo Li and the rest of them who had perfected their Fate Sea realm cultivation. The role of the physique and bloodline is manifested at this moment. A few days later, Mu Zetian came to the inner Sect's Qingdian Peak to pay his respects to Mu Chen. When he arrived at the Green Destiny Peak, he immediately felt the rich and incomparable spiritual chi and Tao energy of this place, and the cultivation environment of this place was simply an absolute treasure land for their cultivators, which was many times stronger than the cultivation environment of the outer sects. Mu Chen felt that, in this kind of environment, even he, who was not very talented and had almost come to the end of his rope, could possibly break through again. Unfortunately, this was one of the 9 peaks of the inner sect, and it wasn't someone like him who was qualified to stay here. Mu Chen went out to meet the other party and learned the results of the sect's treatment of Shui Wancher's grandparents and grandsons. Shui Wancher was executed by the sect for making a move on the Peak Master's personal disciple. As for Xuelingyun, he was expelled from the sect. Such a result was still satisfactory to Mu Chen. Just as he returned to the Age Immortal Hall to continue his cultivation, Li Mufan returned to the Wandao Immortal Sect. At this moment, he was looking at the Dao Will Realm list with a shocked expression, the first place on the list to be exact. This kid Mu Chen won first place in the Dao Will Realm with the Body Refining Realm? Is this a mistake somewhere? How could he possibly be first place in the Dao Will Realm? Li Mufan was dumbstruck. Su Luo Li's ranking was expected, but this ranking of Mu Chen really surprised him. Because Mu Chen's breakthrough speed was a bit slower than Su Luo Li's, it was reasonable to say that the ranking could never be higher than Su Luo Li's. Although Mu Chen's strength in the body refinement realm was very strong, the Fate C realm wasn't the body refinement realm, it was a completely new realm, and at this realm the special physique was able to open up an even more vast Fate C, and it was also able to breed a physique treasure art that was exclusively his own, and the specialness of his physique was also opened up and displayed. Li Mufan really couldn't figure out why Mu Chen, a person with no physique and a sealed bloodline, could be ranked number 1 in the outer sex Dao Will realm with a cultivation of the body refining realm. His figure instantly disappeared into the square, returning to Green Destiny Peak. It was also the moment he ascended the Green Destiny Peak that Chen Lingxue, Meiqiu, and the Iron Warrior Madnesses also appeared. It's rare for several of you to be here at the same time? Li Mufan looked at the few people who appeared with a puzzled expression. We've been waiting for you for a long time, Iron Warrior Frenzy said breathlessly. Waiting for me to do what? Li Mufan frowned. Naturally, we're waiting for you to give us an explanation. Shouldn't senior brother say something about that disciple of yours? Chen Lingxue said. My disciple? What happened to my disciples? Did they get into some trouble? Li Mufan had a puzzled look on his face. If he just causes a great deal of trouble, Wandao Immortal Sect will be able to cover for him. I'm referring to the matter of why that disciple of yours was able to defeat the number 1 in the Dao Chakra realm of the outer sect with a cultivation level of the body refining realm. What exactly is the cultivation technique that you've imparted to Mu Chen? Chen Lingxue asked with a frown. What other cultivation techniques could it be? The 12 styles of body refinement? It's a technique common to our sect's body refining realm. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? 12 styles of body refining? Then how come he was able to achieve chi and blood exodus or even chi and blood transformations at the body refining realm? That's a legendary sight that only occurs at the 13th level of body refining. Chai Lingxu asked. What chi and blood externalization? Chi and blood transformation? Don't understand what you're talking about. Li Mufan shook his head. He had only just returned as well. Nothing was clear yet. Then I'll make you understand. Chen Lingshue's jade hand gently lifted, and a screen appeared in front of Li Mufan, and what was shown was precisely the image of Mu Chen fighting with Zhang Tianrui, the number 1 in the outer sex Dao Will realm. When he saw the chi and blood in Mu Chen's body in the picture exuding to form a golden blood dragon, Li Mufan's pupils suddenly shrunk violently. This? Is this really chi and blood taking shape? This? Why would he chi and blood transform? Don't tell me that you, as a master teacher, don't even know that your disciple has such tactics? Meiqiu frowned. I really don't know. I left Qingdian Peak ever since Mu Chen entered the Age Immortal Hall to cultivate, and at that time, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of body refinement, so I don't know what happened after that at all. Li Mufan's eyes looked at the battle screen in front of him without shifting for an instant. Could it be that the technique that allowed him to cultivate to the 13th level of body refinement wasn't taught by you? Chai Lingxu frowned. Nonsense. If I have that kind of technique, can you guys not know about it? Li Mufan was speechless. If he really got that kind of technique, he would definitely give it to the clan. How could he hide it? Then where did his technique come from? Techniques that can be cultivated to the 13th level of body refinement have long since disappeared in the River of Ages. Could it be that he has obtained an ancient inheritance? Iron Warrior Frenzy asked. What's the point of thinking so much? Wouldn't it be better to ask in person? I was going to ask him how he was able to become #1 in the Dao Will realm, Li Mufan said. The several peak masters then joined hands and entered the Age Immortal Hall. The instant they stepped into the first level of the Age Immortal Hall, a vast qi and blood fluctuation swept over. When everyone looked, they saw a powerful golden qi and blood rushing up from Su Luo Li's body, turning into a sea of golden blood suspended above her head. Chapter 23: The Shock of the Crowd. Another qi and blood exodus? Li Mufan, you still say you don't know? This disciple of yours has also broken through the 13th level of body refining. It must be because you have imparted some heaven-defying technique to them. With something so good you actually don't take it out and share it with us. Iron Warrior Madness pointed at Su Luo Li and said. Li Mufan's brows were furrowed at the moment. Su Luo Li actually broke through the 13th level of body refining as well? What the hell is going on here? At this time Su Luo Li noticed the crowd. She quickly stepped forward and said, Master, you're back. All the senior uncles, we too also came? Luo Li, you just broke through the 13th level of body refining? Li Mufan asked. It's not the 13th level of body refinement. It's the 20th level. Su Luo Li replied. What, 20 weights? Li Mufan frowned. The 20th level of body refinement, huh? The crowd revealed a puzzled look, and Chen Lingxue said, the highest body refinement realm is only 13 weights, and the cultivation technique has been lost. So where did any body refinement 20 weights come from? Huh? None of you know about it? Could it be that this gong method was really created by senior brother himself? Su Luo Li whispered. What did you say? Li Mufan asked. It's the gong method that I practice, the 33 styles of body refining. My senior brother said that this is a gong method that he created himself, and that it can be practiced up to the 33rd level of body refining. Originally I didn't believe it, but now even you guys say that there isn't this kind of gong method, so that means that this is really a gong method that my senior brother created himself, and that my senior brother is also too powerful. Right. Su Luo Li admired Mu Chen to the core at the moment. However, her words shocked the crowd, and Li Mufan was horrified. You're saying that Mu Chen, he created his own technique, and was still able to cultivate to the 33rd level of body refining? Yes, and disciple has now cultivated to the 20th level of body refinement. My strength is indeed much stronger than before, and I definitely possess the power to defeat that Jiang Tianrui who is in the 2nd level of the Dao Will realm now. Su Luo Li nodded. Can you show me the gongfu created by Mu Chen? Li Mufan asked. If it's someone else, perhaps the consent of the senior brother, but if it's the master, should not be necessary. Su Luo Li handed over the 33 styles of body refining technique to her master teacher. Li Mufan took the merit law and looked through it, and a moment later both revealed a shocked look. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. There is actually such a subtle body refining technique in this world. Iron Warrior Frenzy changed color. He majored in body refining techniques and thought that he had unique insights into body refining techniques and had created some powerful body refining techniques of his own, but it was the first time he had encountered a technique as subtle as this one. 33 levels of body refinement. There really is a 33 levels of body refinement. No wonder Mu Chen made a 33 heavens void that was condensed from qi and blood when he fought with Jiang Tianrui. Could that be an ability that comes from the 33 levels of body refinement? Chen Lingxue marveled. The other party had previously defeated Jiang Tianrui by utilizing the 33 heavy heavens condensed from qi and blood. Is this really a technique created by Mu Chen himself? Li Mufan was puzzled. The subtlety of this gong method didn't seem like something that could be pioneered by a small cultivator like Mu Chen. Elder brother said he started it on his own by exposing himself to books before he entered the sect. Su Luo Li said. Li Mufan frowned. Mu Chen as a prince did have the ability to read a lot of books, but was a person's enlightenment really that horrible? It was absolutely impossible for them all to create this kind of gong method. Where is your senior brother? Li Mufan asked, deciding to ask the other party face to face. Where's the 2nd level of cultivation? Go to the 2nd floor. Li Mufan said in a deep voice. Just as several people arrived at the 2nd floor of the Immortal Hall, a dazzling light swept over from the central location of the 2nd floor. The light was piercing and incomparable, silver and dark gold intertwined in purple. When Li Mufan and the others looked at the location where the light erupted, they saw that the piercing light erupted from the location of Mu Chen's abdominal life sea and was accompanied by rumbling sounds like ocean waves, which was the sound of the life sea rolling up. The crowd couldn't help but look at Li Mufan with strange expressions. What's everyone looking at me like that for? Li Mufan frowned. Do what? Didn't you say that Mu Chen doesn't have any special physique? What's with this vision in the sea of life? Su asked. It should be due to the fact that senior brother's bloodline seal has been unlocked, Luo Li said. What? Mukin's bloodline seal was uncovered? When did this happen? Mufan frowned. It was before when senior brother's cultivation broke through the 33rd perfection of body refining. And at that time, senior brother even transformed into a dragon, Luo Li said. I didn't expect such a turn of events to occur not long after I left. Mufan frowned. It wasn't a good thing for Mu Chen to have his bloodline unsealed so early. Then why don't I feel the aura of the Xian Huang Holy Dragon? Su frowned. When the bloodline was unsealed, there would inevitably be the aura of the dragon race permeating the area. But she had been on the 10,000 Paths Peak the entire time and hadn't sensed any dragon race's aura. I don't sense any dragon breath either, Meicho said. Wait, you're saying that Mu Chen possesses the Xian Huang Holy Dragon bloodline? Is that really true? How could he, a human, have such a bloodline? Iron Warrior Frenzy was surprised. It's a long story, but that would be strange. Since his bloodline is unsealed, why would he have no aura to leak? If that's the case, then perhaps the Shenhuang Sacred Dragon Clan wouldn't be able to sense his existence, which might be a good thing for him as well, Mufan said. But as Chen Lingxue looked at the vision that exploded in Mu Chen's Life C, she frowned and said, this doesn't look like the Life C vision of the Shenhuang Sacred Dragon bloodline. Does he have some other physique that you haven't checked out? Impossible. I examined him before bringing him into the sect. Indeed, there is no special physique. If there was, why would I hide it? Mufan shook his head. Chen Lingxue also felt that the other party had a point, but what about this strange vision? Finally, after a long time, the visions disappeared, and Mu Chen took a deep breath and opened his eyes. After this period of cultivation, his cultivation level had broken through once again, and he also saw Mufan and the others not far away. Mukin, how's the cultivation going? Mufan asked. It shouldn't be long before we break through the Dao Will realm. Mukin laughed. Very good. It seems that you have also worked hard. I heard Luo Li say that the seal of your bloodline has been unlocked. Originally, my master intended to wait until your cultivation was higher before unlocking the seal, so as not to attract the attention of the Shenhuang Sacred Dragon Clan too early. However, since you have broken through the seal on your own, then make good use of this bloodline. The Shenhuang Sacred Dragon bloodline, as the topmost bloodline in heaven and earth, has its own heaven-defying features, and is not even inferior to any powerful physique of the first sequence. Giving full play to the power of the bloodline can greatly enhance your strength. But why did that strange sight appear in your Life C when you just broke through? That didn't seem to be a vision caused by the power of the Shenhuang Holy Dragon bloodline. Did it? Chapter 24 Extreme Physique Shock of the Crowd. It's not just the bloodline vision of the Shenhuang Holy Dragon, Mukin replied. Mufan immediately revealed a look of surprise and asked suspiciously, what kind of vision is that? A physical vision? A physique vision? Where did you get that physique? An awakened physique. Mufan froze and couldn't help but ask, when did you awaken your physique? Just before Senior Master you came down the mountain to bring back little senior sister's awakened physique. Mu Chen said. Impossible. How can you awaken if you don't even have a physique? Mufan frowned, but he had carefully examined Mu Chen's situation, and it was true that he didn't have a physique. Otherwise he would have already helped the other party to awaken. That's not clear, but Disciple did awaken the physique. Mukin shook his head. He indeed didn't have a physique when the other party checked his body, as his physique was later rewarded by the system. No wonder your strength is so strong that you can easily defeat me. It turns out that you actually have a special physique. I had always thought that you were just an ordinary mortal physique. But what kind of physique can easily defeat me, the first sequence physique? What physique can easily beat the first sequence special physique? Then naturally, there is only the inquisitive physique. In an instant, the crowd revealed a shocked look. You're one of the disciples who awakened the inquisitive physique before? Chen Lingxue looked at Mu Chen with a surprised expression. They've been searching for so long, and the other party is actually right under their noses? I suppose so. I do have an inquisitive physique. Mukin nodded. No. Then why did you hide yourself after we searched for so long? Iron Warrior Madness glared at Mu Chen when they almost turned the sect upside down. Did you guys look for me? How come I didn't know? Mukin had an innocent look on his face. He had been on the Green Destiny Peak. He didn't even know that someone was looking for him. Yes, I just finished awakening my physique then Senior you came. But you didn't ask me anything. Just excitedly taunted me for a few moments. saying something about the green underworld peak coming up with a planter. And you didn't ask anything about the awakening of my physique, ah? Mu Chen wondered. This and that. Iron wore crazy eyes dodge. At that time he was thinking that in the future he could use this to mock Li Mufan heart on the excitement, but also really to ignore the matter. Qian Lingshui glared at Iron Warrior madness, the old thing that had lived for an unknown number of years, actually doing things so unreliable, causing the whole clan to waste so much time. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being my Li Mufan's disciple. Li Mufan laughed out loud. This was really too out of his expectation. The absolute demon that all of them wanted to find was actually his disciple? This is a real step in the right direction, but it's not a total effort. You're so lucky, Iron Warrior Frenzy said with envy. The disciple that the other party had found from somewhere not only possessed the Shen Huang's sacred dragon bloodline, but also possessed the inquisitive physique, which was definitely the demon of all demons. No wonder Yu Tianshen and the others weren't even a one-move match for the other party. Just what kind of ultimate physique have you awakened? Mei Ichou asked curiously. The ultimate physique was extremely rare, and just based on the visions they couldn't tell what kind of physique the other party that was. Hongmeng Prison Suppression Body. Mu Chen replied. Hongmeng? No wonder that the vision contained this ineffable and mysterious power, blocking my divine sense so that I couldn't determine the source of the vision's birth. But it was actually this mysterious and ancient power. Qian Lingshui looked shocked. Their cultivation level was high. Even though they had never seen Hongmeng Y, they had heard of this power. It was said that this was a terrifying power that could suppress all paths. But now I also sort of know one of the ingenious physique. I just don't know where the other ingenious physique is. If I find him, I will definitely take him as my disciple, and none of you can rob it from me. Iron Warrior Frenzy looked at the crowd and said. Li Mufan had accepted an inquisitive physique disciple, which really made his teeth itch with envy. Humph. Whoever discovers it first is the disciple of the one who discovered it. Can it still be kept for you? Li Mufan skimmed his lips. You're looking for another inquisitive physique disciple? Mu Chen looked at the crowd with a strange expression. Yeah, what? Do you know? If you do, please tell me where he is. Iron Warrior Frenzy excitedly grabbed both of Mu Chen's shoulders and looked at him with a burning gaze. Everyone else looked at Mu Chen in unison, wanting to get the location of another inquisitive physique from him. Just because they couldn't find it didn't necessarily mean that Mu Chen couldn't find it either. The other party possessed an inquisitive physique, so they might be able to sense each other? Humph. Why are you so anxious? Maybe the other party doesn't want to worship you. Li Mufan struck his opponent without mercy. Who said that? What man wouldn't beg to worship me when he sees me? Iron Warrior Madness. Iron Warrior Madness snorted coldly. Yes, Mu Chen. If you know where the other inquisitive physique is, then please tell us where he is. A supreme demon like that can't be allowed to be buried in our Wandao immortal sect. Qian Lingshui also asked eagerly. As for who would be able to take the other as a disciple, it would depend on their respective means. Mu Chen touched his nose and a smile appeared on his face, and then his eyes changed violently, the whites of his eyes turning into a radiant silver color, his pupils turning dark gold, and there were endless and incomparable Tao texts intertwined within his eyes, emitting bizarre fluctuations. This is the second vision of the inquisitive physique that appeared before. Qian Lingshui was dumbfounded. The other few people also completely froze in place, looking at Mu Chen's double pupils with shocked expressions. Su Luo Li was even more shocked and covered her mouth. This senior brother of his actually possessed two inquisitive physique? You. Iron Warrior Frenzy couldn't even speak properly. Two types of ultimate physiques actually appearing in the same person. There hasn't been anything like this for ages.
哇哈哈哈，好好好，不愧是我的徒儿，居然拥有两种究极体质，好好好，哈哈哈。
Li Mufan excitedly patted his thighs. He hadn't known how long it had been since he had been so happy as he was today. This disciple of his own was definitely the only existence in the ages, with two types of ultimate physique as well as the Shen Huang sacred dragon bloodline. Of course, in front of the two ultimate physiques, the Shen Huang sacred dragon bloodline would be relatively much weaker. What kind of Anji luck did you have to receive this kind of disciple? Iron Warrior Frenzy grabbed Li Mufan by the collar of his shirt, his eyes looking at the other party with envy and jealousy. Give me this disciple of yours, you hear me? A disciple with such natural talent would definitely be on the verge of becoming an immortal in the future, and might even become the strongest in that immortal path. Who wouldn't want such a disciple? You wish, Li Mufan bristled. How could this kind of disciple be given to someone else? Qianling Shui and Mei Ichio both looked at Li Mufan enviously as well. They also wanted to open their mouths to claim this disciple. Chapter 25 by Meng Yao, 5 Elements Immortal Spirit Spike. But they also knew that the other side would never give it. Previously, the old ancestor had issued a word that the possessor of the ingenious physique would be established as the Sect's divine son. And since both of these two ingenious physiques are in Mu Chen's possession, then naturally, this divine son would be his. Chai Lingsu said, "That's natural. If this disciple of mine can't be the son of God, who else in this world can be competent? But just give him the treatment of a divine son. And for the time being, just don't publicize his position as a divine son, lest he be missed," Li Mufan said. Although their Wandao Immortal sect was very strong, when they looked at the entire world, there were not a few that were on par with their Wandao Immortal sect's strength. If their rival forces knew of Mu Chen's identity, they feared that they would spare no effort in hunting down the other party. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. The consequences of the slightest mistake are hard to predict. They couldn't afford to lose such a supreme demon. Qianling Shui nodded. In that case, then don't publicize it. His identity is only known to a few of us present. I don't want it to be known by more people, at least for now. As for his treatment, I'll personally arrange it, and won't let him have any shortage of cultivation resources. So Mufan, you only need to focus on your cultivation. You don't need to worry about resources. Yes, sovereign uncle, Mufan nodded. In fact, even without the title of divine son, his cultivation resources were not lacking. After all, the number of treasures in the master's treasury could be quite a lot. Mufan, I admit that I treated you a bit poorly before. I'm here to apologize to you. Do you think you want to change your discipline? Li Mufan, this old boy really can't teach his disciples. It's very likely that he will mislead people, unlike me. I've taught many of my disciples who have already become super powerhouses. Some of them have started clans and sects, and some of them have even become lords of the world. Iron Warrior Frenzy Lord Mu Chen. Such a disciple was rare to find in the ages, and he really didn't want to give up. What do you mean? Prying me in my face? Are you trying to test the sharpness of the sword in my hand? Li Mufan glared at his opponent. My iron fist has not been unfavorable. The two men went toe-to-toe, their chi clashing, instantly causing the surrounding space to collapse. That's enough of you. Chai Lingsu lowered her voice. The powerful aura between the two completely dissipated in an instant. Is it so much to ask for a disciple? Li Mufan smiled and said, Hey, that must be as far as after all. This disciple of mine has not existed in ancient times, and will not appear in the future. This bald head, he cannot be envious? Iron Warrior Madness snorted coldly. Mufan, I heard that 33 levels of body refining technique was created by yourself? Chai Lingsu asked. Yeah, right? Mufan nodded. Can you give it to the clan? The clan can exchange it with you with treasures. This technique was definitely a supreme treasure for the sect. No need. Just count it as my donation to the clan. Even if it's more powerful, it's still just a body refining realm technique after all. Mufan said. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the disciple I have my eye on. This realization is not comparable to ordinary people. Li Mufan nodded his head with a smile. This disciple could really give him too much face. Good, then I'll take it. In short, you just cultivate, you don't have to worry at all about resources. If your Green Destiny Peak doesn't have enough resources, I can always requisition the clan's resources to you, and I won't let you have any crunch in this area. Chai Lingsu said. Yes, many thanks to Sovereign Uncle. After waiting for the crowd to leave, Su Luo Li said as she circled around Mu Chen, I told you how your strength was so strong, being able to defeat me, the first sequence physique, with a mortal body, so that's why. Or else, you don't really think that someone can defeat you, the first sequence of the Fate C realm, with a body refining realm below the mortal body? That's absolutely impossible, even if I have a bloodline that's as powerful as it is. Mufan laughed. Then why didn't you say something before? It made me self-conscious for a long time. And you didn't ask. But knowing the reason, Su Luo Li's heart felt a lot better, and would no longer feel that this first sequence physique of hers was fake. Even though you are incredibly powerful with 2 types of inquisitive physique, you still can't slack off in your cultivation. What I ask of you is simple. You must break through the immortal Tao realm, Li Mufan said to the two. Only by breaking through the realm of the immortal Tao can we live forever, or else we'll just be red powdered skeletons after all. Yes, master, the two Mufan responded. For them, becoming immortal was just a bit difficult, definitely not unattainable, especially Mu Chen, For him, becoming immortal was almost a nail in the coffin. After the explanation, Mufan left the Age Immortal Hall, leaving the two of them, Mu Chen, to continue their cultivation. And a few days later, Meicho appeared on Qingdian Peak with a young girl wearing a light green dress with skin as fine as white fat. "Why are you here again, senior sister?" Mufan, who was lying on a big tree holding a wine gourd, asked. "What? I can't come yet," Meicho asked. "How could that be? There's nothing written on this green destiny peak of mine that doesn't allow you to come, senior sister," Mufan said as he sipped his wine. "This disciple of mine insisted on coming to see just what kind of person could defeat her at the body-refining realm. So I brought her here to meet Mu Chen," Meicho said. "Wan Dao Star Body? This should be the outer sex by Mengyao, right?" Mufan looked at the little girl standing beside Meicho. "Late by Mengyao has met Master Li." The little girl curtsied. "Well, that's great. But are you sure you want to meet that disciple of mine?" Mufan asked. "I want to see what kind of character is the one who can defeat me with the body-refining realm, and at the same time, I also want to spar with that senior brother, wanting to see how strong the other party really is." Bai Mengyao arched his hand. Previously, in the outer sect, not to mention the refining realm, it was many Dao Will realm disciples were not her opponent, but the result was actually defeated in the hands of a refining realm, which made her really can't figure out the reason for it, so she wanted to come to see what the other party was actually. "Oh, that's right. Then you'll see." Mufan nodded his head. It seemed that this senior sister of his hadn't told the other party about Mukin's bottom line. Bai Mengyao entered the Age Immortal Hall, while Meicho stood outside, and for a while there was silence between the two of them. "How did you start farming?" she asked as her bright star-like eyes looked at the fields that had been cleared not far away. "This is Mukin's, he likes to farm," Mufan said. "This seems to be a very rare 5 elements immortal spirit spike, and you actually set up a time formation for him?" Meicho was surprised. "HM? What 5 elements immortal spirit spike? What time formation?" Mufan looked at the field and immediately revealed a look of surprise. "It's really a 5 elements immortal spirit spike? Where did this kid get this kind of thing?" Chapter 26 by Mengyao, Extreme Holy Pagoda. Mufan hadn't cared about these fields made by Mu Chen and what exactly was planted in them before, but at this moment, he still couldn't help but be surprised. This 5 elements immortal spirit spike was a top immortal Dao crop that contained huge amounts of energy, and consuming it would have a huge effect on cultivators. Where did Mu Chen get this kind of thing? There is also this time formation. This is not an unusual low-level formation. Involving the way of time is absolutely mysterious, abnormal, Mu Chen, and from where to get the time array. This kid. Mufan thought that Mu Chen was just planting some unusual crops, but he didn't expect to actually grow this kind of treasure. That said, "I haven't eaten a crop of this level yet. I'll have to taste it when it matures, and I wonder how brewing wine with this will taste?" Thinking so, Mufan couldn't help but lick his lips. Inside the Age Immortal Hall, after introducing her identity again, Bai Mengyao said, "I'm very curious about your strength, senior brother, so I'd also like to ask senior brother to teach me. Are you sure you want to feel his strength? I think you'll be devastated. Why don't the two of us come and try to spar?" Luo Li said with a smile. She remembers that period of self-doubt with great fondness. One. Miserable? Even though senior brother Mukin's strength may be very strong, I still want to give it a try. Bai Mengyao looked determined. She wanted to see what was going on. She didn't believe that someone in this world could really be this powerful in battle. Mu Chen nodded. "Just feel free to use your strongest means." Bai Mengyao was also nonchalant and immediately used the 10,000 Paths Star Body Physique Treasure Art. And in an instant, a bright star was suspended beside her. This move was one that Mu Chen had seen before in the list space, and at that time he had even exploded his chi and blood in order to deal with it, but now it was completely unnecessary. He stretched out his palm, and a faint purple light blossomed above his palm, which was the power of the Hongmeng. At the Sea of Life realm, the role of the physique began to show. 10,000 paths of heavenly stars. Bai Mengyao's jade hand gently lifted, and the star suspended around her rumbled, turning into a large star that suppressed towards Mu Chen. And Mu Chen just pushed it across with one hand, simple and rough. But wherever they passed, all those stars that came from suppression exploded. Purple light erupted and blasted towards Bai Mengyao, instantly sending her flying and coughing blood from her mouth. Bai Mengyao looked stiff, as if she hadn't reacted. She didn't understand why she had lost so easily. Well, any blowback? Luo Li went forward to help the other party up and asked with a smile. "Thanks." Bai Mengyao thanked her. then looked at Mu Chen and said, "May I ask how much strength you used in that slap just now, senior brother?" The other guy acted relaxed, like he wasn't exerting himself. "Less than 3 points of force." Mu Chen laughed. Ahem. Cough. Bai Mengyao coughed violently, and more blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "See, I told you not to spar with him. You wouldn't be able to handle it." Luo Li took out an elixir and gave it to the other party. Just a little bit of happiness in her heart that someone finally experienced the same feeling as she did. "Why?" Bai Mengyao asked in disbelief. "Because he's a pervert," Luo Li said. "It's not just you. Senior brother Yu Tianshen of Tianyue Peak and I were both hit hard by him." Luo Li laughed. "Why is that?" Bai Mengyao, who had taken the elixir, was rapidly healing from her injuries, but the doubts in her heart remained unresolved. As for what the doubt is, naturally it was the same as the Luo Li that was once there. "Why do you think this?" "Well, it's hard to say. You can ask your master," Luo Li said. At first, the patriarch had ordered that it was not allowed to be told, so she naturally couldn't tell anyone else. As for whether or not that peak master would tell the other party, that was not something she could decide. In the end, Bai Mengyao left resentfully. Her mood was very low and she was badly hit. Believe it now? Outside the Age Immortal Hall, Meiichio looked at this newly accepted disciple and asked with a smile. "Master, why?" Bai Mengyao asked in disbelief. "Don't ask why. All you need to know is not to spar with him without exceeding him by 2 great realms, because there's no need to spar. His strength is enough to push across all cultivators who are 2 great realms higher than him, even if they're of the first sequence physique," Meiichio said. 2 types of ultimate physique plus one of the strongest bloodlines in heaven and earth. This battle power could be matched by no one within 2 great realms. It's not your problem. It's really because Mu Chen's battle power is too mind-boggling. So try not to spar with him in the future, Meiichio reminded. "Yes, master." Disciple has taken note. Bai Mengyao nodded her head. Inside the Immortal Hall of the Ages, the voice of Li Mufan suddenly rang in the ears of Mu Chen, who was in the midst of his cultivation. "If you feel fatigued from your cultivation, you can go and break into the Sect's Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda." Mu Chen looked up. The Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda? He then left the Age Immortal Hall. When he came outside, Luo Li was also waiting. "Master, what is the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda?" Luo Li asked. "The Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda is one of our Wan Tao Immortal Sect's holy places of training. Each layer in the Sacred Pagoda corresponds to a realm, and there is a silhouette in the middle of it, and only the strongest people of each realm in our Wan Tao Immortal Sect throughout the ages are eligible to leave their own projections in the middle of it. If you can defeat them, your shadows will be left behind in the middle, which is not only a supreme honor for our Immortal Sect disciples, but if you can defeat the shadows in the middle, you will also be able to obtain the rich rewards given by the sect." Li Mufan looked at Mu Chen and laughed. "I'm looking forward to each of the layers among them leaving your virtual shadow behind. I wonder what that will be like. The strongest man of all time?" Mu Chen's eyes flickered with this excitement. And he also wanted to meet such a strong person to see how strong the strongest person of the Wan Tao Immortal Sect throughout the ages was. "It looks like both of you want to give it a go," Li Mufan asked. "Yes," the 2 Mu Chen nodded. "Then I'll just send you there." With a wave of his sleeve robe, Li Mufan rolled up a white cloud, holding the 2 of them as they flew towards the location of the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda. The Wan Tao Immortal Sect was too large in scope, and it would take a long time to travel to their destination if they relied on the 2 of them. Soon, the 2 of them, Mu Chen, appeared on top of a mountain, while in front of them stood a pitch-black, 10-story tower. It was none other than the sacred pagoda of the ultimate way. "There's actually nothing around?" Luo Li was surprised. She had thought that there would be many people breaking into the Extreme Tao Sacred Tower. How could there be so many people? "The ones in here are the strongest in the clan's history. Ordinary disciples who come here will only be abused, and it's estimated that only the geniuses of the first sequence of physique will come here to challenge them. But how many of the first sequence are there?" Mu Chen said that he was about to go in, but was stopped by Luo Li. "What for? I'll go in first, or I might not have a chance at all when you leave your mark in the middle of it." Chapter 27, Challenging the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda. Mu Chen just smiled and gave Luo Li the chance to make the first move, while he himself waited up outside. There were only a few scattered disciples at the top of this mountain where the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda was located, and they were sitting in the plaza with their eyes closed, perhaps digesting the experience of the great battle in the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda. Moreover, the disciples here will not provoke each other for no reason without brains. Almost all of those who can appear here are the first sequence of physique, either the peak master's personal biography or the inner sect elder disciple, so they will not easily provoke each other. After Mu Chen waited outside the holy tower for a short while, the entire extreme Dao holy tower blossomed with 10,000 rays of haze. White cranes fluttered, immortal beasts hissed, and there were 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors, an astonishing vision. This is someone defeating the sages in the sacred tower? The disciples sitting on the top of the mountain revealed looks of surprise. Such a vision has not been seen for a long time. Who is it? The disciples came to the entrance of the holy tower, wanting to know just what kind of person could actually perform such a feat. This place and the vision also drew the attention of many powerful people within the sect to this place, and all of them wanted to know exactly who had defeated the sage powerhouse in the holy tower. This place was the holy land in the eyes of the young generation of geniuses now, and it was likewise the holy land in their hearts when they were young. It is an obsession in many of their hearts to leave a name at Santa Claus. Mufan nodded in satisfaction as he looked towards the extreme Dao sacred pagoda, worthy of being someone who had cultivated the 33 styles of body refinement. His strength was just not to be underestimated. It should be Luo Li defeating the sages among them, Mufan guessed. The other party's body refining realm was already close to completion. Even if the sages in the holy tower possessed a powerful bloodline as support, with Luo Li's strength, she was not afraid of the other party. Sure enough, right after the holy tower's visions disappeared, Luo Li walked out. The eyes of the crowd instantly focused on her. Some of the disciples rushed forward and asked, "This senior sister you defeated the sage in the sacred pagoda?" Luo Li nodded. The crowd couldn't help but feel a sharp shock in their hearts. For geniuses like them, being able to leave their figure in the extreme Dao Saint Pagoda was the highest honor. "Why don't you continue the challenge?" Mufan asked. "Isn't this a happy occasion with you?" Luo Li smiled. Mu Chen was speechless for a moment. What was there to report? "Just hurry up. I'll get on when you're done fighting, so that you can keep your shadow in the sacred pagoda for a little while longer," Mufan urged. "This senior brother is a bit too arrogant, isn't he?" A disciple looked at Mu Chen and frowned. "Do you really think that the extreme Dao sacred tower is that easy to break into? If that was the case, would this place have become the holy land in the hearts of geniuses like them?" Mufan smiled without saying anything. This senior brother may not understand this place for the first time. Those sages who were able to stay in the extreme Dao sacred pagoda almost all possessed a powerful bloodline in addition to possessing the first sequence physique. This senior sister was able to defeat the other party only because she possessed an unparalleled bloodline as well. A green shirt disciple walked around. He had just challenged the staying shadow in the sacred pagoda not too long ago and failed as well. It wasn't that he wasn't as skilled as others. It was really that the other party's physique plus bloodline qualifications made it difficult for him to resist. Moreover, as far as he knew, what flowed within those people were also the bloodlines of immortal Dao powerhouses, which was not something they could resist. Oh? Physique plus bloodline? Also interesting. Mu Chen's eyes lit up and he became even more interested. "Are you still going?" "I'm going." Mu Chen couldn't wait to look at Luo Li. "Wait. I'm going to try the second level," Luo Li said and once again entered the extreme Dao sacred pagoda. She also came out just to enjoy some of the shock and admiration of the crowd. After all, she could have been struck down by her own Mufan on the Green Destiny Peak before, and now she wanted to get back some of her self-confidence in these people. The crowd looked at Mufan with surprise in their hearts. What exactly was the origin of this person? Why did the woman who defeated the sage seem to fear him, as if as long as he made a move, he would definitely defeat the sage in the midst of it? With that, the crowd continued to wait up outside the sacred tower, wanting to see if Luo Li would continue to create miracles and defeat the sages. Finally, after a long time passed, the vision outside the holy tower reappeared, and the crowd looked shocked, all of them revealing unbelievable colors. The reappearance of the vision meant that the other party had once again defeated the sages in the holy pagoda. Her bloodline is actually so powerful? The crowd was horrified. The only way to defeat those sages with the same physique was with extremely terrifying bloodline power. Luo Li came out and looked at Mu Chen and said, "Tough win." The other party possessed the power of the bloodline and she possessed the 33rd level of body refinement. There was a gap between them, but it wasn't big. And after Luo Li came out, there were disciples who immediately rushed into the extreme Dao sacred pagoda, wanting to try to see just how strong this newest woman of the staying shadow sacred pagoda was, but they all ended up coming out in ashes, and the facts proved that Su Luo Li was indeed more powerful than those sages. Are you satisfied now? Mu Chen looked at Su Luo Li and smiled. Quite a few people entered the holy tower, and it was also a way for Su Luo Li to show her face. Su Luo Li nodded. Aha! Just feel free to do as you please, senior brother. Mu Chen smiled as he entered the Extreme Tao Saint Pagoda. This senior brother looks confident. The green shirt disciple looked at Mu Chen's back and said, knowing that the lingering shadows in the sacred tower were all physique plus bloodline, the other party still dared to go in, clearly winning. He does have that confidence, Su Luo Li said. If he doesn't have that confidence, then no one in the world does. Mu Chen entered the first layer of the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda, and just as Li Mufan had said, he was going to paint every layer of the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda, so that all of them would leave behind their own shadows here, reaching a feat that none of those sages had ever accomplished. The moment he entered the first layer, Mu Chen's cultivation was suppressed to the refinement realm, as the first layer corresponded to the refinement realm. And standing on the opposite side was Su Luo Li's silhouette. Too bad it won't be possible to keep you too long. Mu Chen smiled. Right at this moment, Su Luo Li's silhouette rushed towards him with a whoosh. Without any fancy Tao magic aptitude, the other party just blasted over with a punch. The powerful force and extreme speed suddenly caused the air to make a popping sound. This power should have already reached the 30th level of body refining. Mu Chen couldn't help but nod. And then he also blasted his fist over, blasting away with the opponent's fist. With a bang, with just one punch, the shadow in front of him was completely crushed by him. Outside, some of the disciples who felt that Mu Chen was arrogant and were about to watch him laugh were suddenly dumbfounded when they saw the vision that had once again erupted from the sacred pagoda. What's going on here? He still really defeated the holy tower of retention. Someone lost their voice and exclaimed, "Is this sacred tower sage this easy to defeat? This senior sister, this senior brother who just went in is a senior disciple under which senior?" Someone asked in surprise. The Green Destiny Peak Master himself. Su Luo Li replied. Chapter 28 Successive Challenges, Causing a Sensation. It's actually the Peak Master himself? Then I suppose the other party should possess a very powerful bloodline? Su Luo Li nodded. Not bad. His bloodline should be considered one of the strongest bloodlines in our Wandao Immortal Sect. She didn't know how strong the strongest bloodline of the Wandao Immortal Sect was, but since her master and the patriarch's uncle had said that the Shenhuang Sacred Dragon bloodline was one of the strongest bloodlines in the heavens and the earth, it was definitely not wrong to put it in the sect as one of the strongest bloodlines. No wonder. It dawned on the crowd. With just one punch, Mu Chen defeated Su Luo Li on the first level, and the original Su Luo Li's silhouette on the first level was replaced by Mu Chen. It was also the moment he defeated Su Luo Li that a ball of light appeared in front of him, among which was his reward for winning. The rewarded resources were generous, but for Mu Chen, who didn't lack cultivation resources, these he didn't care about. And then headed to the second floor, where the opponent was still Su Luo Li. However, it was still like walking on the ground for Mu Chen, and with just one palm suppression, Su Luo Li's figure collapsed away, and then he ascended to the third level. Outside the holy tower, the crowd frowned. How come this holy tower's vision kept existing without disappearing? He's definitely on a continuous challenge, Su Luo Li said. At this moment, Mu Chen arrived at the third level, and here was a Dao Will Realm cultivator. Worthy of being the strongest person in the clan since the beginning of time, the aura emanating from his body can be far too powerful than the first of the Dao Will Realm in the outer sect. However, even the strongest Dao Will Realm was ultimately just a Dao Will Realm to Mu Chen, and he simply didn't put it in his eyes. The other party waved his hand and his spiritual energy erupted, and with the lift of his hand, he executed a physical treasure art, instantly diffusing a vast golden fire domain that instantly enveloped Mu Chen. The flames boiled and burned, and the hot flames transformed into the 5 most powerful immortal beasts, namely the True Dragon, Immortal Phoenix, Kirin, Xuanwu, and White Tiger, attacking towards Mu Chen. This should be the 10,000 Flames immortal body from the first sequence. Mu Chen recognized this type of physique, which belonged to an extremely powerful attacking physique. However, Mu Chen didn't do any defense, letting those flames scorch him, and as a result, he couldn't hurt him in the slightest. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the other party simply couldn't break through his defense. Then the purple light of Hongmeng bloomed above his palm, and he pushed his palm across, instantly wearing out the other party's shadow that was left here. The strongest person in the Dao Will Realm throughout history couldn't even receive a single move in his hands. After defeating his opponent with a single move, he arrived at the 4th floor, and here was the divine hidden realm powerhouse. But as Mei Ichio had said to Bai Mengyao, it was impossible to be a match for Mu Chen without exceeding 2 great realms. Although the divine hidden realm in this place was very strong, it similarly didn't exceed Mu Chen by 2 great realms. However, the strength of the divine hidden realm was quite a bit stronger than the Dao Will realm, and even Mu Chen used a few moves to defeat the other party, and in the end, he arrived at the 5th level, and naturally it was the Soul Palace Realm Cultivator that was sitting on this level. Mu Chen wanted to see if he was actually capable of challenging the strongest person in the Soul Palace realm. When he stepped into the 5th level, a purple soul light was released from the shadow's brow, charging straight to Mu Chen's brow. A psionic attack? Mu Chen was startled, and a transcendent and terrifying force erupted from his body as he violently shifted out horizontally in a sideways direction. Soul power attacks acted on the divine soul, and the physical body was simply unable to withstand them, and as his divine soul was not yet revealed, it was naturally impossible for him to be the opponent's opponent. After dodging the other party's strike, Mu Chen also unhesitatingly executed the physical treasure art, Hongmeng Wuji. In an instant, a purple Hongmeng domain emerged, and a Hongmeng world hovered in the middle of the domain, and then the Hongmeng world shattered, and a figure identical to Mu Chen walked out. Kill! Mufan let out a low shout. The 2 figures killed towards that shadow from 2 directions at the same time. And the moment the Hongmeng domain enveloped the other party, the domain's characteristic of suppressing all paths surfaced completely, suppressing that shadow. But even so, in the moment of the beginning of the exchange, Mu Chen still felt an incomparably powerful force that blasted him and the other figure backwards. Holy, worthy of the Soul Palace realm. This strength is really powerful, Mufan marveled. And the moment he flew out backwards, that shadow suddenly appeared in front of him as if it was instantaneous, with spiritual light surging in his palm, and soul power intertwined in the spiritual power, and with a single palm, he suppressed towards Mu Chen. This kind of attack would not only attack the body, but would likewise cause a serious attack on the divine soul. Mu Chen rolled in a sorry state and dodged his opponent's attack once again. With a loud boom, the shadow landed on the ground with a palm, blowing the ground into a huge crater with a diameter of thousands of meters. The void shadow multiplied its victory and didn't give Mu Chen any chance to catch his breath, launching another attack towards him. Bury the sky and return to the beginning. Mu Chen let out a low gulp, and a gold and silver intertwined light shot out from his eyes, blasting at the other party. And at this moment, the aura on the other party's body plummeted. Mu Chen knew that the Burying Emperor Immortal Pupil's physical treasure art had worked, and the other party's cultivation realm had been directly knocked down. Although the other party had only fallen a small realm because of each other's realms, this was vital to Mu Chen. Accompanied by a dragon roar, Mu Chen transformed into the Xian Huang Holy Dragon, his attacks and defenses becoming stronger under the body of a true dragon. And as the huge dragon claws fell, a side of the Xian Huang Holy Dragon seal condensed from energy appeared, suppressing it down towards the opponent. Outside, the Holy Tower vision lasted for a long time, and the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. For this to happen, it could only mean that the other party was taking on one challenge after another, and all of them were successful. Just what kind of demon is this? A disciple marveled. To be able to leave one's shadow in the extreme Dao Sacred Pagoda was already an honor that all geniuses could only dream of. But the other party defeated the sages one after the other, and this kind of heaven-defying battle power was rare in the ages. At this moment, many disciples had already converged here, and they all wanted to come and see who actually possessed such terrifying battle power. Not only them, but many of the senior members of the sect looked in the direction of the extreme Dao Sacred Tower. He's actually fighting a Soul Palace Realm Cultivator? There's a difference of 3 great realms between them. I didn't realize that I had actually underestimated his strength. Mei Ichio marveled. She thought that exceeding the other party by 2 great realms should be enough, but now it seems that it is still not enough, and if she wants to truly defeat the other party, I am afraid that she needs to exceed the other party by 3 great realms. Thousand Lingxue, Iron Warrior Frenzy, Li Mufan, and other peak master level powerhouses were looking at the battle in the extreme Dao Sacred Pagoda with astonished expressions. This was even more shocking to them than Mu Chen's performance in the Outer Sect competition back then. There was absolutely no comparison between the Outer Sect Grand Competition and these powerful people staying in the extreme Dao Sacred Tower. What kind of physical treasure art is that can actually weaken an enemy's realm? Li Mufan was surprised. Just now, he could see clearly that although Mu Chen's eye light had failed to cause any injuries to the other party, It had weakened the other party's cultivation, which really made him feel unbelievable. For endless years, he had never seen this kind of treasure art aptitude before. Chapter 29. Hongmeng Burial Emperor Scripture. Hongmeng World Suppressing Fist. Worthy of being someone with a dual inquisitive physique and the Xian Huang's sacred dragon bloodline. This strength is truly terrifying to the extreme. Qian Lingxue felt awestruck as she looked at Mu Chen in the sacred pagoda, who was fighting evenly with the Soul Palace Realm sages. At this time, when Mu Chen transformed into the Xian Huang Holy Dragon and used the Dragon Clan's divine ability to attack his opponent, although he was still at a disadvantage, he was no longer fleeing in a sorry state like before. Bury the sky and return to the beginning. Mu Chen's eyes once again released the Burial Emperor Immortal Pupil Physical Treasure Art and blasted at the other party, once again chopping the other party's cultivation down by a small realm, but 2 consecutive uses of the Physical Treasure Art caused Mu Chen to become even weaker. However, the effect was good, and the enemy who had once again been knocked down a small realm was also a much lower threat to Mu Chen, and coupled with the suppression of the Hongmeng realm, it allowed Mu Chen to finally have a chance to decapitate his opponent. In the end, under the combined attacks of his 2 forms, he finally defeated the first strongest person in the Soul Palace realm, causing the silhouette among them to turn into Mu Chen. Although it's tough, it's the strongest opponent I've encountered since I've been practicing, and it's sort of a validation of my true battle power. But my cultivation level is still too low. If I were under the same realm, why would I need to go through so much trouble? It's true that cultivation is the most important thing. Mu Chen received his reward and left the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda, and the moment he left, the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda instantly surged out a golden light, instantly healing the injuries that remained on his body. Outside the Sacred Pagoda, it was already surrounded by many inner sect disciples, all of them wanting to know what this demon who had broken records one after another was. The visions that appeared one after another before should be the other party breaking the record 3 times in a row, and now it still hasn't come out yet. I think it should be breaking the 4th record. What kind of demonic disciple is this to be able to do this? The crowd whispered in shock. Throughout history, being able to defeat a sage in the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda was enough to leave a name in the history of the Wandao Immortal Sect. But the other party had actually defeated multiple sages one after another, which was truly unbelievable to everyone. And just then, another vision appeared on the Extreme Tao Saint Pagoda. The other team broke the record 4 times in a row. The crowd couldn't help but suck in cold air. Everyone was curious as to who this person was. Why could he possess such terrifying battle power? Mu Chen walked out and saw the sea of disciples outside and frowned. Why are there so many people? In an instant, the eyes of the crowd were all focused on him. Where is this farmer from? The crowd looked at Mukin's costume for a moment of confusion. Throughout the entire inner sect, there were countless disciples, and they hadn't been able to find a single one wearing a peasant outfit. What do you know? It's called simplicity. It's called returning to the basics. Understand. But who is this person? I've never seen him before. The crowd looked at Mu Chen and wondered. I guess it should be a disciple of a certain powerful person who has been snowed under. Otherwise it's impossible to have such battle power. A disciple said. Su Luo Li was speechless. The shadow she left in the middle of it hadn't even been warmed up before she was defeated by the other party. I figured it was him. In the crowd, Yu Tianxin and Bai Mengyao sighed after seeing Mu Chen. They couldn't think of anyone else besides the other side who could do this. It's a pity that I haven't had a chance to leave my name on the Holy Tower yet. Yu Tianxin sighed. His master had just gotten a gongfu that would allow him to refine his body to the 33rd level, and he was cultivating it, thinking that he would come back to challenge the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda after he had cultivated himself to the perfection of the body refining realm, and he would surely be able to get a place, but it turned out that he was advanced by Mu Chen. Being left with a virtual shadow by Mu Chen, the odds were that there would be little chance for them. Instead of indulging in the admiration and envy of the crowd, Mu Chen returned to Qingdian Peak with Su Luo Li. After returning to Qingdian Peak, Mu Chen didn't cultivate at first, but instead picked up a hoe and started digging after finding an open space. Senior brother, what are you doing again? Su Luo Li, who was following behind, asked. Dig the fish pond. Mukin replied. Just now, the system released a new quest for him to open up a fish pond. You want to keep fish? Su Luo Li was surprised. Yeah. Mukin nodded. That's a really strange hobby you have. Su Luo Li was speechless and no longer paid any attention to Mu Chen. She went straight into the Age Immortal Hall and cultivated. She wanted to take advantage of the other party's lack of cultivation to surpass them. The fish pond required by the system is not small, 50 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 10 meters deep, and it would be very simple to use his cultivation to complete the system tasks. But these things cannot be completed with cultivation, and can only let him dig out with a hoe. However, Mu Chen didn't have any complaints because the rewards given by the system this time were generous. Just like that, Mu Chen chose a flat piece of land to start digging up. Although he couldn't use his mana to accomplish it, Mu Chen's stamina was so good that he didn't take any breaks for more than 10 consecutive days, until the fish pond that Mu Chen had dug up after consuming nearly half a month's time met the system's requirements. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding him with the Hongmeng burial scripture. The feats are there too. Looking at the system rewards, Mu Chen smiled. The previous technique of the Sea of Life realm was the technique he found from the treasury, although it was also very strong, but naturally it didn't fit him as well as the Hongmeng burial emperor scripture that was rewarded by the system. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this was a supreme technique that fit the Hongmeng prison suppressing body and the burial emperor immortal pupil. But just then, a new quest from the system came. Please water the fish pond with water from the spring, put the fish fry in the pond and feed the fish fry. The reward for the task is Hongmeng Zhensher Fist. Mu Chen looked towards the system space, where there were indeed nearly 100 radiantly glowing, thumb-sized fry, and there was also fry feed. Drawing water from the spiritual spring to water the fish pond? It's still a pain in the ass. It was true that there was a spiritual spring on the Green Destiny Peak, but it was still relatively far from this place, and if he wanted to introduce the water of the spiritual spring into the fish pond, he would need to manually dig out a water channel out of it. It's a bit of a hassle, but the rewards are great. The Hongmeng Subduing Fist, which also contains the Way of Hongmeng, is compatible with the Hongmeng Subduing Prison Body. Therefore, Mu Chen didn't have any hesitation to start the operation, and after finding a spiritual spring nearby, he picked up a hoe and started digging. On the big tree, Li Mufan held the wine gourd in his arms and watched Mu Chen's series of operations. This kid is really... But now he'd stopped saying anything. Wasn't it just a bit of gardening hobby? It's not like it's a bad hobby. A few days later, looking at the spiritual water trickling into the fish pond, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. When the fish pond was almost drained of water, Mu Chen put the fish fry provided by the system into the fish pond, and then sprinkled it with fish material. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The bonus aptitude, Hongmeng Zhensher Fist, has been issued. Please check in time. Chapter 30 Leaving the Sect for the first time. Having received the system reward, Mu Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. After that, he came back to the kind of place where the seeds were. With the support of the age formation, these seeds grew quickly, and now they had all grown to about a foot tall. Each spike is blooming with colorful, brilliant light. After seeing the crops he had planted grow favorably, Mu Chen also finally returned to the Age Immortal Hall to cultivate. The majority of the month had been placed in the Age Immortal Hall for more than a year to have passed. This year or so, Luo Li's cultivation could be described as progressing at a rapid pace. Not only had she cultivated the body refinement realm to the 33rd level of body refinement, her cultivation had also reached the Dao Will realm completion, and she was close to the divine hidden realm. As a genius, she had naturally cultivated a 12-pin Dao wheel, and her strength was incomparably strong. Senior, you came in too late. Luo Li looked at Mu Chen and smiled. It's not too late at all. And you shouldn't just focus on cultivation, you should take care of the divine arts as well. Mu Chen reminded. Don't worry, I won't fall behind. Luo Li nodded. And then Mu Chen also began to cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the perfection of the Sea of Life realm before, and now he had a technique that fit him even better, so now he only needed to condense the Dao Will to break through the Dao Will realm without any problems. However, Mu Chen had spent quite a bit of time at the Dao Will realm, much longer and more time than the time spent at the 33rd level of body refinement, which was as long as 2 years or more than 2 months outside. The higher the realm, the longer it would naturally take to cultivate. Moreover, the Hongmeng Burial Emperor scripture was too extraordinary, and the Dao Will that Mu Chen had condensed wasn't 12 grades at all, but rather 33 grades like the body refinement realm. The higher the quality of the Dao Will, the more majestic the spiritual power would be, and the stronger the attack power would naturally be. While other people's 12 pillars Dao Wheel's vision was to bloom these 12 wheels of light, Mu Chen's Dao Will formed a strange scene of the 33 heavens in the center. And the effect that the 33 heavy Dao Will gave him was that it made his spiritual attacks too powerful compared to the same realm. Even putting aside the Hongmeng attribute contained in his spiritual energy, his attack power was many times more powerful than others, and such an effect would accompany the cultivator for the rest of his life. Just as his cultivation reached the Dao Will realm perfection, Yu Tianxin found Mu Chen. I'm going to leave the sect to go on some adventures. Do you want to go? Training? Where? Mu Chen asked. Although only a little more than 2 months had passed outside the Immortal Hall of Ages, 2 whole years had passed in the middle of the Immortal Hall. Cultivating all the time can also be boring. It's not confirmed yet. You can go to the Sect Task Pavilion to take a look first, Yu Tianxin said. Good thing too. Mu Chen got up and left the Immortal Hall with the other party, and Luo Li followed. All just too young to stay out of contact with the outside world. A few people came to the Sect Task Pavilion, which was the place where the sect specialized in releasing various tasks. If it was an ordinary disciple, they would need to complete sect tasks to exchange for sect resources. But for Mu Chen, these peak masters' personal passages didn't need it at all. They just need to cultivate with one mind. Huh? Yu Tianxin? Are you going out to practice as well? Arriving at the task pavilion, a white-clothed youth who looked to be about the same age as Mu Chen and the others looked at Yu Tianxin and asked. That's right. After practicing for a long time, I want to go out and have a look around. Since we met, let's go together, Yu Tianxin said as he looked at the other party. Good. Then let's get together. The youth nodded. Yu Tianxin then introduced each other to both Mu Chen. The youth's name was Tsang Su, and he came from the Divine Sword Peak, one of the 9 peaks, and like Mu Chen and the others, he was the Peak Master's personal heirloom. Mu Chen? So your name is Mu Chen? I've seen your lingering shadow in the extreme Dao Sacred Tower. Tsang Su looked at Mu Chen and said. There were many disciples who challenged the extreme Dao Sacred Pagoda during this period of time, and they knew that it was impossible for them to be Mu Chen's opponent, but they just wanted to see how strong the other party was. The results show that the other side is incredibly strong, so much more powerful than those sages. If those sages before them they were still able to get through a few moves, then Mu Chen's might made it difficult for them to look at him, and they couldn't even withstand a single move from the other party. Stay low, Mu Chen laughed. Finally, a few people began to choose their tasks. The sect's quests were divided into many levels, and different levels were suitable for people of different cultivation levels to complete, and Mu Chen and the others picked a quest in which a city was destroyed after discussing it, and this quest suggested a cultivation level of the Soul Palace realm. Although the cultivation of several of them were all below the Soul Palace realm, all of them could be the Peak Master's personal heirlooms. Their strength was extraordinary, and they were completely unafraid of the unusual Soul Palace realm. After receiving the quest, through the clan's teleportation array, several people headed to the nearest city to the target quest. The target location was billions of miles away from the Wandao Immortal Sect, and their cultivation level was still too low today, so if they were to fly there it would take too long. Through the teleportation array, the crowd quickly arrived at the city. This is a city called Star City, with a population of nearly 10 million people, and is extremely prosperous. Ah, the long-lost fireworks of the world. Yu Tianxin stood in the city and took a deep breath. The Wandao Immortal Sect belonged to the Immortal Cultivation Sect, bringing with it an ethereal and unearthly aura that was different from that of this kind of city and pool. Indeed, it's been a long time since I've felt this feeling. Mu Chen also nodded his head. Ever since he crossed over, he had grown up in the palace and had never seen this kind of scene. Our sect's sphere of influence is quite large. Hundreds of millions of miles away all fall under our sect's jurisdiction. Luo Li was surprised. What's a billion miles of territory? You're underestimating our Wandao Immortal Sect. Tsang Su shook his head and laughed. Billions of territories are just a corner for our Wandao Immortal Sect. As an Immortal Dao Sect, our sect not only owns vast territories, but also controls many other worlds. All of these places are our resource territories. The forces in the territory need to submit resources to the clan every year, which is why our clan can have so many resources. But likewise, if something happens in the subordinate territories, our clan needs to manage it. Just like this time, all the cultivators in a city died, and this place doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of any other clan's power, so it's directly up to our clan to issue a mission to resolve the matter. Several people in Mu Chen were a bit surprised. They knew that the sect might be strong, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. Not only do they occupy vast realms, but they hold many other worlds. Mu Chen thought of what Iron Warrior Madness had told him back when he had lured him to worship his master, that some of his disciples had become world lords. It must be those worlds under the clan. The crowd then began to inquire about the news related to this mission, which was the city that had been destroyed. In the end, the crowd learned from some cultivators that it was a city with a population of 1 million, but not long ago, all the cultivators of that city disappeared without a trace overnight. Instead, the soul lamps that many of them had left in the city went out, which meant that those people were dead. But how and where those people died, no one knows. Chapter 31. A Turtle in a Jar. I think it's better if we check out that city. We might find something. Song Su offered. The crowd nodded, thinking it should be. However, just as the four of them were preparing to head to the place of the incident, news swept out from the prosperous Star City that someone had discovered the cave of an ancient powerhouse, in which a large amount of treasures existed. When the news came out, it immediately caught the attention of many cultivators in flourishing Star City. For the casual cultivators, this kind of cave was an important way for them to obtain cultivation resources. However, the message said that that cave was only accessible to cultivators above the Tao realm. Body Refinement Realm, Fate Sea Realm, Tao Will Realm, Divine Deposit Realm, Soul Palace Realm, Tao Dharma Realm, 9 Changes Realm, Zwitin Realm, 9 Heavens Opening Realm, and Immortal Realm. It's a pity that we're not above this realm, or else we could go in and explore as well. Yu Tianshin sighed. Although they were not lacking in resources, but since it was both an experience and they had encountered this kind of thing, going to see it would also increase their experience. Let's just complete the sect quests first. As for caves and whatnot, we'll always come across them later, Song Su said. The four then proceeded to the place of the incident. A few days later, the crowd arrived at a silent, lifeless city. The city's buildings were not damaged in the slightest. What means did those behind the scenes use? Mufan frowned. Could it be with poison? Poisoning everyone and then transporting their bodies away? Luo Li guessed. It's not impossible. Regardless of what means they used, the people who massacred the city are definitely not any righteous cultivators. Daring to practice such a gruesome thing on our Wandao Immortal Sect's turf. Make sure to cut them down to the bone, Song Su said in a cold voice. Several people then searched the neighborhood, trying to find clues, but unfortunately there were no clues. In the end, after spending several days, the crowd had no choice but to return to prosperous Star City. However, not long after they arrived at flourishing Star City, the entire city was instantly enveloped in a golden light. Several people from Mu Chen flew up into the air and realized that the entire city had been completely imprisoned by the golden light boundary that had enveloped it, and the living beings in the city were unable to leave at all. Many cultivators want to break through the boundary, but there is nothing they can do. This golden light boundary is indestructible. Ordinary cultivators simply cannot shake. Right at this moment, dozens of figures dressed in black robes and masks suddenly emerged from outside the boundary, their cold gazes watching the chaotic cultivators in the city below. Just a turtle in a jar. The man at the head sneered and waved his hand to offer a golden cloth bag over the city. In the next instant, the golden cloth bag erupted with a powerful devouring force, swallowing the living beings in the city into the bag one after another, and all sorts of terrified cries rang out in the city. Obviously, this golden cloth bag was a magic treasure. The 3 Yu Tianshin's bodies also flew uncontrollably into midair, but they were pressed down by Mu Chen. A few people looked at each other and instantly realized what was going on with the city that was completely devoid of life before. The other side might have used exactly this means to capture the living beings in the city. Really big guts, just exterminated a city with a population of 1 million people and still don't know enough. Actually so quickly extended their hands to the city of prosperous Star City, which has a population of 10 million people. These people can be really heartless. Song Su's expression was cold. I see, the news of that cave that was circulating in flourishing Star City before might have been spread by these people on purpose as well, in order to lure away those cultivators in flourishing Star City who have stronger cultivation levels so that they can make their move. Luo Li guessed. Now there are no more strong people in the prosperous Star City. It is difficult to break the boundary. Everyone has become a turtle in a jar. It is a good time to start. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, in that case, it seems that the cultivation of the person in the shadows isn't too high, or else it wouldn't have to be so troublesome. So, are we going to make a move? Yu Tianshin couldn't wait. The other party did not directly decapitate these people, but captured all of them alive, indicating that the other party will capture these people for other purposes. If mixed in the crowd, may be able to uncover the person behind the curtain. Mufan said. I think so too. Song Su nodded. Luo Li worriedly said, but this is too risky. The vast majority of this group of people are at the divine hidden realm, and the person at the head of the group who sacrificed the golden cloth bag is even at the soul palace realm. I'm afraid that the strength of the person behind the scenes is extraordinary, and I'm afraid that it's very dangerous if we rush into the other side's lair. Although they were all the most talented disciples of the Wandao Immortal Sect, after all, their cultivation levels were too low nowadays. Looking at the vastness of the world, They were too insignificant. Don't worry too much. The other party shouldn't be too strong. Otherwise they wouldn't have used means to trick those powerful cultivators away, Sang Su said. In the end, a few people decided to conceal their presence from the world, mixing with these cultivators in the city to find their den and completely eradicate them. It was also at this moment that some cultivators in the city who were not weak broke free of that golden boundary, and then brazenly struck out, trying to shatter that spiritual treasure. However, those people failed. The cultivator who was in charge of the spiritual treasure made a move. The other party's cultivation was not weak. It was a half-step Dao Dharma realm cultivation, and was just a step away from the Dao Dharma realm. However, the powerful cultivators of Flourishing Star City had all gone to that cave, so much so that almost all of those left in the city at the moment were cultivators below the Dao realm, and it was simply impossible for them to be the opponent's opponents. Holy half-step Dao realm, it's a bit up in the air. With our strength, there's absolutely no chance of winning when we meet the Dao realm. Mu Chen, do you have the strength to deal with the Dao realm? Yu Tianshan asked. They were all at the divine hidden realm cultivation level, so they could deal with Soul Palace realm cultivators, but they couldn't do anything when they encountered the half-step Dao realm. That should do it. Mukan nodded. Are you sure? You're only in the Dao Will realm? Sang Su asked uncertainly. Don't worry about it. As long as it doesn't exceed the Dao realm, then there won't be any problems. Mu Chen said blandly. His Dao Will realm was not an unusual Dao Will realm. Previously, he was able to defeat the clan's strongest Soul Palace realm in eternity at the Fate Sea realm, and now that he had broken through the Dao Will realm, defeating the Dao Dharma realm was not surprising. With your word, that's fine. Iron Warrior nodded furiously, although Sang Su also had some doubts. Since Iron Warrior Madness was so confident in him, he had no scruples. Inside the city, tens of millions of living beings transformed into streams of light and were included in the Golden Bag spiritual treasure, and several of Mu Chen's people were also included in the cloth bag. Soon, the entire city became empty without a single living being, and it became exactly the same as the one before. Mission accomplished. The leader of the Black Robes put away the cloth bag magic treasure and laughed softly, leading the crowd behind him to quickly swept away towards the distance. Mu Chen and the others were packed in the middle of a cloth bag, and all of them looked horrified. Those people seemed to be from the Luo Tian sect. Someone in the sack said with a trembling body. Chapter 32 Luo Tian Cult. Silent Qian. Many people's bodies chilled when they heard the three words Luo Tian sect. Luo Tian Cult? What power? Mukan asked suspiciously after hearing this. Don't inquire if you're a Dao Will realm. Knowing that won't do any good. You just need to know that we're dead this time. The man looked ashen, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Later, Mu Chen and the others learned from other people that the Luo Tian sect was a cult that roamed the neighborhood. They often captured cultivators to use for cultivation, and some cultivators had previously joined together to try to eradicate this cult. But the other party had been so godlike and deeply hidden that no one had been able to discover their lair at all. In the past, they only captured cultivators sporadically and secretly, but I never thought that they would actually start to take action against a city now, and I'm sure that the disappearance of that city's population before was their handiwork. There's absolutely no chance of us surviving in his hands now. Some cultivators were unwilling and attacked towards the golden bag. But this magic treasure was of an extraordinary grade, and they were unable to break through. Mu Chen, can you break through this magic treasure? Yu Tianshan asked in a low voice. Mu Chen nodded. He could indeed do it, but it wasn't time to go out yet. Just at this time, the 10 million cultivators in the magic treasure were released one after another, only to see that in front of the crowd was a vast sea of blood, countless corpses and bones floating in the sea of blood, looking at the crowd scalp numb. And above the sea of blood sat a figure that was currently absorbing the chi and blood from the sea of blood below. Reporting to Sect Leader, all the cultivators in Flourishing Star City have been captured. The leader of the group responsible for capturing the cultivators clasped his fists towards the figure sitting on the sea of blood. Well done. And there's a reward for that afterwards. The figure looked towards the crowd with a satisfied smile on his face. Very well, after absorbing the life essence of these people, I will have the strength to go to the cave and absorb the life chi and blood of those people. Ah, what a perfect plan. The figure sneered. That's Silent Qian, Lord of the Luo Tian sect. Some people looked horrified and their bodies were like sifting chaff. Sure enough, luring those powerful people away before was all their trick, Su Luo Li whispered. However, her voice instantly drew the attention of the figure in the sea of blood. What a stunning woman. This seat hasn't encountered a woman like you in many years. Silent Qian's sharp gaze looked towards Su Luo Li, and then this dark red light blossomed on top of his palm as he grabbed towards Su Luo Li. Su Luo Li's aura was too out of the ordinary among these people, like a fairy in the dust, striking. But right at this moment, a palm blooming with this purple light probed out and violently collided with that palm. With a rumbling sound, a dull and loud noise erupted, and powerful spiritual energy fluctuations swept over towards the surroundings. Silent Qian's palm was blocked back as he looked at Mu Chen with a surprised gaze and said, "There are actually experts here? HM? The Dao Will Realm." At this moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of incredulity. His own strike was actually blocked by a Dao Will Realm? Are you kidding me? Take this man down. With Silent Qian's command, the surrounding Luo Tian sect congregation immediately gathered towards Mu Chen. "Well, let's give it a try." Yu Tianshan roared, his head full of black hair flailing about and his robes grinning, as he threw a punch towards one of the congregations that had impacted over. The two of them, Song Su and Su Luo Li, also struck out together, launching an attack towards the surrounding Luo Tian sect that was killing over. Su Luo Li's body blossomed with Tai Shang Luo Li immortal light, quite invulnerable to all laws, and the enemy's attacks fell on her almost useless. She waved her hand and a flashy light blossomed, easily piercing through the center of a Soul Palace realm's brow. As the battle broke out between a few people, especially after seeing that there was actually someone who could block Luo Tian sect Master Silent Qian's attack, the captive crowds desperately began to raid towards the periphery, wanting to escape from this place. This was naturally blocked by the disciples of the Luo Tian sect. All of a sudden a melee broke out. Seeing that the scene was becoming more and more chaotic, the leader who was responsible for bringing the crowd in shouted and rose up in the air, his powerful aura erupting as he sent a palm towards Mu Chen to suppress him. The reason why these people dared to resist was because they saw that this person was not weak and blocked the sect master's strike. As long as this person was resolved, the rest of him could be easily suppressed. Looking at the previous leader of the group attacking himself, Mu Chen just let out a cold snort as he blasted his fist over. In an instant, a purple fist mark crossed the sky, suppressing it like a great mountain. Break! Looking at the fist seal that was suppressing over, that person felt a great crisis and immediately roared out, light blossoming on his palm as he blasted towards the fist seal. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, blood rained down from mid-air. That person was directly blown away by Mu Chen with a single punch. Such a scene was also a complete shock to all the Luo Tian sect congregation present. The one who died was the second in command of their Luo Tian sect, a half-step Dao realm powerhouse, and now he had actually been punched to death. This made the Luo Tian sect's crowd feel chilled and even more timid in their hearts. Even their battle strength couldn't help but weaken by a few points. "Kill out!" A powerful cultivator roared and led the charge towards the front. Su Luo Li and Yu Tianshan and the others all exploded with their full strength, and other than the peak of the Soul Palace realm being able to fight with them, the others were simply no match for them. As for Mu Chen, he was keeping an eye on sect leader Silent Qian, taking care of some of the minions attacking him in the meantime. "I don't suppose you guys are from an unusual power?" Silent Qian looked at Mu Chen and asked. "Guess." Mu Chen just looked at the other party coldly. "I know without guessing. With your strength you are definitely from the Wandao Immortal Sect without a doubt. Although other strengths also have first sequence of supreme geniuses, it is absolutely impossible for so many to appear at once. Especially you simply make it unimaginable for people to imagine that there are actually people in the world whose battle power at the spirit will realm can reach such a point, which makes me feel appalled. Junior, how about giving you a chance to submit to me, and I can make you the vice sect leader of my Luo Tian sect?" Silent Qian asked, his eyes actually carrying sincerity without the slightest bit of killing intent. "Since you know that I come from the Wandao Immortal Sect, then you still want me to submit to you? To make me a proper sect, submit to you a cult? Do you think that's possible?" Mufan laughed. "Humph, what about the Wandao Immortal Sect? Those so-called righteous forces are nothing more than a group of people who deceive the world, talking about the weak and the strong, but now that I'm hunting other cultivators, how is it not the weak and the strong? I'm just following the rules of heaven and earth. Why are you guys meddling? And do you think those of you on the righteous path have killed fewer people? Which one of those people who can become a strong man didn't have their hands stained with blood? I'm afraid the people they've killed are countless times more than these 2 cities I've slaughtered. But it's just that now that they're powerful and think they've washed their hands of it, they can stand on the moral high ground and accuse us in the end. We're just people on the same journey." Chapter 33 Completion of the Mission. "I also once came from a so-called righteous clan, and once sacrificed my life for the sake of the clan's interests, but so what? In the end, I was not pulled out by the clan to take the blame. I can come to this point today. It is all caused by the clan I used to be in. So I threw myself into the darkness, vowing to make those so-called decent people pay. Silent Chen's face grimaced and roared loudly. Submit to me. I can make you the vice sect leader of my Luo Tian sect, and together we will carry the Luo Tian sect forward and make those so-called righteous sects pay the price in blood. Mu Chen shook his head and let out a cold laugh. You're right. Those who can become powerful. They don't know how many enemies have died in their hands. But so what? At least they didn't devour the lives of the masses of people like you do. There's a fundamental difference between them and you group of evil cultivators who kill people like grass. Humph, devouring beings is just a means for me to become stronger. And I'm not afraid to tell you that this seat has received a very powerful inheritance. And only by constantly sacrificing beings can I open up a deeper level of inheritance. If you can come with me, I can share the inheritance with you, and sooner or later we can arrive at the top of the immortal Tao together. Silent Chen was still inviting Mu Chen. The main reason was that he had never seen a genius of this level before, and if he could have the help of the other party, he would be able to add wings to his future. Since you've said that I'm from the Wandao Immortal Sect, becoming immortal is nothing more than a nail in the coffin for me, and you still want to lure me with becoming immortal? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? And as the saying goes, if you have an axe to grind, you have a grudge to pay. Since you have a grudge against the clan you were once a part of, then you should go and find trouble with them instead of venting the grudge in your heart on other cultivators. Mu Chen sneered. Humph, I'll naturally seek revenge on them when I'm strong. But the other cultivators are nothing more than food for me to become stronger. I'm asking you for the last time. Do you submit to me or not? Silent Chen asked in a deep voice. He was running out of patience. You alone are not qualified to make me submit. Do you really think that just because you can block one of my moves that you can't put me in your eyes? Let's see me suppress you. Silent Chen roared, once again thrusting his palm horizontally towards Mu Chen. Well, let's give it a try. The Hongmeng Qi on the latter's body boiled. A fist blasted out. Purple fist prints collided with the other party's dark red palm. Powerful waves of spiritual energy swept in all directions, blasting on top of the surrounding cave rock walls. With a loud boom, the entire cave was cut off, and the upper half of the cave flew out in the air. Only then did the crowd realize that they were actually located in the middle of a large mountain. However, because of the strike, the crowd was completely exposed, and many cultivators began to fly off in all directions, and the Luo Tian sect crowd was simply unable to stop them. Even some of the powerhouses not only didn't flee, but instead began to strike at the Luo Tian sect's crowd, and for a time, the Luo Tian sect suffered heavy deaths and injuries. I'll kill you. Seeing such a situation, Silent Chen roared angrily and blasted a fist toward Mu Chen. It's just a mouthful. Mu Chen let out a light laugh and pounced forward to fight with his opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The fists of both sides collided, erupting with a deafening sound like thunder. After a few collisions, both sides backed up, and Mu Chen had a faint smile on his face, without the slightest bit of pressure. But instead, Silent Chen's fists were covered with cracks, and blood flowed out. The opponent's strength was a few points weaker than the Soul Palace realm that Mu Chen had once encountered in the extreme Dao Sacred Pagoda. So he didn't put it in his eyes in the slightest. Thunderbolt Palm. Silent Chen bellowed and used his own strongest divine ability. In an instant, a huge dark red palm print descended from the sky, suppressing towards Mu Chen. Xianhuang Holy Dragon Seal. At the same time as the other party executed his divine ability, Mu Chen pinched his hand and executed the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon Bloodline Treasure Art, and a greenish-black Xianhuang Sacred Dragon Dharma Seal condensed from energy appeared horizontally, meeting the other party's Thunderbolt Divine Palm. Rumbling, the two divine paths collided, and Silent Chen's Thunderbolt Divine Palm was crushed in an instant, dissipating into energy in the heavens and earth. The huge Xianhuang Holy Dragon Dharma Seal suppressed towards the other party head-on. Ah! Silent Chen was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong for a Dao Will realm. Immediately, he looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar, pushing his hands across. However, in just an instant, both of his arms were completely worn down by the FA seal. With a loud boom, the FA seal blasted onto Silent Chen's body, instantly smashing his body into the ground and crashing into the mountains, collapsing several divine peaks. The Hongmeng Qi surrounded Mu Chen's body, transforming into a purple light that impacted toward the other party. It was also at this moment that a golden cloth bag magic treasure suddenly appeared, and the mouth of the cloth bag erupted with an unparalleled suction force to include Mu Chen within it. However, what greeted him was a purple round tripod. The two magic treasures collided, and the other party's cloth bag was instantly torn apart by the Hongmeng prison's suppressing tripod. And then the cauldron rotated, gulping the sun, moon, stars, and rivers. The cauldron fell violently, shrouding the silent Qian below in, and the terrifying power of Hongmeng intertwined in it, beginning to refine the other party. "Wait, young man, don't kill me," Silent Qian hurriedly yelled. "As long as you let me live, I can give you the inheritance I've obtained." "I don't care." Mu Chen snorted coldly, and the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron shook violently, and along with a miserable scream, Silent Qian in the cauldron was completely decimated. Without the sect leader to support them, the rest of the Luo Tian sect's congregation was like scattered sand, retreating in all directions. But what greeted them was the pursuit of other cultivators. This is the moment when offense and defense change shape. "Haha, cool." Yu Tianshan roared in excitement, and with a poof, he tore a member of the Luo Tian sect into two halves, brutal to the extreme. Song Su held his long sword in his hand, and as the long sword slashed through, brilliant sword light blossomed, easily decapitating Soul Palace realm cultivators. He looked in Mu Chen's direction and marveled. This is truly too terrifying. To kill the Dao Dharma realm with a Dao Will realm cultivation that spans across 3 realms is simply unimaginable. Such strength had never been seen in all of eternity. He's still as strong as before. Su Luo Li's body blossomed with Taishang Luo Li Immortal Light, invulnerable to all laws, and the attacks of many people that fell on him simply couldn't cause any damage to her. The physical abilities of the supreme glazed immortal body also gradually began to unfold. Not long after, all of the Luo Tian sect disciples present were all put to death cleanly, leaving none behind. Holy, if it weren't for Mu Chen this time, we wouldn't even be able to complete this clan mission yet, Yu Tianshan said. There was no way that half-step Dao Realm cultivator and the Dao Realm sect leader could be something they could deal with. Not bad. This clan mission is indeed beyond our capabilities. Song Su also said. The mission is considered complete. Now we can go explore that ancient powerhouse cave. According to what the other party just said, that place should really exist. Chapter 34 Treasure Hunting Plate, Old Man in the Way. Once the 4 of them had discussed the matter, they left the place to head to that so-called Great Power Cave. Is this the genius from the Wandao Immortal Sect? It's true that there's not one in a billion. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the 4's departing backs. Yes, using the Dao Will realm against the Dao Dharma realm. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Perhaps only a supreme power like the Wandao Immortal Sect can cultivate such a supreme demon. The crowd was envious. Not only did the status of the Mu Chen crowd make them envious, but their powerful battle strength likewise made them marvel. It wasn't long before Mu Chen and the others arrived at the location of the previous Great Powers Cave, and this entrance was only allowed to enter and not to leave, and the cultivation level had to be above the Dao realm. Although the cultivation level of several people with Mu Chen did not have the qualifications to enter the cave. However, it was fortunate that Mu Chen had obtained a token when he had beheaded Silent Qian earlier, the very token that controlled the entrance to the cave. When Mu Chen injected energy towards the token, a gap opened up in mid-air, and several people from Mu Chen immediately entered the cave. It was said to be a cave, but the internal space was simply like a vast world that could not be seen at a glance. At this time, the cultivators in the cave were still searching for opportunities in various places, and knew nothing about what had happened before in Flourishing Star City. Song Su took out a compass and said, "This is the treasure-seeking disc, which can locate the approximate position of various treasures in the vicinity." He injected energy towards the compass, and a map of the surrounding area instantly surfaced on the surface of the compass, on which various bright points of light were distributed. These points of light are where the treasures are, and the brighter the point of light represents the more precious the treasure. Song Su explained. This is a great treasure for treasure hunting. Yu Tianshan's eyes brightened. Your master's treasury should have this kind of thing in it as well, Song Su said. In the outside world, this might be a rare treasure, but it was nothing in the Wandao Immortal Sect. We must get one of these treasures when we go back. It will definitely come in handy when we come out to practice in the future, Yu Tianshan said. The crowd then sped towards where the nearest treasure was with the help of the treasure hunting disc. Although they, as the peak master of the personal biography pressure, simply does not lack any cultivation resources but treasures, and who will be too much. It didn't take long for several people to find an ice lotus in a cold pool. That Luo Tian sect master is really something too, letting such a precious place go unexplored and having to refine the blood and flesh of living beings. Do you think there's some kind of major disease in his brain? Su Luo Li was puzzled. There are not a few treasures that have been searched for on the treasure hunting disc. If he refined these treasures, even if he was at the Dao realm, it would allow him to further his cultivation. But he didn't do that and went ahead and practiced that evil practice. Didn't he say that he wanted to refine all of those living beings before coming here to make a move on the cultivators in the cave world? He shouldn't have much certainty in dealing with so many cultivators here, and in case he gets besieged, it's highly likely that he'll fall here. But if he can break through above the Dao realm, perhaps he won't be afraid of the many cultivators in this midst. Or perhaps, for their kind of evil cultivator, refining the blood of living beings is more beneficial to him, Mufan said. The four of them then continued their search with the treasure-seeking disc, a treasure in hand. It was still easy to find treasures. After only a few days had passed, several people's cultivation levels had increased quite a bit. Mu Chen's cultivation level had also smoothly broken through from the previous Dao Will realm to the divine hidden realm. Previously, apart from the body refinement realm, he had rarely used pills and elixirs, and now with the help of the elixirs he was able to make a smooth breakthrough. While the divine hidden realm required the use of spiritual energy to quench the 5 viscera and diffuse the 5 elements, and from then on one could cultivate various attributes of the divine Dao. On this day, several people from Mu Chen were in the process of finding a precious medicine when a figure appeared in front of them. This treasure in your excellency's hand is extraordinary, and it is destined to be with my old husband, so please be able to part with it. The old man looked at the treasure-hunting disc in Song Su's hand. He had already tracked these several counting days, and found that the other party was always able to accurately find treasures, only to eventually realize that it was all because of this compass in the other party's hands. It's a rare and precious treasure. Sorry, I don't want to cut it, Song Su responded. I'm not discussing with you. If you don't want to suffer flesh and blood, you should obediently hand over the compass. Otherwise, you guys today, you won't be able to leave here alive. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a chilling voice. Mufan, are you sure you can deal with the other party? Yu Tianshan asked. Hands in the air. Mufan nodded. The district Dao realm was just a mere Dao realm. He didn't put it in his eyes yet. Old thing, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down in front of us immediately and kowtow and apologize, or else suffer the consequences. With Mu Chen's assurance, Yu Tianshan immediately clamored towards the other party. Kid, you seek death. The old man was furious, and with one palm, he came towards the crowd to suppress them. Light blossomed on the palm of the opponent's hand, transforming into a sky-covering hand that suppressed. Compared to that, Mu Chen and the others were negligible. Mu Chen snorted coldly as he blasted his fist over, and the Hongmeng Qi surrounded him, transforming into a gigantic fist that rose up into the sky and blasted on top of that gigantic palm. With a loud boom, accompanied by a brilliant burst of light, the giant hand that covered the sky exploded, and blood spilled down from the sky. The moment he blew out his opponent's palm, Mu Chen executed the divine ability, Holy Dragon Sky Stepping, and a greenish-black dragon shadow appeared under his feet as his figure suddenly disappeared in place. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of the old man, his slender and powerful palm covering the old man's face as he lifted him up with one hand. Ah! The old man screamed in terror and struggled, but he was unable to break away from Mu Chen's palm. Through the cracks in his fingers, his eyes looked at the teenager in front of him with fear. The other party was clearly only at the divine hidden realm. How could he have such terrifying strength? Mu Chen's palm snapped, and the bones on the old man's head were immediately crushed, with blood bursting out. Yu Tianshan and a few others were staggered as they watched. The hallowed Dao realm actually didn't even have the power to resist in Mu Chen's hands. This battle power was beyond their reach. Slowly, 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 have mercy, have mercy, the old man hurriedly shouted, fearing that he would die in the hands of the other party if he took one step slower. Wasn't he arrogant just now? Saying something about not letting us leave here alive? Why are you begging for mercy now? Yu Tianshan walked up and sneered. I was wrong, I was wrong. The old man hurriedly begged for mercy. You're not wrong, you're scared. Song Su sneered. As long as you all let me off the hook, I'm willing to tell you the greatest opportunity amongst this cave. Seeing Mu Chen's cold, emotionless eyes, the old man hurriedly said, Hey, won't we look for chances and whatnot on our own? Do we still need you to tell us? Mufan snorted coldly. It is true that you can look for yourselves, but if you go there late, there will only be no more for you. Chapter 35 Immortal Elixir. Destroy all. Oh? Then why don't you tell us what kind of treasure it is? We might be able to let you go if we're interested. Mu Chen asked curiously. That's an elixir with the power of the immortal spirit. It's definitely an immortal elixir without a doubt. And it's also an immortal elixir that was birthed by heaven and earth. The old man said hastily. Can heaven and earth produce immortal pills? Mufan asked. Young man, you've still seen too little. The universe is marvelous. Not only can it breed pills, it can also breed all kinds of divine weapons. The old man said. Mu Chen let go of the other party and said in a deep voice, Lead the way ahead. He also wanted to go and see what that immortal elixir that had been birthed by heaven and earth actually looked like. However, they were not in a hurry, and followed the direction guided by the other party to pocket all the various treasures they encountered along the way. This ancient cave was very vast, but there were not many cultivators who entered it, so along the way a few people did not meet other cultivators who grabbed the opportunity. Looking at the treasure-seeking disc in Song Su's hand, the old man leading the way revealed a look of envy. This is a real treat, but it's no longer with him. The next day, several people from Mu Chen smoothly arrived at the place where the immortal pills the old man had spoken of were located, and they were able to see the so-called immortal pills that had been birthed from heaven and earth. It was only the look of the elixir that surprised a few people a bit. Only to see that on top of a mountain, a human-shaped stone statue stood there, and in the statue's hands was holding a golden elixir of haze. That stone sculpture couldn't be a person, could it? Tianxin was puzzled. How can that be? That's just a statue. If you don't believe me, you can use your divine sense to explore, the old man said. Tianxin several people immediately used their divine sense to check it out, and it turned out that it was really just a statue without any breath of life. What a big world. This is really strange. Tianxin was surprised. He had thought about the possibility of immortal pills being birthed in various strange environments, but he hadn't thought that it would actually be this scenario. Can I go now then? The old man asked. Get lost and grow more eyes in the future. Mu Chen snorted coldly and let the other party leave. However, the old man didn't leave the place completely, but found other cultivators nearby. What are these people waiting for? There's an immortal pill and they're still not grabbing it. Tianxin frowned. There were more than a dozen cultivators in the vicinity, but they were all holding their ground as if they were waiting for something. This elixir is still absorbing energy. Mu Chen looked at the elixir, and gold and silver intertwined light blossomed in his eyes. And then two eye lights shot out from his eyes, like two sharp swords chopping at the immortal pill, only to be blocked by a wave of energy emanating from the pill. No wonder those people don't make a move. It turns out that the elixir has not yet been successfully conceived, and still exists in the midst of self-protection. Tianxin drifted off. Let's go and look for other treasures, Mufan said. What about here? Luo Li asked. Immortal pills, even within the Wandao immortal sect they were precious treasures. There's something weird about that statue. It's better to leave, Mufan said. His burial emperor immortal pupil saw something unusual. Although that stone statue was devoid of life breath, there was a strange energy within the statue. This energy was very similar to the energy within the body of the original Luo Tian sect's Lord Silent Qian, only much denser. Coupled with the fact that the news of this cave came from none other than the Luo Tian sect. So Mu Chen suspected that the inheritance that Silent Qian had received was most likely related to this place. And most importantly, this energy within the stone statue gave him a very uneasy feeling. Tianxin's few people also left the place decisively after hearing Mu Chen's explanation. Although immortal pills were precious, they were not essential. Several people then prepared to look for opportunities in the neighborhood. However, right at this moment, the old man who had been let go before once again found several people from Mu Chen, while at his side followed several other Dao realm cultivators. A middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke. We heard that you have a compass in your hands that can search for treasures. We want to see it. Mu Chen looked at the old man and said, I didn't expect that what I got in return for sparing your life before was a favor to be returned. Hey, kid. You're still too young to know how to decimate your enemies. The old man sneered. It's not too late to kill you. With a whoosh, Mu Chen impacted towards the old man. Humph. How dare a little one of the divine hidden realm act recklessly in front of us? The middle-aged man at the head snorted coldly, and the three Dao realm cultivators standing behind him immediately turned into three rainbow lights to meet Mu Chen. They already knew that Mu Chen's strength was extraordinary, so they weren't the slightest bit careless, and the moment they struck, there were 3 Dao realm powerhouses. However, Mu Chen just snorted coldly as he clenched his hand and blasted over with a fist seal. A huge Hongmeng fist seal crossed the sky and slammed into one of them. The man's expression changed. From the other party's fist print he felt an unparalleled power, and before they even exchanged blows, he sensed that it was impossible for him to block the other party's strike. So, without hesitation, he offered his spiritual treasure and blocked in front of him, while he himself drew back. But alas, his plans fell through. The fist seal came down like a huge mountain, shattering the other party's spiritual treasure in an instant, and then blasted towards the other party with a forceful momentum. With a loud boom, despite the other party's indignant efforts to resist, they exploded under Mu Chen's fist print, annihilating even the divine soul in the Soul Palace. To kill a Dao realm with a single punch, the terror of his strength was evident. After killing one person, the other 2 had already killed in front of Mu Chen. But right at this moment, Mu Chen's eyes shot out 2 rays of eye light as sharp as swords, blasting at the 2 men's heads. 2 explosions rang out one after another, and the 2 men's heads instantly exploded. This eye light was not a divine ability, it was just the basic ability of the Burial Emperor Immortal Pupil. Looks like the person you found isn't very strong. Mu Chen looked toward the old man and the middle-aged man who were already confused. You! The old man had been too shocked to speak. These few people he had found were all stronger than himself, being strong people of the Dao realm perfection, but as a result, they still weren't a match for the other party's moves. In the next instant, Mu Chen instantly appeared in front of the 2 of them by executing his Holy Dragon Heavenly Steps, and blasted his fist into the middle-aged man's abdomen, directly blowing his body up with only a single discovery left. And then he swept his foot across the room, kicking at the old man who was preparing to run away. The latter's body immediately surged with vast energy, diffusing a suit of armor that protected his body. As a result of Mu Chen's kick, the armor shattered, and the old man's body suddenly flew out horizontally, tumbling into the distance. As the other side said, you have to kill your enemies. So this time, without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chen once again killed the middle-aged man who only had 1 head left. No, you can't kill me. I'm an elder of the Heavenly Star Sect. I have the Wan Dao Immortal Sect at my back. If you kill me, the Heavenly Star Sect won't spare you. The middle-aged man hurriedly yelled. Chapter 36 Stone Statue Recovery, Li Mufan's Descent. Elder of the Heavenly Star Sect? Backed by the Wan Dao Immortal Sect. Is that remarkable? I, a disciple of the Wan Dao Immortal Sect, didn't say anything. So what are you? An elder of the Heavenly Star Sect? Yapping and screaming about? Mufan snorted disdainfully. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted violently, and his eyes shook violently as he looked at Mu Chen. The person in front of him was actually a disciple of the Wan Dao Immortal Sect. But thinking about it, other than a transcendent immortal Dao power like the Wan Dao Immortal Sect, how could any other power be able to cultivate such a terrifying peerless demon? So it's a family that doesn't recognize a family after a big flood. The middle-aged man was just about to beg for mercy when he was kicked in the head by Mu Chen, and his soul flew away on the spot. Whose family with you? Mufan snorted coldly. There were more than 1 billion sects within the domain of the Wan Dao Immortal Sect, so what qualifications did a Heavenly Star Sect have to say that it was a family with the Wan Dao Immortal Sect? Then Mu Chen sought out the old man who was seriously injured and preparing to flee, and this time, no matter how cleverly he talked, he ultimately failed to change the end of death. Yu Tianxin looked at Mu Chen and said, "This battle power of yours is truly terrifying, ah. Dao realm cultivators are all one punch, ah." Every time they watched Mu Chen fight, it made them envious. Before, when I was at the Dao Will realm, I was able to kill the Luo Tian sect master at the Dao realm. Now that I've broken through to the divine hidden realm, isn't it normal to punch one at the Dao realm? Mufan laughed. Normal my ass. I don't know how you practice. Yu Tianxin couldn't help but spit. The 4 of them then began to rely on the treasure hunting disc to continue searching for treasures in this space. However, before long had passed, a brilliant immortal light erupted from the depths with a shocking aura that startled all the cultivators in the space. All of them flew towards the target site. But not only did the Mu Chen several people not go there, they instead stayed away from there completely. Just as Mu Chen had said before, there was an extraordinary energy in the middle of that stone statue, and there might be unknown dangers. Yet they still underestimated that energy. As the immortal pill erupted into a shocking vision, the crowd unsurprisingly began to snatch it. But just as one person swept through the thousands of troops and snatched the elixir from the stone statue's hands, a sudden change occurred. The originally lifeless stone statue suddenly erupted with a dark red light. A tiny vortex appeared around the body of the statue, and a strange suction force erupted from the statue, sucking the surrounding cultivators into the vortex. And then the range covered by that suction force grew farther and farther, and it even spread to Mu Chen and the others in the distance. There really is something wrong there. Yu Tianxin felt that his upper body was uncontrollably going to fly towards the direction where the stone statue was. At that moment, he roared, and his legs snapped, thrusting into the middle of the boulder. But as a result, he was still unable to block the force, and his body was sucked up. Luo Li and Song Su did the same. They simply couldn't block that powerful force, and their bodies flew towards the distance uncontrollably. Collect! At the critical moment, Mu Chen sacrificed the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron and put the three of them in the cauldron. He let out a low drink. The sea of life tossed and rolled up waves to the heavens, bringing the spirit wheel of the 33 heavenly palaces to the back of his head as he stood there with his legs in the shape of a horse stance, his head hanging over the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron, and his body blossoming with the light of Hongmeng as he exploded into full strength and stood there. It turned out that he had actually blocked the suction from the stone statue. But just as he was slightly settled in his mind, a sky-covering hand violently grabbed towards him. As the palm grasped, the skin of the stone on the palm began to peel off, revealing the flesh and blood in its midst. Holy! Mu Chen roared lowly, and this palm carried a powerful force of suppression that completely imprisoned the surrounding space, leaving him with nowhere to escape. He didn't realize that he had been very careful and still ended up planting himself here. However, just as the large hand landed, a silver sword light as bright as a river of stars flashed by, and that large hand was instantly severed. And then a somewhat disheveled figure appeared in front of Mu Chen. Master! Looking at that familiar back, Mu Chen shrieked out in shock. The person who came was none other than Master Li Mufan. Li Mufan grabbed the wine gourd with one hand and looked back at Mu Chen, nodding his head, signaling him to rest assured. Ah, what man! A shriek escaped the mouth of the owner of the large hand. Kill your people! Li Mufan spoke blandly, cupping his sword fingers in his hands and chopping forward. In an instant, billions of strands of brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips, each strand carrying the terrifying power of destroying the sky, instantly enveloping the stone statue in front of him. Ah, you're actually a superpower that has surpassed the Tao beheading immortal? The stone statue let out a terrified voice, and only moments later it went up in smoke under the sword light. Are you okay? Li Mufan looked back at Mu Chen and asked. It's fine. It's fortunate that you appeared in time, Master, or else I'm afraid that disciple will have to account for it here. Mu Chen said with some trepidation. The sense of oppression given by the revival of this stone statue was just too strong, making it impossible for him to move, and at that moment he was truly feeling like he would die. Ha ha ha. Only after personally experiencing the feeling of being on the verge of death will the heart of cultivation become stronger. Li Mufan laughed. Master, what is this stone statue? Mu Chen asked. This is the evil spirit, it should have been sealed here. But this guy has extraordinary means. He even melted his own seals together into that potion. As long as someone takes the potion away, the seal on him will be lifted, Li Mufan explained. Evil spirits? What's that? You'll naturally know when your cultivation is strong. It's still too early to understand such things. All right, the trouble has been solved. You guys continue your training. Master will go back first. Li Mufan didn't stay too long and his figure disappeared. However, before leaving, he glanced at the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron on Mu Chen's head. He had sensed that this object was extraordinary. Mu Chen released Luo Li's few people from the tripod and told them what happened afterward. It's too terrifying. A random adventure actually encountered this kind of powerful existence. Yu Tianxin sighed. The one who could make the peak master make a move could definitely not be an unusual level cultivator, and could even be an immortal Tao powerhouse. But now that we're the only ones left here, we can search for treasures in peace, Song Su said. Several people then began to search. A few days later, several people returned to flourishing Star City. However, in the city they heard about the life of Silent Qian, lord of the Luo Tian sect. The other party was originally a disciple of a clan, but ended up killing disciples of other forces in order to guard the interests of the clan. As a result, not only did he not get the clan's shelter, But he was also pushed out by the clan in exchange for benefits, and eventually completely blacked out and fell into the evil way. Damn, that power is shameless. Actually doing such a thing. Aren't they afraid that the disciples of the sect will be chilled? Su Luo Li said with righteous indignation. A good man, hardened by them, was forced into the evil way. Chapter 37 7 years out of the gate. Song Su shook his head. As long as the benefits are given enough, what's there to be chilled about? The world is bustling with profits. There are too many injustices in this world. How many people have been forced into the abyss step by step? Just as a few people were lamenting, someone recognized a few people from Mu Chen and immediately shouted out in excitement. It's the benefactors of the Wandao Immortal Sect. In an instant, the crowd was surrounded by the surrounding cultivators. In the following days, Mu Chen and the others spent their time in the hospitality of the people of flourishing Star City. And it wasn't until several days later that they returned to the Wandao Immortal Sect. The first thing I did when I returned to the clan was to check the seeds and fry I had sown. The seeds that were once there have grown several feet tall, blooming colorfully and beautifully in the breeze. The fry had also grown considerably and were swimming happily in the fish pond he had dug. Where did you get this fry? Li Mufan, who was lying on the tree drinking, asked suspiciously. Just caught it from a stream in the mountains. What's the matter? Mu Chen asked. Nonsense. That's a rather rare chaotic immortal spirit fish. There's nothing like that on Qingdian Peak, Li Mufan said. Not to mention that there was no such thing on the Green Destiny Peak. Even the Wandao Immortal Sect did not have such a thing. This kind of fish only existed in the chaotic Heavenly River, and it was impossible for it to appear anywhere else. The corner of Mu Chen's mouth twitched. This thing was given by the system. He only thought it was an ordinary fish fry. He didn't even think it was so extraordinary like those seeds. It's supposed to be mutated? Mu Chen said. Li Mufan was speechless for a while. Mutate? This green underworld peak had existed for endless years, and he had never seen a fish that could mutate into a chaotic immortal spirit fish. But he didn't press on. Everyone had their secrets. And just then, Mu Chen took another hoe and dug in a clearing. What is this kid growing here? Li Mufan looked at the busy Mu Chen. At this moment, Mu Chen was once again busy beside the previously reclaimed farmland. And this time, the reclaimed field was several times larger than its previous extent. Mu Chen was very serious because the system had requirements for the reclaimed fields, and if they were not qualified, the rewards could not be issued. Half a month later, Mu Chen had reclaimed a large area. And then the land was fertilized, and after that quite a bit of time was spent planting the corn seeds given by the system, one hoe at a time, one pit at a time. With the previous two experiences, Mu Chen was clear that this corn seed was only extraordinary. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding him with the supreme pupil art, Burial Boundary. This was a powerful pupil art applicable to the Burial Emperor Immortal Pupil, possessing a terrifying and incomparable killing power. It's so cozy. Just by completing simple tasks, you will be able to receive such a generous reward. Got rewarded for the mission. Mu Chen checked the 5 elements immortal spirit spike he had planted earlier again. As the crop grows, Mak Chen realizes that it looks somewhat like wheat. It just bloomed with a brilliant light throughout its body, appearing divine and unusual. This should be delicious in the future. After cultivating in the Age Immortal Hall for so long, all of them had relied on various kinds of spirit fruits to fill up their hunger, and it had been a long time since they had eaten any serious food. After inspecting his fish pond, Mu Chen continued to return to the Age Immortal Hall and began to cultivate. After his last trip, he realized that his cultivation level was still too low. Although he possessed a dual physique and bloodline power, and was even under the augmentation of the body refinement realm and the 33rd level of the Dao Will realm, which allowed him to fight across several great realms, it was still not enough. For some time afterward, Mu Chen had been cultivating painstakingly. Soon, the 7 years within the Age Immortal Hall passed, and Mu Chen's 5 viscera blossomed with 5 elements of immortal light, and 5 figures like Mu Chen sat coiled within the 5 viscera, scriptures draped around them, expounding on the supreme mysteries of the great Tao. The higher the realm, the more time-consuming it really is. For him, there was no such thing as a realm barrier, and he would naturally break through when he practiced. This still consumes quite a bit of time. Senior brother, how is the cultivation going? Su Luo Li asked as she came up from the first floor. In 7 years' time, she had already grown into a pavilion fairy, with a long light green dress wrapping her exquisite tall body. The black hair was like a waterfall, and the muscles were white as jade with a luster. With the absolutely beautiful face, It is really like the legendary fairy in the dust. With just a glance, Mu Chen felt the incomparably powerful aura within the other party. I'm afraid that the other party's cultivation had already reached the Soul Palace realm. What? Want to see if my cultivation has surpassed yours again? Mufan asked in a good-natured manner. The other party had come to check on his cultivation every once in a while during the past few years. Forget it. I'm not interested in seeing your cultivation. I just want to see when you're going to come out of seclusion. It's boring to keep cultivating in seclusion.
Luo Li spat.
7 years, this time they had been in seclusion for 7 whole years without any communication with the outside, and the long hours of cultivation made one feel a bit drained in their hearts. I've already perfected the divine hidden realm anyway, so let's get out. Just in time. I'd like to see how those crops I've grown are doing. Mufan stood up. Today he has grown into a tall, handsome man. Sword brows, starry eyes, angular face, long black hair falling behind him. The only thing that remained the same was his peasant outfit. Even though 7 years had passed in the Immortal Hall, only 100 days had passed outside, and it didn't look like anything had changed. The first thing Mufan did was to come to his crops and scrutinize them. It wasn't that he was worried about his crops being lost. It was just that whenever he watched the crops he had planted with his own hands thrive, he would have a very comforting and peaceful feeling in his heart. In Li Mufan's absence, it was just the two of them, Mu Chen on Qingdian Peak, and it wasn't any different from being in the Age Immortal Hall. So the two of them prepared to leave the Green Destiny Peak and go to the clan to take a look around. He had been in the sect for quite some time, but he didn't have the slightest understanding of the sect's situation. However, right at this moment, a golden stream of light suddenly shot from the distance and landed in front of the two Mu Chen men, transforming into a letter. This is supposed to be looking for master? Mufan took the letterhead. Shall we open it? Luo Li suggested. It's not good. How embarrassing would it be if it was a love letter from that senior to master? Mufan laughed. Humph. Love letter? Your master, I've lived for an unknown number of years, and no one has ever written me a love letter. Li Mufan's voice rang out of thin air, and then his figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them in front of Mu Chen. No way, master. You've never even received a love letter? Luo Li was surprised. My master is dedicated to the Tao, and has no interest in talking about love or anything else. Rather than wasting time on love, it would be better to have a sound fight with that bald head, Iron Warrior madness. Or wouldn't it be nice to go searching for some rare heavenly treasures and brew them into fine wine? Li Mufan said and opened the letterhead in his hand. Then he laughed. It's something to do with you. Chapter 38 Battle Against Sword Nameless. Something to do with us? Master, what is it? Luo Li asked. The sovereign has asked all the peak masters to bring their personal disciples to Wandao Peak, wanting you to get to know each other and spar, Li Mufan said. Want to fight? Luo Li's bright eyes suddenly bloomed with a bright light. She wasn't a fan of fighting either, but she wanted to move her muscles even after 7 years of cultivation. Mufan also nodded. It was indeed time to move his muscles. Then I'll take you there. Li Mufan waved his sleeve robe and invoked a cloud, taking the two of them to fly towards Wandao Peak. When they arrived here, the other peak masters had basically gathered here. Mufan saw quite a few familiar faces. In addition to Yu Tianshen and Song Su, there was also Bai Mengyao, who was once the number 1 in the outer sect, the disciple of Peak Master Mei Ichio. Is this the underlying strength of the Wandao Immortal Sect? The disciples of the Peak Masters are actually all geniuses of the first sequence. Mu Chen couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. These disciples were definitely an unimaginable undercurrent once they grew up. And how much heritage had the Wandao Immortal Sect accumulated over endless years? It's unimaginable. You should all know the purpose of having everyone converge here today. It's so that you disciples of these peak masters can get together to meet and exchange and spar, so that you don't just focus on cultivation and not recognize each other later on when you're out of the Wandao Immortal Sect. In the middle of the Great Hall, Qian Lingxue sat on the patriarch's seat and said to the younger generation of disciples below. All the people present were geniuses, and when they heard about the exchange and sparring session, their eyes were glowing with eagerness to try. For geniuses like them, the only way to bring up their interest was to be at the same level. As soon as Qian Lingxue's words fell, a disciple arrived in front of Mu Chen and cupped his fists. I'm Sword Nameless, and I'd like to ask this senior brother to teach me. Why did you pick me as your opponent? Mufan was puzzled. Could it be because of his lower cultivation level? This senior brother left several figures in the middle of the extreme Tao sacred pagoda and I had entered to spar with them, but they all ended in failure, and now that I've met your excellency's true self, I want to see just how strong you are. Jian Wuming was holding a long sword in his arms with a cold expression. He was the descendant of an old ancestor of the clan, with an extraordinary bloodline and possessing the first sequence physique, but as a result, he couldn't last more than a few moves at all in the hands of the extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda's shadow. That was why he doubted the authenticity of that shadow. After all, how could anyone in this world have such a terrifying strength? As you wish, Mufan laughed. Hey Jian Wuming, don't challenge him. You'll be struck down and your Tao heart will collapse, Yu Tianxin hurriedly reminded. He was well aware of Mu Chen's strength. A collapse of the Taoist heart? Oh, my heart is as firm as iron. How could it collapse? Sword Wuming's face was expressionless as he looked at Mu Chen and said, I won't take advantage of you either, so we'll fight at the same realm today. He was in the Tao realm 2 realms higher than Mu Chen. There's no need. I like to fight across the ranks. Mufan replied with a smile. Are you looking down on me? Jian Wuming frowned. No. It's just that in front of me you're no different from those mortal cultivators. Mufan said truthfully. The few uninformed peak masters and some disciples around them couldn't help but frown. Li Mufan, is this your disciple? Peak master asked. Yeah, why? Li Mufan asked. Don't you think he's too arrogant? A peak master frowned. It was fine to be arrogant in front of other people, but being arrogant in front of the first sequence's Jian Wuming would be beaten up badly. Yes? I don't think so, Li Mufan said as if nothing had happened. Hee. Well, I'd like to see what amazing strength he actually has, but don't let your Tao heart break at that time. That peak master laughed. I wish he could rupture this disciple of mine's Tao heart, but it's a pity he's not strong enough. Li Mufan laughed. Deception. Ling Tian's sword finger. Sword Wuming was furious, and with an instant display of his stance, he attacked towards Mu Chen. No one had ever dared to humiliate himself like this since he had been cultivating. At the same time, he pinched the sword finger in his hand and pointed it out, and in an instant countless streaks of incomparably powerful sword light shot toward Mu Chen. He possessed an innate sword body, and any sword Tao divine ability could be transformed into a miracle in his hands. However, in the face of the other party's overwhelming attack, Mu Chen only let out a light laugh, not exerting any Tao magic aptitude, and simply and horizontally thrusting a palm forward. Rumbling and rumbling, countless sword chi collapsed under his palm, transforming into a powerful energy storm that was eventually erased by his palm. Some tricks. Jian Wuming's eyes narrowed slightly as he once again impacted towards Mu Chen. 10,000 swords return. This time, he unleashed an even more powerful divine ability, and countless sword lights immediately erupted from his body, eventually condensing into a world-defying immortal sword that killed towards Mu Chen. A very good divine ability, but any divine ability is vanity in the face of absolute strength. Mu Chen laughed and blasted his fist over. In an instant, countless imposing fist prints suppressed towards the other party, like a torrential river flowing continuously. Arcane runes were intertwined amongst each fist print, emitting an astonishing aura. Mu Chen executed the supreme divine ability Hongmeng Zhenshi Fist that had been rewarded by the system. With a loud boom, endless fist seals blasted out, and the Gaijin immortal sword that was stabbing at Mu Chen shattered. Jian Wuming's body flew out backwards and fell into the distance, spewing blood from his mouth. After all, they were fellow disciples, and Mufan didn't kill them. Supreme sword domain. However, Jian Wuming roared, and his body, which had fallen to the ground, violently stood up, and in an instant, a vast sword domain suddenly appeared with him as the center, enveloping Mu Chen. Let me show you my strongest attack. Jian Wuming was furious. Since his cultivation, he had never suffered such a blow, and if he didn't get his face back today, it would become a permanent breach in his heart. Mu Chen felt an overpowering aura enveloping him, and the power from the sword domain seemed to want to slice off his body's flesh and blood sword by sword. And the moment the sword domain appeared, a long sword appeared in Jian Wuming's hand, instantly increasing the aura of his body by a few points. Kill! Jian Wuming let out a low roar, and his entire body seemed to transform into an indestructible sword that chopped towards Mu Chen. Since you're so serious, it's a bit hard to say if I don't show you some respect. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as the dragon shadow flashed beneath his feet, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Jian Wuming before he blasted his fist over. With a loud boom, the fist and the long sword clashed together, erupting into a crisp sword sound. And then the long sword in Jian Wuming's hand shattered with a bang, turning into fragments that flew in all directions. With a poof, the terrifying Hongmeng fist light passed through Jian Wuming's body, causing his body to fall straight down. The sword domain that had originally enveloped the Great Hall also collapsed. Jian Wuming's master teacher immediately went forward to check and found that the other party was seriously injured but had no fear for his life. Mu Chen was merciful after all. Chapter 39. The hearts of the disciples were shaken. Jian Wuming was the first sequence physique, and his bloodline was incredibly powerful, and he was still a large realm higher than Mu Chen, but he ended up losing miserably to the other party. Moreover, looking at Mu Chen's appearance, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength. Truly worthy of being a terrifying existence capable of pushing across the sages in the extreme Tao sacred pagoda. This strength is truly unimaginably powerful, someone said in awe. The fact that Mu Chen had continuously left his shadow in the extreme Tao sacred pagoda caused them all to feel incredulous. And there were even some who were skeptical about the authenticity of the extreme Tao sacred pagoda. However, today, Mu Chen's powerful strength was considered to have made them truly feel the other party's might. This strength was simply not comparable to those of them. Many of the peak masters were silent, looking at Mu Chen suddenly as if they had thought of something. Li Mufan, this disciple of yours couldn't be some kind of ultimate physique, right? Peak master asked. It was the only result they could come up with. The other party possessed an inquisitive physique, also possessed a terrifying bloodline, and only in this situation could he defeat Jian Wuming with a crushing force. The ultimate physique? What ultimate physique? I don't know. Li Mufan played a sloppy game. Seeing him in this state, the crowd became even more certain of the conjecture in their hearts. You're really lucky. The Gaijin demon that everyone failed to find was actually found by you. Peak Master envied. They were so close to digging up the Wandao Immortal Sect at that time, but they just couldn't find those two world-defying demons who had awakened their inquisitive physique. It turned out that Li Mufan, who had only returned later, had actually found it. Ha ha ha. Lo and behold. Li Mufan laughed out loud. Iron Warrior Frenzy was trembling, that was angry. He had rubbed shoulders with Mu Chen in the beginning. If he had known about the other party's astonishing natural talent at that time, he would have tied up Mu Chen even if he had. After Mu Chen defeated Jian Wuming, the other pro-graders also went out to spar. Su Luo Li took on by Meng Yao. The battle between the two women was fierce and incomparable, like two butterflies dancing, but every collision and exploded with amazing power. Both of them were the first sequence and did not have a powerful bloodline to add to it, and ultimately ended in a lose-lose situation. It was not uncommon for all the pro-disciples to converge on the scene. That's why all the disciples are constantly cutting each other's throats. But the only one no one dared to challenge was Mu Chen, whose previous performance had let everyone know how powerful he was. But when they didn't challenge them, Mu Chen took the initiative to challenge them. Moreover, his challenge targets were all disciples who were two great realms above him. Even so, those people were still no match for Mu Chen. Even in the end, some people suggested that they wanted to join forces against Mu Chen. If it was for an ordinary person, they wouldn't even bother to do so, but Mu Chen was an exception, and his powerful battle strength made the crowd feel ashamed of themselves. In the end, a dozen or so pro-disciples with the first sequence joined forces to deal with Mu Chen. Senior brother, I'm not going to show any mercy. Su Luo Li laughed. Mu Chen was like a big mountain suspended above her head. It had always made her feel oppressed, and now that she had finally caught this opportunity, then naturally she couldn't miss it. Just go all out though. Mu Chen laughed. A siege from amongst the pro-disciples then began. He shouldn't be able to block the attacks of so many disciples this time, right? Peak Master laughed. These disciples could all be of the first sequence physique, and several of them had cultivation levels that were two great realms higher than Mu Chen's. Even if Mu Chen possessed an inquisitive physique, he couldn't possibly be a match for these people. But they ultimately knew too little about Mu Chen. Even though there were many opponents, Mu Chen didn't even use his physical treasure art from the beginning to the end, so he pushed his way across, blasting all of the disciples to the ground. This is the strength of the inquisitive physique so terrifying? The peak lords were horrified. Although the Wandao Immortal Sect had never seen an infernal physique, it didn't mean that they hadn't seen one. But the extreme physiques they had seen weren't as terrifying as Mu Chen. You know nothing about him. Iron Warrior Madness sighed. It was indeed impossible for an inquisitive physique to be so powerful under normal circumstances, but Mu Chen was a double inquisitive physique that was unmatched in all of history. This resulted in his battle power being much more powerful than those of the inquisitive physique. Could it be that he has any other secrets besides his inquisitive physique? Peak Master wondered. It should have some kind of powerful bloodline, someone speculated. But neither Li Mufan nor anyone else in the know said anything. The less people knew about the dual inquisitive physique, the better. Moreover, with Mu Chen's performance within the Extreme Tao Sacred Pagoda, I'm afraid that there were already outside cultivators who had guessed the identity of the other party as possessing an inquisitive physique. There was already a high possibility that this could be a physical threat to Mu Chen. If he let it be known again that he possessed a dual inquisitive physique, I'm afraid that in the future, he wouldn't be able to leave the Wandao Immortal Sect to go outside to practice, and there would definitely be people hunting him outside. Qianling Shui nodded in satisfaction, truly worthy of being the unrivaled dual inquisitive physique possessor of the ages. This battle strength truly exceeded everyone's imagination. I wonder how far his future will go. Will it reach that legendary realm? Qianling Shui couldn't help but look forward to it in her heart. After the sparring session, the crowd didn't leave first thing, but instead gathered together and began to discuss some cultivation matters. Earlier, Master brought a technique that could actually cultivate the body refining realm to the 33rd level. It's simply unbelievable. In the middle of the exploration song, Su suddenly spoke. I received it as well. I really don't know what kind of heaven-defying enlightenment one possesses to create such a heaven-defying technique. But since the body refinement realm has 33 levels, do you guys think that the other realms will also have 33 levels? They were all geniuses and had their own opinions on the cultivation path. Now that the 33rd level of the body refining technique had appeared, it made some people's brains explode. However, thinking about it was one thing, but wanting to actually implement the creation of such a gong method was another. It's not something that can be done just by talking about it. Su Luo Li looked towards her senior brother. Wasn't this gong method pioneered by the other party? However, she realized that this senior brother of hers was just calmly sipping his tea and listening to the crowd's discussion. Mukin, do you think there will be other realms that can be cultivated to the 33rd level just like the body refinement realm? A disciple suddenly asked Mu Chen. After all, the other party's qualifications were unquestionable. Naturally in the past people thought that the 12th weight was the limit of the body refining realm, but now isn't it the same that someone has created a 33 weight technique? So just because it doesn't appear doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Mukin responded with a smile. Wasn't his own Dao Will realm also cultivated to the 33rd level? However, he hadn't manifested his Dao Will since the beginning, so the others didn't know. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads, their hearts heating up, all thinking that if they too could create a technique comparable to the 33rd level of body refinement, then they wouldn't be able to leave a name in history? Chapter 40. Inspector, Hongmeng Burial Palm. The entire gathering was joyful, and everyone was discussing things about cultivation, except for Jian Wuming. His whole body looked incredibly forlorn, and his eyes were a little dull. He had always considered himself to be invincible in the same realm, but this time he was truly struck by Mu Chen. At one point it got to the point of skepticism. Yu Tianxin shook his head. He had warned the other party long ago not to spar with Mu Chen, but the other party didn't listen and insisted on making a move. Now it's okay. The Dao heart has collapsed, right? For practitioners. Once the Dao heart collapsed, if it could not be remodeled, it would be difficult to make an inch of progress in cultivation in the future. Of course, if one could regain the heart of the Dao, it would be of great benefit to one's future cultivation. As the saying goes, break and build, but only if you can build. The party lasted several days before the crowd dispersed, and the two of them, Mu Chen, returned to the Green Destiny Peak to continue cultivating. During this period of time, Mu Chen's cultivation had also smoothly broken through to the Soul Palace realm above the Divine Hidden Realm. This realm was dominated by opening up the Sea of Sense and constructing the Soul Palace. Just like the Body Refinement realm, the Soul Palace similarly had 9 layers as its limit and 12 layers as its consummation. However, Mu Chen's Hongmeng Burial Emperor Scripture, as a supreme technique given by the system, could likewise be cultivated to the 33rd level at the Soul Palace realm. It had to be said that this gong method was terrifyingly abnormal. Not only did it exceed Mu Chen's cognition, it also exceeded the cognition of others. Many of these realms had broken their original limits, reaching the terrifying 33 heavens. Even if there is no special physique in the body, relying solely on this technique to cultivate in all realms, I'm afraid that it's much more powerful than those first sequence physiques. This was why Mu Chen didn't place all geniuses in his eyes. Whether it was his technique or physique, he was too much stronger than the others, completely crushing everyone else in every way. After that, he began to cultivate in the Age Immortal Hall, and the Soul Palace realm took even longer than the previous Divine Hidden Realm. Last time it took him 7 years to cultivate to the Divine Hidden Realm perfection, while this time the Soul Palace realm took a full 10 years to cultivate. It's also fortunate that there's a cultivation treasure like the Immortal Hall of Ages and Moons, or else I'd probably still be hovering around the Fate Sea realm or the Tao Will realm right now. He now sort of understood why these great powers could endure. The depth of their heritage was simply too deep. With these underpinnings in place, they could quickly cultivate a group of strong people to ensure the longevity of the force. Looking at the 33-fold soul palace that stood there in the sea of consciousness, majestic and incomparable, Mu Chen prepared to break through to the Tao realm in one go. For him, as long as he accumulated enough, he would be able to make a smooth breakthrough. There was no such thing as a realm barrier. Moreover, once one breaks through to the Tao Dharma realm, there will be a qualitative change in strength. At this time, one could absorb the laws of heaven and earth and spiritual energy, and condense a law star in the space above the sea of life. Each strike thereafter carried unparalleled power. Soon, half a year passed, and Mu Chen's cultivation smoothly broke through to the Tao realm, and with that, he finally ended this long seclusion. When he arrived at the first floor of the Immortal Hall, he realized that Luo Li was actually not here. She actually came out early? Mufan became curious. In the past, it was Luo Li who shouted at herself to get out of the gate, fearing that she would cultivate some more time to surpass her. This time there was actually no sign of the other side. She's out on patrol. Li Mufan's voice came out. Inspection? An inspection of what? Mu Chen asked suspiciously. Our Wandao Immortal Sect has a vast area under its jurisdiction. So naturally, we need to regulate it as well. When you pro-disciples reach a certain level of cultivation, you will be sent out on patrols on behalf of our clan to supervise a certain area and deal with conflicts and other matters within the area, to root out the evils and maintain peace in the area, which is also considered to be an exercise in your ability to deal with things. Li Mufan explained. Is that so? So how long is she out for this time? Mufan asked. A year or so. Your cultivation level has also reached the Tao realm now, so with your strength you can also carry out inspection missions. And you've been in seclusion for so long this time, it's time to go out and travel a bit. Okay, but I have to go weed my corn first, Mufan said. Okay. Li Mufan was already immune to this disciple's interests. Anyway, whenever he came out of seclusion, the first thing he was going to look at was definitely those crops he had planted. The 5 elements Immortal Spirit Spike was about to mature, and the chaotic Immortal Spirit Fish in the fish pond had grown much larger than before. But Mufan feeds them every so often. But today he had to do the systematic task of weeding the cornfield. Qingdian Peak, because of the abundance of spiritual qi, the land was nourished by the qi had turned into a treasure land, and it was easy to grow all sorts of weeds. Mu Chen came to the place where the corn was planted and began to carefully remove the weeds among them. And I wonder what the hell this corn seed is? Mufan was a bit curious. The seeds had already sprouted, but the 2 qi of yin and yang were intertwined on them, and it was clear that this corn seed was not a mortal object like the 5 elements Immortal Spirit Cob and the chaotic Immortal Spirit Fish before it. Previously, a long period of seclusion led to some irritation in my heart, but every time I do farm work I feel especially calm in my heart, and that irritation quickly dissipates and disappears. In the beginning, Mu Chen was only doing it to complete the system tasks, but now he was gradually enjoying this feeling of being a farmer. Mu Chen was very serious, scrutinizing this field without sparing a single weed. It took 2 days to remove all the weeds from all of them. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding him with the supreme aptitude, the Hongmeng Burial Palm. After receiving the system rewards, Mu Chen found his master and prepared to go on an inspection mission. I'll see about finding you a nice place. Li Mufan smiled, and his divine sense instantly enveloped the boundless boundaries within the jurisdiction of the Wandao Immortal Sect. And then with a wave of his sleeve, Mufan's figure disappeared into the green destiny peak. Mu Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and what came into view was already a completely unfamiliar zone. Where is this drying me out? Mu Chen looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and wondered. Help, help! Just then, the woman's heartbreaking cry for help suddenly came from the distance, attracting Mu Chen's attention. His figure instantly appeared at the source of the sound and saw several men with horns on their heads frantically tearing the long skirt of a young human girl, and soon a large portion of snow-white skin was revealed on the young girl's body. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to actually meet the young princess of the Great Yu dynasty here. A few of our brothers are blessed with a lot of lust. A man with a bull's horn on his head laughed excitedly. This has to be. This little princess is the prettiest among the princesses of the Great Yu dynasty. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and today I can finally get my wish. A man with a unicorn horn laughed loudly, the excitement in his eyes almost spewing out. However, just then, a voice came. Excuse me, what is this place? Chapter 41 Devil Race, Qingzhou Shenyang Domain. What man? His voice rang out abruptly, startling the few people who were preparing for a wheel-to-wheel battle. When he looked up, he saw a handsome man dressed in peasant garb standing on a boulder not far away. Where are the planters from? Get lost or don't blame me for being merciless. The man with the bull's horns on his head shouted angrily. Why are you so angry? I'm just asking for directions. Mu Chen was speechless. The girl who was pressed by several people on the ground wanted to ask for help, but when she saw the other side of a peasant outfit, her heart sank to the bottom, because she instinctively felt that this was the farmer who farmed the land. After all, appearance is the first element that determines the impression of others. And as a cultivator, Zhong Minting had never seen anyone who would wear plain peasant clothes. I'll you up. How dare you interfere with our business? I'll kill you. The man with the bull's horns was furious, and with a flick of his fingers, a pitch-black light shot toward Mu Chen's head. Demonic energy? Mu Chen frowned. Could these few in front of him be demons? During the time he spent cultivating in the sect, he also knew that there were many other races in this world besides the human and demon races, such as the demon race, the spirit race, and so on. And now that the other party's attack contained a rich demonic aura, it was clearly a demon race without a doubt. He lightly waved his sleeve, and the attack that struck him instantly dissipated in midair. Huh? Actually able to block my casual strike? A bit of ability. The ox-headed fiend let out a cold snort as he once again blasted his palm towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen's eyes suddenly went cold. A cold light flashed, and his palm grabbed towards the void in front of him, grabbing the bull-head demon race in his hand. Ah! The Minotaur demon screamed out in shock at this sudden turn of events. This farmer is actually a hidden powerhouse? Let go of him. A few other demons couldn't care less about Zhong Minting and immediately roared towards Mu Chen. Not very strong, but quite a temper. I just asked for directions and you guys are going to kill me? Mu Chen snorted coldly, and with a bang, he crushed and exploded the head of the demon race in his hand. You seek death. A few other demons were furious. Their demonic auras were monstrous, and they immediately sacrificed spiritual treasures and performed divine abilities, attacking and killing towards Mu Chen. If you want to die so badly, then I'll send you to be reunited. With a wave of his palm, Mu Chen struck out several channels of Hongmeng Dao light, instantly piercing through the heads of several people. One by one, really? I'm just asking for directions. I have to come up here to die. Mufan whispered helplessly. You didn't do anything yourself. Zhong Minting was dumbfounded. This person in peasant outfit in front of her was actually an expert? Those few demons were all at the Soul Palace realm, and they actually couldn't even block a single move from the other party. She thought the other guy was just a planter. Can you tell me where this is? Mu Chen looked at Zhong Minting, whose clothes were tattered, and asked. This is the Qingzhou Shenyang Domain. Zhong Minting hurriedly got up, changed into a full-length dress, and tidied up her messy hair. Qingzhou? Shenyang Domain. Mu Chen frowned. He hadn't heard of this place. Thanks to you for saving me just now, or else I might have been victimized by these demons. Zhong Minting thanked Mufan. I was just passing through here too. Mu Chen really only wanted to come and ask for directions, and as a result, those demons shot at him for no reason. In that case, it's just a matter of getting rid of them. Is this your first time here? Why don't you come with me to our Great Li dynasty? You saved my life. I have to repay you, Zhong Minting said. Just now she saw confusion in Mu Chen's eyes. Well, I have nowhere to go now anyway. Mufan nodded. The two of them then flew towards the distance. It didn't take long before they encountered the powerful men of the Daili Imperial Dynasty. My lord is late to save us. Please forgive me, your highness. At the head of the group, a middle-aged man with a beard, a stout body, and black battle armor arched his hand and clasped his fist. General Tang Jun, please rise. This matter has nothing to do with you. Zhong Minting waved her hand. It was thrilling before, but ultimately nothing happened. Your Highness, do you know which power is responsible for taking you captive? Tang Jun asked in a deep voice. Luckily, the princess was unharmed this time. Otherwise, all of them would have to be buried with her. Originally, they were just protecting the princess to go out for a walk, but they didn't expect to encounter a demonic attack. Knowing that this place was not that far away from the imperial city of the Deli dynasty, these demons were just too rampant. The underworld demon sect. Zhong Minting said. The underworld demon clan? It's really them. Last time they assassinated the Grand Prince. This time they made a move against you, Princess, and many officials of the imperial dynasty have been assassinated by the demon clan recently. It seems that this underworld demon clan is really determined to go to war with our great legendary imperial dynasty. Tang Jun said in a deep voice. Father is kind-hearted and doesn't want to start a war to make the people suffer. But the devil race is aggressive, and now it seems like a big war is unavoidable, I'm afraid. Zhong Minting sighed. Only, Your Highness, who is this man? Tang Jun noticed Mu Chen and couldn't help but ask. It's the benefactor who just saved me. Zhong Minting explained to the other party what had happened before. Tang Jun immediately arched his hand to Mu Chen and thanked him. If the other party hadn't stepped in, then all of them, the generals who had protected the princess, would have been unable to absolve themselves of the blame. The crowd then flew towards the direction of the imperial city of the Dali imperial dynasty. On the way, Mu Chen asked suspiciously, is the relationship between the human race and the demon race in Qingzhou bad? The role of the inspector was to maintain peace on one side, and now the strife between the human and demon races was also something he had to deal with. You don't know? Tang Jun was surprised. He's not a native of our Qingzhou and doesn't know much about our situation here, Zhong Minting said. Mu Chen also said, I was ordered by my master to come and train. So it is. Tang Jun nodded his head and said in a deep voice, it's not just very bad, it's practically like water and fire, and it's not just between the human race and the demon race, it's between the three races of humans, demons, and devils. All of them are like this, it's so hard to kill each other to death. Why is that? Mu Chen asked suspiciously. Hey, in fact, although there was friction in the past, but it was only a localized conflict, not very serious, but in the recent years, our human race has often suffered from the attacks of the demon race and demon race, and many strong people have fallen, leading to a sudden escalation of the conflict. In fact, great battles have begun to break out in many parts of the Green State, and an unknown number of living beings have fallen, and this battle is also going to soon spread to our great Li imperial dynasty. Tang Jun's expression was cold and stern, and his body vaguely exuded a murderous aura. As military generals of the imperial dynasty, once a great war broke out, they were bound to vow to rush to the forefront. Mu Chen sort of understood why his master wanted him to be sent to this Qingzhou. Things here were indeed troublesome. However, just as they were about to arrive at the imperial city, a monstrous, gigantic demonic palm suddenly descended from the sky, suppressing down towards Mu Chen and the others. Unbridled. Just at the instant the demonic palm appeared, a majestic and incomparable voice suddenly rang out from the imperial city, and a large golden handprint stretched out from it to meet that huge demonic palm. Chapter 42, Tracing the Cause. The two palms collided in mid-air, and the demonic palm was instantly crushed. But in the next instant, the crushed demonic palm even turned into thousands of strands of pitch-black demonic gas, falling down towards the imperial city of the Dali dynasty. The demonic devil chi possessed a very strong erosive effect, and in the case of cultivation suppression, it could easily erode humans and demons into the devil race. Just at this moment, the person in the imperial city who made a move came a cold snort, the golden hand in the void a grip, will fall to the imperial city of the devil gas convergence in the palm. In the next moment, those demonic auras were directly worn out. The underworld demon sect. A cold voice came from the imperial dynasty. Tang Jun's face was grim, simply too deceitful, actually daring to strike out at Her Highness under the eyes of the imperial city. This underworld demon sect really deserves to die. Although that strike just now was aimed at Zhong Minting, why wasn't it provoking their Dali imperial dynasty? What kind of conflict of interest do you really have with each other? Mu Chen asked with a frown. There wasn't any conflict of interest. It was purely them looking for something to do. Tang Jun said with a cold face. These damned demons should really just be wiped out. Why is father delaying his troops? Zhong Minting gritted her teeth. Your Highness doesn't know. Our enemy is not just a single underworld demon sect, but also the demon clan's heavenly demon hall. Once we take the lead against the demon race, It's very likely that the Heavenly Demon Hall will take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on us, and then we'll be attacked from the back, and that would be dangerous. For today's plan, the only way is to be patient and wait for the Heavenly Demon Hall and the Underworld Demon Sect to fight first, and wait until they are both defeated and wounded. Then we can strike out in a stern manner in order to win with a single blow. Tang Jun said. This was a war between a royal dynasty and a clan. Once the war started, it would be a battle of life and death. There couldn't be any haste. Soon the crowd entered the imperial city, and Mu Chen was arranged into a luxurious inn. Little friend Mu Chen, please wait here for a while, when we head to the palace to report this matter to His Majesty. I'm sure there will be a reward from His Majesty in a matter of days. Originally, you should have been taken to meet His Majesty for such a great feat of saving Her Highness, but you can see the situation in the Delhi dynasty today, and I'm afraid that His Majesty is also very busy at the moment, so I'd like to ask for your forgiveness, little friend Mu Chen. Tang Jun apologized. It's okay. You guys go about your business. Mu Chen said indifferently. He didn't care about rewards or anything else. Mu Chen, you mustn't leave here. The entire Qingzhou is in chaos nowadays. It's safer to stay in the imperial city. Zhong Minting said. Well, I know. Mufan nodded. This man is not ordinary. Only after leaving did Tang Jun say to Zhong Minting. How is that unusual? Zhong Minting was puzzled. Although he is dressed in peasant attire and looks mediocre, he can't hide the sharpness in his eyes, and if my humble servant's expectations are correct, this person should come from some great power, Tang Jun said. He said before that he came to train under the orders of his master, daring to come to the chaotic Qingzhou to train. This person's background is definitely extraordinary, so absolutely do not offend this person. It may be able to play a big role at the critical moment. After Tang Jun and the others left, Mu Chen began to wander around in the middle of the imperial city while inquiring about some news about the demon race and the devil race. He was an inspector, representing the Age Immortal Sect, so he couldn't favor a certain power or race. At this time, the atmosphere of the imperial city was depressing after the attack of the demon race that had just occurred. Everyone knew that the Great War was not far away. Don't look at the Underworld Demon Sect as just a sect, but its strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the Delhi Imperial Dynasty. But after poking around, Mu Chen realized that the truth was just as Tang Jun had said before, that the devil and demon races had inexplicably begun to move against the human race since a few years ago. Massacres of clans and destruction of cities occur from time to time. In fact, there was some communication between the three clans at the beginning, but what's strange is that the demon clan and the devil clan actually slandered my human clan, saying something like we were the ones who moved against them first. It's inexplicable. When did we ever make a move against them? It's just an excuse. Later on, the conflicts between the three clans became deeper and deeper, and they didn't bother to explain to each other anymore, and that's when the melee began. Next to a street-side stall, Mu Chen learned some news from an old man setting up a stall. Could it have been deliberately instigated? Mufan asked. All three clans have checked, but nothing has been found, and letting the entire Qingzhou go into chaos won't do any good to anyone, any power. The old man shook his head. Could it be an evil cultivator? Mufan asked. The more chaotic it is, the more beneficial it will be for the evil practitioners. The old man shook his head. We haven't had any evil cultivators in Qingzhou at all. That's strange. How could a war erupt that swept through the entire Qingzhou for no reason? Any battle is bound to be because of a conflict of interests, and I don't believe that there are no reasons for interests in this. Mufan let out a light laugh. And what's involved is definitely not even a small interest, or it couldn't have gotten to this point. As inspector, it was his responsibility to figure out what was going on here. The only way to completely quell the fighting between the three clans was to solve the problem at the root. Otherwise, even if he forcibly ordered them to stop as an inspector, he was only afraid that once he left, the three parties would start the melee again. It's useless to say anything now. The only way to quell this war is to completely destroy the other two clans in Qingzhou, the old man said. The next day, the imperial lord of the Great Li dynasty ordered someone to bring a generous reward to Mu Chen, thanking him for stepping in to save the princess. These resources were definitely quite precious treasures for other cultivators, but Mu Chen didn't care. A few days later, he left the imperial city despite Zhong Minting's retention. He was going to investigate the reason behind this matter. Why do you have to leave here? Right now, amongst the imperial city is the safest place to be. Zhong Minting was puzzled. Coming to this chaotic world to experience is my purpose. If I stay in the safe zone all the time, I will lose the purpose of coming here. After saying that, Mu Chen decisively left the imperial city and flew towards the direction where the Heavenly Demon Hall and the Underworld Demon Sect were at war. A few days later, Mu Chen arrived at a corpse-strewn battlefield. A fight had ended, and the place was littered with the corpses of the demon race and the devil race, with the corpses piling up into mountains and rivers of blood. He had squatted near this battlefield for a long time, but unfortunately there were no evil cultivators picking up these corpses as he had guessed. Is it really not an evil cultivator? Mu Chen frowned and could only head to other battlefields. He arrived at the biggest battlefield between the Heavenly Demon Hall and the Underworld Demon Sect, and at that moment, a fierce battle was erupting between the two sides. Dense demonic and devilish auras stirred above the firmament, and all sorts of Tao magic aptitudes with terrifying auras struck the heavens and the earth trembling. Chapter 43. Those Who Have Died. This was the main battlefield of the two major forces, with all kinds of strong people fighting together, the intense battle plunging the heaven and earth into a dimness. Mu Chen didn't make a move, just hiding in the shadows, quietly watching the battle. The entire Qingzhou was in chaos, and it wasn't too bad for the Underworld Demon Sect and the Heavenly Demon Hall. However, just as the great battle reached its intensity, Mu Chen suddenly noticed that there were actually people who were secretly watching the battle just like him. This instantly piqued his curiosity. The Underworld Demon Sect and the Heavenly Demon Hall are fighting, and the Luo Li Imperial Dynasty is about to go down soon. These three forces are about to fall completely, and it's one step closer to us occupying the Qingzhou without spending a single soldier. A figure hidden in the shadows gloated as it watched the fierce battle in the distance. Although it's more of a waste of time to let them fight amongst themselves, yet we only need to sit back and enjoy the results. This is indeed a very good method, not worthy of being thought up by the young lord. Someone beside that figure laughed lowly. Mu Chen saw them through the Su void, also heard their conversation. Although it was only two simple sentences, he realized that the chaos in Qingzhou was indeed secretly manipulated by someone. The hiding is quite deep. So many people in Qingzhou actually didn't make any discoveries? Mufan frowned. This seems a little off. Moreover, these two gave him a sense of déjà vu, which made his mind wonder. He then activated his burial emperor immortal pupil to look across the void towards the two. It didn't matter if you didn't look, you were shocked. These two actually contained the same power in their bodies as when the Luo Tian sect engaged Silent Qin. They're in the same category? Could it be that they all received the same evil cultivator inheritance? Mufan was a bit surprised. But this place is not even in the same state as Star City, and is separated by an infinite distance, so how could they obtain the same inheritance? What man? Just as Mu Chen was watching the two, one of the figures suddenly looked toward Mu Chen's position and let out a low gulp, and then a palm slapped over towards the location of Mu Chen, and a huge dark black palm print immediately suppressed over. They were separated by a long distance, both hidden in the void, so Changguan Li didn't see Mukin's figure, but he sensed that someone was spying on him from the shadows, so instinctively, he blasted over with his palm. Without dodging, Mu Chen similarly blasted out with his palm, striking an energy light that collided with the other party's palm print. The two attacks collided in mid-air, immediately turning into a powerful energy storm that raged in mid-air. In the next instant, Mu Chen took the initiative and charged towards the two. This person may have heard our conversation. We absolutely cannot let him live, Nagagaki Tate said to one of the men beside him. Exactly. And then the two figures instantly transformed into two rainbow lights and killed towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen let out a low shout, and his palms of purple light densely pushed horizontally forward to meet the two. And the two Nagagaki Tachi attacked each other almost simultaneously. The three palms collided, and a brilliant light shone in all directions. However, in just a single glance, the arms of the two Changguan Li exploded, unexpectedly unable to block one of Mukin's moves. In an instant, the two were forced out of the void. No good. At this moment, a bad feeling rose in both of their hearts at the same time, because they can't be found on the trail by anyone else or it will have bad repercussions. But it was too late. The very moment the three of them showed up, someone had already noticed them. Nagaraki Riku? It's you? How can it be? Aren't you dead? An elder of the Underworld Demon Sect shouted incredulously. This voice carried an incredible color and exploded like thunder on the battlefield, instantly attracting the attention of many of the top echelons of the Underworld Demon Sect. Many of the demon race powerhouses revealed incredulity after seeing each other. Because Changguan Li was the elder of their Underworld Demon Sect, only that his soul lamps had all been extinguished for a long time, and everyone thought that the other party was dead. So how could he appear here alive? You? Your wild lion? At this time, there was also a heavenly demon hall powerhouse who recognized the identity of the other person. The other party is actually also a senior member of the heavenly demon hall. Just Changguan Li-like soul lamps have been extinguished for a long time. The crowd thought that the other party has long fallen, but now suddenly appeared here. What's going on? Aren't you all dead? How can you still be alive? Everyone looked at the two. But the two didn't say anything. They just rushed towards the distance. However, Mu Chen blocked their way. He had just sensed that the two men contained demonic and devilish auras within their bodies when they exchanged blows. At that time, I thought it was strange, but it turned out that these two people were none other than the higher-ups of the underworld demon sect and in the heavenly demon hall. That would be really strange. Why did the higher-ups of their two forces want these two forces to fight each other? If they were evil cultivators, then so many corpses left over from the great battle should be what they wanted. Seek death. Seeing that the other party actually dared to block their path of departure, the two of them immediately became furious and launched an attack towards Mu Chen. As a result, Mu Chen suppressed the two with just one hand. Run! Nagaraki Li let out a low cry, wanting to escape from this place with the other party. In an instant, the two of them transformed into two paths of light and shot off in different directions. However, at this time, they were already surrounded by the strong men of the underworld demon sect and the heavenly demon hall. The crowd also wondered how the two of them came back from the dead. Also, how did those two guys get together? Seeing that there was no way back, the two let out a loud roar, their bodies rapidly expanding. Surprisingly, they were about to self-detonate. The rest of the crowd was shocked when they saw this scene. The strength of these two people could be quite a powerful existence when placed amongst them, and the power of their self-detonation was absolutely terrifying. So the crowd immediately retreated into the distance. But Mu Chen hadn't yet gained insight into the secrets they were carrying, so he couldn't allow them to self-destruct. Immediately, a palm suppressed down, intertwined with the light of Hong Meng, transformed into a large hand covering the two men's heads, and even rigidly suppressed their expanding bodies down. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and kill this human race? Have you forgotten the hatred between us and the human race? At the critical moment, the heavenly lion yelled at the heavenly demon hall powerhouses. There were demon clansmen who wanted to make a move, but Mu Chen scared the other party's body into freezing in place with just a look. But just then, deafening shouts came from the distance. The vast human army then came towards the direction of the battlefield like a torrent. The two heavenly lions were happy in their hearts. With these human armies stirring them up, they might be able to escape from this human. The army of the Li dynasty? Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the flag of the Great Li Imperial Dynasty. However, the moment the army rushed over, Mu Chen made a stroke with one hand, drawing a purple barrier in front of the army of the Li Imperial Dynasty, blocking the advancing army. Chapter 44, Soul Searching. The vast army stopped, and at the head was a middle-aged man clad in golden imperial robes with a majestic demeanor. It was none other than the Imperial Lord Zhong Tianjing of the Li Imperial Dynasty. Who is your excellency? Why are you blocking my imperial army? Zhong Tianjing opened his mouth. His voice was vast and carried an imperial might. I don't mean to stop you after I ask something. I won't stop you from doing anything. Mu Chen looked at the other party and spoke. Asshole. Do you realize that what you're doing will cause us to miss the best time to overthrow them? Zhong Tianjing angrily shouted. Why did they tolerate the humiliation for so long until now? Wasn't it just to wait for the heavenly demon hall and the underworld demon sect to fight each other first? But now that he was about to succeed and was actually sabotaged by the other party, how could he not be angry? That's your business, not mine. Mufan responded. Your Majesty, this person is none other than Mu Chen, who once saved the 7th princess from the demons. Tang Jun, who was clad in battle armor, said hurriedly. It's him? Then why is he trying to sabotage our plans? Zhong Tianjing said in a deep voice. This, I don't know, he left the imperial city some time ago. No one knows where he went. Tang Jun replied. He also didn't understand what this Mu Chen was doing and why he was doing it. Did he not know about the grudges between the Li Imperial Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Hall as well as the Underworld Demon Sect? Is he doing this because he wants to become a public enemy of the human race? But at this time, Zhong Tianjing couldn't wait any longer as he immediately ordered, break this barrier for me. As he gave the order, Several generals in battle armor standing behind him immediately stepped forward, casting their Dao magic aptitudes to attack towards that purple barrier. Rumbling, accompanied by several divine lights attacked, the loud noise shook the sky and earth, and as a result, the thunder was loud but the rain was small, and the purple barrier actually didn't have the slightest damage. Zhong Tianjing's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised in his heart. The cultivation levels of these several generals were all at the Dao realm, while Mu Chen's cultivation level was also at the Dao realm, and as a result, they actually couldn't break through the boundary that the other party had casually laid down when they joined forces. Could it be that the other party was stronger than the several generals under his command combined? Humph! Let this emperor see what's going on with you. Zhong Tianzheng shouted coldly and waved the emperor's sword in his hand, cutting out a terrifying sword light and slashing at the purple boundary drawn by Mu Chen. As a result, his powerful sword light only caused a ripple on the purple boundary, and did not cause the slightest damage to it at all. This made him unable to help his pupils shrink violently as well. He was at the 9th transformation realm, but he couldn't even break the other party's boundary. This time Zhong Tianjing was completely quiet, because not being able to break the boundary meant that the other party was even stronger than himself. Keeping quiet is the best option at this time. Tang Jun's heart was even more shocked. He really hadn't thought that Mu Chen's strength was actually so strong. Only when he saw that the crowd had quieted down did Mu Chen turn his gaze on Changguan Li and the heavenly lion a demon and asked, "What did you mean when you said earlier that with the imminent fall of the underworld demon sect, the heavenly demon hall and the Great Lai imperial dynasty, you're one step closer to occupying the Qingzhou without wasting a single soldier?" His voice was loud, and all of the cultivators present from the 3 major powers could hear him clearly. In an instant, everyone showed a puzzled look. This fellow Taoist? What do you mean by that? The underworld demon sect patriarch Qi Tianshang clasped his fists and asked. Although the 3 clans were now as powerful as water and fire, he still had a respectful attitude. After all, the other party was powerful. Just as you were fighting with the heavenly demon hall, I heard them talking amongst themselves. Mu Chen told what he had heard earlier in front of everyone. The crowd is not a little cute. They naturally realized that there was something fishy going on. Could it be that they mean that everything in Qingzhou today is the result of someone secretly manipulating it? How is this possible? Qi Tianshang was surprised. At the beginning of the chaotic war, because the races were always attacked by other races for no reason, many of the major powers in Qingzhou had also investigated themselves, but unfortunately nothing was found. How is it that we've been found out now? Hee, you're in the light and they're in the dark, so naturally it's not easy to find out. The only way to spot them is to step outside the chess game, Mufan said with a smile. Tell us about your schemes? Who are the forces behind you? What are you doing by going out of your way to create this civil unrest in Qingzhou? Mu Chen looked at the 2 and asked, "Do you think we'll talk?" Nagaraki re-sneered. Ha, not bad. Kill us. That's the only result you'll get. Sky Lion also laughed maniacally. There is not the slightest idea of having to account for it. Heavenly Lion, you are an elder of my Heavenly Demon Hall. Why are you doing this? Heavenly Demon Hall Master Akaji asked in a deep voice. Elder of the Heavenly Demon Hall? Oh, who is your Heavenly Demon Hall elder? The Heavenly Lion laughed coldly, looking at these demon clans with strangeness in his eyes. It was like they didn't recognize each other at all, which made all the demon clans feel puzzled. And as a former elder of the underworld demon sect, Nagaraki Li also had the same situation, like he didn't recognize these people from the demon race at all. Then tell us about what happened between you and the evil spirits, Mufan said. What evil spirit? I don't know. Tenshi shook his head. This weird energy in your body comes from the evil spirits. Where did you get this power from? Or you can tell me about the young master behind you. I'm very interested in him. Mufan laughed. This statement directly caused the pupils of the 2 to shrink. That was something that they absolutely could not divulge. And just as their expressions were dramatically shaken, Mu Chen grabbed Changguan Li's heavenly soul cap, and his powerful soul force surged into the other party's sea of consciousness, beginning to search his soul. Ah! Nagaraki Li screamed miserably, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Being searched is a very painful thing. Soon enough, Mu Chen obtained something useful, but just as he wanted to explore that young lord's information even further, the 9 layers of the Soul Palace in Changguan Li's Sea of Consciousness suddenly collapsed, and the divine soul that was located in the Soul Palace was completely annihilated. Is this touching something that shouldn't be touched? Mufan's eyes narrowed slightly. Asking the crowd around him, he said, Where is the Heavenly Eagle Stream located? That is a very dangerous place. It is said to be an ancient battlefield, which is filled with horrifying killing and destroying gas. And every thousands of years the killing and destroying gas there will enter a weak period, and many cultivators will enter to look for heavenly treasures. And that's where Changguanli's soul lamp was going before it was extinguished, Qi Tiansheng said. So did the heavenly lion. The soul lamps went out not long after he entered there, and it was not long after they fell that the green state seemed to be in chaos. Akaji said hastily as well. Thinking this way, the crowd felt more and more that the war in Qingzhou was most likely a deliberate act by some mysterious being. Even Zhong Tianzheng couldn't help but frown at this moment. Chapter 45, Entering the Heavenly Eagle Stream Ancient Battlefield. They also wondered if this was a conspiracy by some power or not. So do you all want to keep fighting? Mu Chen looked at the crowd and asked. They are just too stupid to continue to do someone else's bidding in this situation. Ah, damn you! The heavenly lion suddenly burst into a rage and cursed out angrily towards Mu Chen. They were about to succeed, but the other side spoiled it. Mu Chen also directly suppressed the other party into the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron without saying a word. If you weren't so useful, today would be the day you die. Mufan snorted coldly. Fellow Taoist, are you going to the Heavenly Eagle Stream? Seeing that Mu Chen was preparing to leave, Qi Tiansheng hurriedly asked. What? Do you want to go too? Mufan laughed. I do want to go and see what exactly happened there. Why would such a bizarre thing happen to an elder of my underworld demon sect? Qi Tiansheng said. Then follow me. Mufan nodded. I want to see it too, Akaji said. Come on all who want to come, Mu Chen said. Zhong Tianjing, do you want to come along? Akaji asked. He was worried that Zhong Tianzheng would make a move against their heavenly demon hall after they left. If you guys want to go, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? This emperor has other things to do. Zhong Tianzheng immediately rejected them. He did have the idea of taking advantage of this time to exterminate the heavenly demon hall and the underworld demon sect. Those previous ones were just speculations, and did not completely confirm that the chaos in Qingzhou was because of that force behind the heavenly lion and the others. If not, it would be costly to exterminate them by then. And even if it is, so what? It was also a common occurrence for major powers to exterminate each other in order to fight for territory. Let's go. During your absence, if he dares to make a move against your forces, I will destroy their Daili imperial dynasty, Mu Chen said blandly. Are you a human race or not? If you are a human race, why don't you turn towards our human forces instead of sheltering them, the demon race and the devil race? Zhong Tianzheng glared at Mu Chen and roared in anger. I'm not from Qingzhou, so don't hold your Qingzhou morality against me. The corner of Mu Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Since you're not from our Qingzhou, what qualifications do you have to meddle in our Qingzhou's affairs? What are the qualifications? Mu Chen waved his hand and struck a token that hovered in the air. And the words Wan Dao Immortal Sect on the token suddenly bloomed with a blinding light. Wan Dao, Immortal Sect. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Although they weren't considered much of a power, they knew that the Wan Dao Immortal Sect that was a transcendent immortal Dao power. Most importantly, Qingzhou was also under the jurisdiction of the other side. Redwood and Qi Tiansheng, too excited, almost shouted. Did not expect that they actually have the honor to see and follow Wan Dao Immortal Sect of the High People. This is simply a great honor, But Zhong Tianjing, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. What did you do? You actually contradicted someone from the Wan Dao Immortal Sect? Even before that, they drew their swords towards each other. He's actually from the Wan Dao Immortal Sect? Tang Jun let out a cry of surprise. Before, he had felt that the other party was extraordinary and should be from some great power, but he really didn't expect that it was actually from that top immortal Dao sect. Your Majesty, you're confused. Tang Jun couldn't help but angrily rebuke. He had previously told the other party that Mu Chen might have come from an extraordinary source, but it turned out that he hadn't listened to him at all. Go! Mu Chen said to the two redwoods, and then collected the token and left the place. Before leaving, Redwood and Qi Tiansheng instructed the Heavenly Demon Hall and the Underworld Demon Sect not to make a move against the other forces until they returned. As they left, the Demon Race and the Devil Race also left the area. Moreover, with the Wan Dao Immortal Sect's high-ranking person issuing orders, they believed that the other two forces would not dare to act out. Only Zhong Tianjing stood there with a pale face and a look of remorse in his eyes. Not only did they miss the opportunity to befriend a high-ranking person from the Wan Dao Immortal Sect, but they instead spoke out towards each other. A series of operations, not to mention leaving a good impression. Not to leave a bad impression is good. Why is that? Zhong Tianjing roared up to the sky. Now that Redwood and Qi Tianshang were following the other party, in case if they were taken in by the other party and brought into the Wandao Immortal Sect, the future would truly be unlimited. The speed of Mu Chen's few people was very fast, and it only took a few days before they arrived at the Sky Eagle Stream. It was a huge peak shaped like a winged eagle, and the so-called Heavenly Eagle Stream was located underneath this mountain peak. It was covered by a thick fog and you couldn't see exactly what was down there. It would be dangerous to go below at this hour, Akaji said. Although the other party came from the Wandao Immortal Sect, after all, they only had the cultivation level of the Dao realm. There were countless Dao realm cultivators who had fallen below the Heavenly Eagle Stream in the past. Mu Chen's eyes blossomed with gold and silver light as he looked downwards and saw many auras intertwining amongst the thick fog, and instantly understood the so-called killing aura that these people were talking about. Go on, get down there. After Mu Chen said that, he took the lead and entered the dense fog. The two Akagis looked at each other, both seeing the worry in their eyes. But Mu Chen had already gone down, so it was not good for them to continue to stay outside, so they could only follow. However, what surprised them was that as they went deeper along the way, they actually didn't encounter any attacks from the killing aura. Until they entered the bottom of the Heavenly Eagle Stream and completely stepped on this ancient battlefield, they still had not suffered any attacks, which made both of the Redwoods reveal a puzzled look. Could their luck be that good? It wasn't until the two saw Mu Chen's glowing eyes that the two came to a realization. Where they were lucky, I'm afraid that this pair of strange eyes of the other party could see the killing aura of this place, so they took them to avoid it in advance. This ancient battlefield exuded an aura of decay, and it was unknown when it was formed. Mu Chen led the two of them all the way towards the depths. Indeed, as the two had guessed, his burying Emperor Immortal pupils could indeed see the killing aura here, so he could easily avoid the other party's attack. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar came from the depths, and when the three of them looked up, they realized that a huge thing had appeared above their heads. It was actually the corpse of a rotting gargoyle. His huge body had long been in pieces, and his flesh and blood had almost dissipated cleanly, with only mangled bones assembled together. What the hell? A corpse that's obviously dead and devoid of life breath is actually flying. Qi Tianshang was surprised. It should be that the other party possessed a strong and incomparable obsession before he died, and even though he has passed away, his body is still following some kind of instinct, Akaji said. However, that dragon corpse did not make a move on them. As if he was patrolling this ancient battlefield, he soon left the place again. Mu Chen continued to lead the two of them forward. His goal was to search for the evil spirit in this place, which was most likely the real culprit behind the great chaos in Qingzhou. Chapter 46, The Shock of Akaji's Two. The two Akaji men were also excited in their hearts. If they could really follow the other party to find out the mastermind behind the scourge, then they would be a great benefactor to Qingzhou. Continuing to go deeper for a short while, there was actually an aromatic odor coming from this battlefield with a rotting aura, and soon a few people discovered a spiritual medicine. The two Redwoods hurriedly picked the spirit medicine and offered it to Mu Chen. I don't lack cultivation resources. Keep them for yourselves. Mufan waved his hand. This made the two of them excited in their hearts. This elixir could be of great use to both of them. But just as they were picking the spirit medicine into their hands, a figure emitting a shocking aura suddenly tore through the void and appeared in front of the two. The figure looked at the two Akaji men with a surprised expression. Today's Heavenly Eagle Stream was not the time to come in and hunt for treasures. So how did these two guys appear here? Someone. Qi Tianshang and the two of them were also a bit surprised. There are actually other beings here? You are Sword Sect Elder Mufan? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Akaji was surprised. The Sword Sect belonged to the human clan, but before the chaos in the Qingzhou, there was also a deep cooperation between their Heavenly Demon Hall and the Sword Sect, so they were familiar with the Sword Sect's senior management. Moreover, the other party had fallen just like the Heavenly Lion and the others, and now they had actually reappeared before their eyes. However, Mufan no longer recognized them and looked at them with nothing but indifference and a morose killing intent in his eyes. Those who trespass the Sky Eagle Stream will be killed without pardon. Mufan let out a low shout. The long sword in hand suddenly launched an attack towards the two Akaji men. In an instant, the three figures fought together. Demonic Qi, Devil Qi, and Evil Spirit Qi collided together at once, erupting into a powerful and incomparable energy storm. Mu Chen looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared, And the other party really did carry the same aura as the former Luo Tian sect Master Silent Qian. Only it was much more intense than the former Silent Qian. Right at this moment, 3 more figures flew from the depths of the ancient battlefield to join the battlefield, but they were blocked by Mu Chen. "Let me be your opponent," Mufan said with a smile. "How dare a little one of the Tao realm be so arrogant, simply looking for death?" One of the figures roared, and an evil spirit aura blossomed on its fist as it blasted toward Mu Chen with a single punch. Not far away, the 2 redwoods who were fighting Mufan were startled when they watched Mu Chen being surrounded and immediately flew towards where he was. After all, Mufan's identity is extraordinary. If they let the other party fall here, they could not escape the blame. However, Mu Chen just laughed. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand lightly pushed a palm horizontally forward, accompanied by the blooming of the light of Hongmeng, to meet the opponent's fist that was blooming with light. In the next instant, with a bang, the person he was fighting with was directly shattered by his palm, leaving only the divine soul in the soul palace floating in place. As soon as Mu Chen grabbed him, he looked at him carefully and realized that the other party's divine soul had already been contaminated by evil spirit qi, and there was a clear gap between it and the divine soul of a normal cultivator. "Let go of him." Right at this moment, the other 2 also attacked and killed, launching simultaneous attacks from the left and right sides with their divine abilities. However, the Hongmeng light on Mu Chen's body blazed out, and wherever the light passed, the 2 men's divine attacks instantly turned into nothingness. Not only that, the blooming Hongmeng light was like billions of sharp swords that instantly penetrated the 2 men's bodies, directly causing them to go up in smoke. It was only when Mufan had settled the 3 people that the 2 Akaji men came to his side. The 2 who saw this scene were relieved while their hearts were shocked. Those 3 people's cultivation levels were all a large realm higher than Mu Chen's, and as a result, the other party killed them as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs. One must know that the 2 of them hadn't even taken down each other when they surrounded Mufan, who was in the same realm. Could this be the terrifying strength of the disciples of the Wandao Immortal Sect? Qi Tiansheng marveled. To be honest, the 2 of them didn't even know that the other party's strength was so terrifying until Mu Chen made his move. Obviously dressed in peasant garb, he looks a bit plain, but when he does, he's amazing. Right at this moment, Mufan, who was not far away, immediately retreated towards the depths of the battlefield. But unfortunately, before he could exit a few steps, he crashed into the killing qi of this place, and his body was strangled into pieces by the killing qi in a matter of moments. "It's all those cultivators who fell after entering the heavenly eagle stream," Qi Tiansheng said in a deep voice. "What the hell ever happened here? Those people's soul lights had clearly gone out, yet why were they all still alive? Their divine souls are no longer the divine souls they once were, and the people they are now are not the people they once were," Mufan said. That mysterious power from the evil spirits had completely changed their divine souls, so they no longer recognized the people they once were either. "It's a pity that only a few small shrimps have appeared. Not even a single big fish. I hope I won't be made to make a trip for nothing. All these people are just products of the evil spirits that have infested them." He wanted to meet a real evil spirit. Mu Chen continued to go deeper with the 2 men, but there were quite a lot of spiritual medicines encountered along the way, and their quality was not low, and for those things that Mu Chen didn't need, they all fell into the hands of the 2 men from Chimu. And along the way they encountered quite a few cultivators who came to block them and ended up dying at their hands. It wasn't long before they entered the deepest part of the ancient battlefield. Just as they arrived at the deepest part, dozens of figures flew out from within a large mountain, converging towards Mu Chen's 3. "Get that young lord of yours out of here," Mu Chen shouted towards the group of people in front of him. However, his gaze was fixed on the 3 figures at the very back of the crowd. Everyone else had only been eroded by the power of evil spirits, but not the 3 figures in the very back. The feeling they gave Mu Chen was completely that of evil spirits. "You'll be shown, but only after you're dead," one of the 3 figures coldly said. The opponent looked somewhat like a demon race, with a pair of huge bull horns on his head. He lightly waved his palm, and the group of people located in front of him immediately received the order, and all of them transformed into a ray of light and impacted towards Mu Chen. The 2 Akaji men couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Each of these people's cultivation level wasn't lower than theirs, and there were enough to dozens of them, so how should this be resisted? At this moment, both of them couldn't control the despair in their hearts. However, the instant they rushed over, Mu Chen also turned into a purple light and rushed toward the front. 9 specters splitting finger. A demonic race infected with the power of evil spirits performed a divine ability, and a huge finger draped with monstrous demonic aura and bizarre evil spirit power was like a heavenly pillar suppressing towards Mu Chen in the air. However, Mu Chen didn't even look at the other party, and immediately unleashed the divine ability, Hongmeng World Suppressing Fist. With one punch, countless purple Hongmeng fist prints appeared across the sky. The fist prints were peerless and contained astonishing power, carrying an overwhelming momentum to bombard the people attacking in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion rang out as the fist marks passed by. That was the sound of those people's bodies being blown up. Chapter 47 Suppressing Evil Spirits with a Gaijin Style. Mu Chen had only thrown one punch, and the dozens of figures that had surrounded him unexpectedly all fell and were killed by him. The 2 Akaji men in the back were so dumbfounded that they were nearly petrified on the spot. I thought I had seen his strength clearly before, but I didn't realize that it was just a glimpse of a leopard in a tube. His strength is far more terrifying than what I thought. Qi Tianshang's voice trembled. To kill dozens of cultivators who had exceeded his own by a large realm with a single punch, what kind of strength was required to achieve this level? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have been able to believe it was actually happening. It's too creepy. Just what kind of power is the Wandao Immortal Sect? How could the disciples they cultivate be so terrifying? Akaji was appalled. There were also immortal Dao clans in Qingzhou, and there were also first sequence peerless demons. Those people could also cross the border and fight, but it was absolutely impossible for them to do what Mu Chen did and blast dozens of strong people with one punch, and those demons seemed to pale into insignificance in front of Mu Chen. I didn't expect that it's actually a demon, haha, very good. If we assimilate you into our spirit slaves, it's much better than these losers. Not only did the deaths of those dozens of cultivators not make them angry, but instead, they looked at Mu Chen with even more excitement. In the next instant, that evil spirit with the bull's horns, shaped like a demon, blossomed with dark red power, and an extremely terrifying energy erupted from its body, causing the surrounding void to continuously collapse. The powerful aura caused the 2 Akatsuki men's complexion to change drastically as they said in shock, "This is the Zhuotian realm?" The ones that had just been killed by Mu Chen's punch were at the 9 transformations realm above the Dao realm, and the aura that this person was emanating now was at the Zhuotian realm above the 9 transformations realm. This was a full 2 great realms higher than Mu Chen. Moreover, facing a powerhouse like the Aegis realm, the 2 9 transformations realms of Akatsuki were unable to resist. And right at that moment, that figure suddenly turned into a dark red light and rushed towards Mu Chen. His speed was extremely fast, making the 2 Akatsuki, who were at the 9 transformations realm, unable to see the figure at all. But just as the bull-headed evil spirit took a step and crossed the void to the halfway point, Mu Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of the other party. The palm that bloomed with this light of Hongmeng grabbed the opposite part's heavenly aura and pressed downward violently, only to hear a bang. The body of the bull-headed evil spirit was directly pressed and knelt on the ground. His knee smashed a large crater in the ground. Ah! The bull-headed evil spirit shrieked. The opponent's speed was too fast for him to react. By the time he reacted, he was already subdued. At this moment, he hissed and roared, his evil spirit qi surging around him, wanting to break free from Mu Chen's suppression. But as a result, Mu Chen's hand was like a mountain of gods of all ages, suppressing the top of his head so that he couldn't move. But soon, his roar turned into a mournful scream. It was because Mu Chen had actually begun to conduct a soul search on him. Unbridled, a roar came from the distance, and the remaining 2 figures immediately attacked towards Mu Chen. One of the evil spirits had wings on its back and held a blood-colored long sword. His wings vibrated and rolled up a monstrous evil aura, instantly appearing in front of Mu Chen, the long sword in his hand slashing horizontally. Mu Chen's demeanor was disdainful as he swept his right leg across the room, kicking at the opponent's blood-colored longsword like an immortal pillar of heaven. An explosion like thunder rang out, and purple light erupted, illuminating the heavens and earth. With a click, the blood-colored longsword broke, and Mu Chen's right leg kicked the opponent's abdomen. With a loud boom, the evil spirit's body exploded, and it was actually exploded by Mu Chen's kick. However, Mu Chen didn't completely kill him, and left behind the other party's divine soul. Almost at the same time, another evil spirit also attacked and killed, its terrifying fist print blasting towards Mu Chen's head. However, Mu Chen just glanced at him, and 2 divine lights exploded out of his eyes, piercing into the other party and his body like two sharp swords, directly pinning him in the void. How is that possible? You're only at the Tao realm. How can you have such battle power? The evil spirit that was nailed in the void looked horrified. It was impossible for such a terrifying figure to exist even in their place. It wasn't about how high the other party's cultivation was, but this creepy battle power of fighting across borders. The other party relied on their own power and crossed two great realms. How in the world could this exist? The two Akaji men had the same idea as them. It wasn't impossible to fight across one great realm, but across two great realms that had never happened before. But today it was right in front of their eyes. And at that moment, Mu Chen had also finished his soul search. He got everything he wanted from the other party's divine soul. Beings from another world underground, in order to try to occupy Qingzhou and use it as a base to spread outward. As for that so-called young lord who was the son of an immortal. But the other side has left the area and gone elsewhere. Who the hell are you? The evil spirit pinned in the void asked in horror. Not friends anyway. Mu Chen sacrificed the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron and put the three of them into the cauldron. A chain condensed from Hongmeng emerged and suppressed the three people in the middle. Do you know about the Star Palace? Mufan asked the two Akaji men. It was because that young lord behind them was now hidden amongst the Star Palace. Star Palace, the only immortal Tao power of the Qingzhou human race, Akaji said. Then let's go and meet this son of an immortal from another world. Mufan laughed. What could the two Akaji men say? Although they felt that this kind of thing was not something they were capable of participating in, they could only follow the other side now. Qingzhou was chaotic, and everywhere you could see the human, demon, and devil races attacking each other. Even when Mu Chen and the others passed by, they would encounter different attacks. After all, the three of them just happened to form a human-demon-demon combination. All the human races, demon races, and devil races attacked them. There was even anger at them for betraying their race. However, Mu Chen and the others didn't care at all. And when they uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes, the conflicts between the three clans would naturally be resolved. At the same time, a shocking battle was erupting in the Cloudfall domain of Qingzhou. The three forces of the human race's Star Palace, the demon race's Demon Immortal Sect, and the demon race's Ancestral Demon Palace were mingling together. Above the celestial dome, the three figures battled together, each exerting supreme divine abilities as destructive immortal lights collided, erupting with earth-shattering auras. That was the strongest immortal ancestor of the three major powers. At this point in time, there is no room for maneuver. The only thing to do is to fight to the death. While under the dome of the sky, countless figures from the three major forces were fighting together. One of them, a man dressed in black with a handsome face, grabbed the head of a demon race that was one large realm higher and crushed it. Looking at the human, demon, and devil tribes that were fighting chaotically, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Xiansheng's face. This scene was what he wanted to see. Soon, as long as these three forces die out completely, will almost completely occupy Qingzhou. Chapter 48. The most troublesome thing in the entire Qingzhou was these three immortal Tao forces. Once they were all overthrown, then their army would be able to enter the Qingzhou with great vigor, and then use the Qingzhou as a stronghold to spread out in all directions, and at that time there would be no one who could stop them anymore. Human race, die for me. Right at this moment, a demonic race roared. A mountain-like sledgehammer emitting monstrous demonic chi descended from the sky and smashed into Su Xiansheng's head. The latter merely sneered and blasted forward with a palm, blocking the huge hammer that fell from the sky with one hand. Boom! A powerful energy fluctuation swept through the heavens and earth, so powerful that it shocked the heavens and moved the earth. Break! Su Xiansheng let out a low shout, and a dark red light erupted from his palm, instantly blasting that giant hammer into pieces. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. This sweet, heavenly-grade spiritual treasure of his own was actually blown up by the other party with a single palm? The other party is obviously only in the Aegis realm. How did the strength get so strong? You seem to be the heir of an elder of the ancestral demon palace? Su Xiansheng looked at the demonic powerhouse who had just attacked him like that gentle gentleman. So what if it is? Yan Yi let out a low gulp, and the huge feathered wings behind him vibrated, rolling up monstrous demonic chi. Oh, that's all right then. The corner of Su Xiansheng's mouth curled up into a smile. Only by killing these high-level scions could the conflict between the power races be further deepened so that they would never make peace. In the next instant, with a whoosh sound, Su Xianshang's figure appeared in front of Yan Yi. What speed! Yan Yi let out a cry of alarm, and immediately his hand pinched a seal and blasted over. Endless demonic chi dazzled, transforming into a party of heavenly demon seals intertwined with demonic symbols to suppress it. And Su Xianshang pointed out with one finger. The power of the evil spirit transformed into a world of star sea like purgatory at the tip of his finger. In the next instant, the two's divine abilities collided together, erupting into an earth-shattering roar as the surrounding heaven and earth shook violently. Brilliant light illuminated the heavens and earth. Terrifying energy storms like world-destroying tornadoes intertwined between the heavens and earth, and space like glass shattered with a bang, turning into pitch-black nothingness. The star ocean world crushed over, and the gigantic heavenly demon seal shattered with a loud bang, turning into a vast demonic gas that dissipated into the heavens and earth. With a poof, half of Yan Ye's body was ground up by the sea of stars, turning into blood mist that floated in the air, and his body was impacted into a stream of light that flew out backwards, coughing up blood from his mouth. Su Xianshang took a deep breath and inhaled all the blood mist floating around him into his mouth, instantly revealing an intoxicated look. What pure chi and blood! This would definitely be able to obtain a lot of gifts if it was sacrificed up there. What a pity! In the next instant, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his body transformed into a ray of light as he rushed towards Yan Yi once again. However, he suddenly stopped and stood in mid-air, looking at a figure that suddenly appeared in front of him with a frown on his face. What do you mean by that? As a human, you're going to block me from decapitating the demon race? Su Xianxing asked in a deep voice. Mufan grinned. No, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean to stop you. I just want to beat you to death. Beat me to death? Su Xianshang's eyes flashed coldly as he laughed. Ha ha ha. A mere Dao realm dares to speak loudly in front of me? I'm just standing here for you to fight. Can you break through my defense? Hurry up and get lost. Disappear from my sight before this young man gets angry, or I'll make you regret showing up here. However, Mu Chen merely hooked his hand and provoked. Come. Let me see how you're going to make me regret showing up here. Kid, get out of the way at once. If you dare to mess around and influence young Master Xin Shang to kill the demon race, I will personally behead you for being a traitor to the human race. A growl suddenly came from the distance. A long-bearded old man wearing a star robe was currently glaring angrily at Mu Chen. That was the Star Pavilion's Grand Elder, Zhou Tianxiao, who did not put up a fight, but instead was responsible for monitoring the entire situation of the battlefield in order to be ready to provide support at any time. Unexpectedly at this moment, he actually saw someone blocking the Star Pavilion disciples from beheading the demon race, which he could tolerate. Mufan merely glanced at him and then refocused his eyes on Su Xianxing. Your tactics are very good, and coupled with the fact that you met a bunch of idiots, you came really close to letting your plan succeed. Su Xianxing's pupils suddenly shrunk. Traitor of the human race, to be killed. With a loud shout, Su Xianshang's figure violently rushed towards Mu Chen and blasted him with a punch. Although he hadn't used a divine ability, this punch had erupted with full force and was enough to exterminate any Dao realm, because he felt that there was a possibility that the other party knew about their plan. Not quite sure, but any uncertainty can't be left alive. However, the moment he appeared in front of Mu Chen, he was met with a kick. With a bang, Su Xianshang's figure flew backwards like a meteor, smashing into the distant void, and a mouthful of dark red blood sprayed out. You! Su Xianshang revealed an incredulous look. How could he, who possessed the first sequence physique and also had an immortal bloodline, be kicked away by someone who was 2 great realms below him? It can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Su Xianxing shook his head. One's own strength was hardly an enemy even in the same realm of the burial realm, so how could this happen? You're reckless. Now that the race is in a time of crisis, it's just as well that you don't help my human race. But you actually made a move against my human race's heavenly pride for the sake of a demon race. I think you're simply a human traitor. Today I will clear the doorway for my human race. Zhou Tianxiao, the Grand Elder of the Star Pavilion, let out a bellowing cry, and with a palm, he suppressed towards Mu Chen. That Su Xianshang was the son of an immortal, and he also possessed the first sequence physique, which was the mainstay of their human race, and now he was actually injured by a human race. It's just a strange shame. Bunch of idiots. Mufan cursed angrily. Being sold and still counting the money for others. It's true that cultivation has spoiled your brain. It's a waste of resources to have this kind of stupidity living in the world. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Xianshang, who was not far away, suddenly spoke up. Grand Elder, wait. Let me handle this person. But you. Zhou Tianxiao was still about to say something, but Su Xianxing waved his hand and said coldly, I was careless just now. How could a mere Dao realm be my opponent? After saying that, he looked at Mu Chen and said, Come on. I'm prepared this time, so you can try your hand as much as you want. Just as his words fell, Mu Chen had already appeared in front of him, and then a fist blasted his body. With a bang, half of Su Xiansheng's body was directly exploded, turning into blood and bones that spilled into the sky. The other half of his body flew out horizontally, shattering a large portion of the void. Just as Mu Chen was about to go up to make up for it, Zhou Tianxiao suddenly stopped in front of Mu Chen and angrily rebuked, You human traitor! Human traitor! As a result, just as his words fell, Mu Chen slapped him across the face. Chapter 49. Being sold and counting the money for you. With a snap, Zhou Tianxiao was sent flying by Mu Chen's slap, rolling down into the void, blood splattering and his mouth full of old teeth falling out. Get out of my way, old man. Mufan let out a cold cry. Damn it, actually sneaking up on me. Today you're dead. No one can save you. Zhou Tianxiao's anger flared to the sky as he raised his head to the sky and let out a loud roar. A piercing light immediately bloomed on his body, and endless laws were interwoven into the divine light. Yin Yang fiery palm. He let out a loud cry containing anger, and a palm suppressed towards Mu Chen. Yin and Yang intertwined, flames burned, and the power of endless laws converged as a palm as huge as the dome of the sky suppressed toward Mu Chen. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly and quietly, The temper of this Qingzhou human race is quite short-tempered. And then the same palm struck out, palm prints containing the laws of Hongmeng and endless Tao texts appeared, and the palm prints carried a terrifying aura of burying everything, as if there were endless heavens and vast worlds being buried in this palm. This aura alone caused all the surrounding cultivators to feel terrified and chilled. Everyone looked over at Mufan unanimously. This move was one of his supreme divine abilities, the Hongmeng burial palm. In the next instant, the two huge palm prints collided together. However, in just an instant, the yin-yang flaming palm was directly crushed, and Mu Chen's handprints landed on Zhou Tianxiao's body, instantly breaking his body into pieces. Not far away, Su Xiansheng's entire body was dumbfounded. Until just now, he was still unwilling to believe that someone could defeat him across two great realms. But now that he saw the crumpled Zhou Tianxiao, Su Xiansheng finally woke up as if from a dream. This was because Zhou Tianxiao was a powerhouse of the Nine Heavens opening realm above the Zeus Heaven realm. This was the highest cultivation level under the immortal Tao and possessed incomparably powerful battle strength. As a result, he couldn't even block a slap in the other's hands. What kind of heaven-defying battle power is this? Su Xiansheng was incredulous. Even that legendary ultimate physique couldn't possibly do this, right? This is a supreme demon that has never appeared in all of history. If this kind of person becomes an immortal in the future, he will definitely become a great enemy of our burial realm. Thinking of this, Su Xiansheng immediately shouted loudly, What are you waiting for? Why don't you immediately take action to behead this human traitor? Do you want to wait for him to completely overthrow our human race after he grows up before you are satisfied? His voice was loud, rumbling like thunder, and it spread across the battlefield. He was going to use these people's hands to surround and decapitate the other party. And those who had seen with their own eyes that Mu Chen had struck out at Grand Elder Zhou Tianxiao were also in a rage. They had fought desperately against the demon race and the devil race, but as a result, their own side had actually given birth to a human traitor and had injured the Grand Elder, so who could tolerate that? Everyone hissed and was about to strike towards Mu Chen. But for these people, Mu Chen simply didn't put them in his eyes. Staring disdainfully at Su Xiansheng, he hooked his finger and said, Come on, didn't you, the son of an otherworldly immortal, just clamor fiercely? How come you're hiding behind the crowd and not making a move now? Su Xiansheng's face was unsightly, but after the two exchanges just now, he had already determined that there was no way he could be the opponent's opponent. Even striking out would be nothing more than self-defeating. The main thing was that the other party really did know his identity. And right at this moment, the attacks of a large number of human cultivators in the surroundings bombarded towards Mu Chen. However, he only glanced at those people with contempt, and a purple light shot out from his brow, and the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron appeared, hovering above his head, with endless Hongmeng chi dropping down like a waterfall. blocking those people's attacks. Even though they performed divine abilities, sacrificed spirit treasures, and erupted attack power that was enough to decimate the 9 transformation realm and the Aegis realm, they couldn't move Mu Chen in the slightest. Little friend, why do you stand against my human race when you have such a strong battle power? A magnificent voice came from above the firmament. It's a paramount immortal realm sovereign. The crowd couldn't help but rejoice at the sight. If the patriarch was willing to make a move, he would surely be able to decapitate this human traitor. Mufan heard the voices of the crowd and understood that he had finally caught the attention of the talker. Immediately, he looked at the blood-stained figure on the firmament and said, "I'm not from Qingzhou, so don't involve me in your Qingzhou's grudge. In that case, why are you blocking my human race from decapitating the demon race?" Star Palace Master Jian Tianxing asked in a deep voice. "I'm not stopping you from decapitating the demons. I'm just stopping him." Mu Chen pointed at Su Xianshang and said, "There's no difference between what you say and what you don't say. Duke Su is the son of an immortal, and he also joined the Star Palace by our invitation. Isn't your excellency making a move against him, an enemy of my Star Palace?" Jian Tianxing said in a deep voice. "You guys know who he is?" Mufan frowned. "Nice." Jian Tianxing nodded. Mu Chen was so angry that he really wanted to slap these people to death, and immediately sneered. "Saying that you're blind really doesn't wrong you at all, being sold and still willingly counting the money for you. Since you know the identity of Su Xianshang, how dare you let them join your Star Palace? Humph, you're just a joke. Prince Su is the son of an immortal. It's our honor for him to join our Star Palace. Why don't you dare to let him join?" Zhou Tianxiao's body combined and pointed at Mu Chen and shouted angrily. The life force of a 9 heavens opening realm cultivator was immensely powerful and could be reborn even with a drop of blood. Zhou Tianxiao had only cracked his body, which was not considered a serious injury. Seeing that Mu Chen was about to reveal his secret, Su Xianshang immediately yelled, "Don't kill him yet. Do you know how many human races will die at the hands of the demon race and devil race if you delay one more moment? Or is it that you don't care about the life and death of the human race at all? Kill him." Zhou Tianxiao laughed hideously and roared. It was just that those disciples of the Star Palace were about to make their move when Patriarch Jian Tianxing stopped them. "Little friend, what did you mean by those words just now?" Mu Chen looked at them with cold eyes and laughed coldly. "Hey, since you guys know his identity, do you still need to ask what I mean by that? Since you guys want to die yourselves, then it's fine for you. I'm just here to stroll around anyway, and your endings don't have much to do with me." However, right at this moment, Zhou Tianxiao suddenly launched an attack towards Mu Chen. Split Sky Sword Technique. Zhou Tianxiao pinched the sword finger in his hand, and terrifying sword chi reverberated around him, condensing into a 10,000-foot divine sword that chopped through the air towards Mu Chen. The latter let out a cold snort, and 2 golden and silver divine lights that were like substance and contained endless arcane runes erupted from his eyes. The 2 divine lights intertwined as if they were 2 entwined dragons, carrying a terrifying and incomparable aura towards the incoming immortal sword. The supreme avatar, Burial Realm. With a loud boom, the divine sword that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and split the earth was crushed the moment it touched the burial boundary, turning into a vast sea of power that dissipated into the void. And then the shadow of a dragon appeared underneath Mu Chen's feet as he stepped on the sacred dragon, treading heavenly steps, instantly appearing in front of Zhou Tianxiao. A large hand snapped out and grabbed his opponent's head. Chapter 50. Stopping the War. "Ah, bully!" Zhou Tianxiao roared, his breath surging around him like a churning sea of stars. An incomparably powerful energy erupted from within him, rushing toward Mu Chen, wanting to cut him down here. But in the next instant, Mu Chen's palm fired, and the power of Hongmeng erupted, and with a bang Zhou Tianxiao's head exploded, and the physical body below was even included in the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron, and was instantly refined into pieces. And his flying out Yuan Shin was grabbed by Mu Chen in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Tianxiao finally revealed a look of fear. The physical body had been refined, and if the Yuan Shin were to be worn down again, then there really wouldn't be the slightest chance of survival. "Who the hell are you?" Zhou Tianxiao's Yuan Shin trembled as he looked at Mu Chen. He'd never seen such a demon before. Across 3 great realms and still able to defeat himself with a crushing force. How could there be such a demonic person in this world? "Have mercy, little friend." Jian Tianxing was shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy. The 9 heavens opening realm was a mainstay in their Star Palace. However, Mu Chen didn't crush Zhou Tianxiao's Yuan Shan and instead threw it to Jian Tianqing. Take a good look at it yourself and see what's so weird about his Yuan Shan. Patriarch, don't listen to his nonsense. There's nothing wrong with my Yuan Shen. Kill him, hurry up and kill him, Zhou Tianxiao hurriedly yelled. At this time, Su Xianshang let out a cold gulp and said, "Humph. I originally joined your star palace to help the human race. But now that there is a human rape amongst the human race as the patriarch, you not only don't care, but instead you are suspicious of your own clan's elders. It's really chilling. Even the patriarch is so unconcerned. Then what does the destruction of this Qingzhou human race have to do with me? An outsider?" After saying that, Su Xianshang was about to leave. If these people find out the secret, I'm afraid it will be hard to leave then. However, Mu Chen moved his feet and instantly blocked in front of his opponent. What? Still not letting me go? Su Xianxing looked at Mu Chen with a sullen face. Why should I leave? Since you're here, you might as well stay here forever. Mu Chen laughed. I am the son of an immortal. How dare you kill me? Su Xian bellowed. Which immortal's son? Is it the son of an immortal from my Shen Huang world, or the son of an immortal from your burial realm? Mu Chen sneered. Little friend, how is it that a bizarre force exists amongst this Yuan Shen of Zhou Tianxiao? Jian Tianqing asked in a shocked voice. The opponent's Yuan Shen was unexpectedly wrapped in a layer of dark red bizarre power. No, I don't have any weird powers. I don't have any. This is that guy's trick. It's him. He's the one who tainted me with weird powers. Zhou Tianxiao shouted, and his Yuan Shen struggled violently, trying to break free, but he was tightly pinched by Jian Tianqing. Jian Tianqing naturally understood the falsehood of Zhou Tian's smile. If this weird power came from the other party, then why did he give Zhou Tianxiao's Yuan Shen to himself to check out? Don't you feel that the weird power he's infected with is exactly the same as the power inside someone? Mu Chen laughed. Jian Tianqing's gaze instantly rested on Su Xianxing's body. It's you? Why are you infecting the Grand Elder's Yuan Shen with a bizarre power? Jian Tianqing asked drily. I don't understand what you're talking about. Su Xianxing hummed lightly. And right at this moment, the patriarchs of the Demon Immortal Sect and the Ancestral Demon Palace flew over and were about to strike towards Jian Tianqing. Su Xianshang looked at Mu Chen and said, Don't you just want to stop this fight? Now that the three of them are going to fight to the death, you're still not going to step in. Let me make a move so you can escape, right? Mu Chen laughed. You, the son of an immortal from the burial realm, the genius of the first sequence physique. How is it that you don't even have the courage to strike out at me? Are all of your burial realm cultivators so wimpy? And then he waved his hand and struck the token of the Wandao Immortal Sect. The light emanating from the token was brilliant and dazzling, like a round of sun shining billions of rays of immortal light, which immediately attracted the attention of the three great power sovereigns and ancestors. The cultivators of the three races who were originally fighting fiercely stopped at this moment without any agreement. Wandao Immortal Sect? It's the Wandao Immortal Sect that sent someone. Could it be that they knew about the situation in our Qingzhou, so they sent someone? Some people from the three clans who knew about the Wandao Immortal Sect were surprised. Greetings, Immortal Sect Envoy. Jian Tianqing and the other patriarchs and ancestors of the three clans also immediately came forward to pay their respects to Mu Chen. Although their three major forces were also immortal Dao forces, there was a huge gap between them and the Wandao Immortal Sect. And Su Xianshang was already so angry at the moment that his back teeth were clenched. He had spent so much time provoking the war between the three clans, and he was about to succeed, only to have it hardened and destroyed. Damn you, damn you! Su Xianshang let out a loud roar to the sky, and dark red evil spirit power erupted from his body, while behind him stood a magnificent shadow. It was the power of his bloodline that had invoked the immortal projection. Die for me! Su Xianshang roared as he blasted out a fist, and a terrifying cross of fist light blossomed as he blasted towards Mu Chen. Unbridled, the three clans' elders and patriarchs bellowed. If something happened to the immortal sect's emissary in their place, then they definitely couldn't get away with it. Let me see just how much strength this burial realm genius of yours has. With a smile, Mu Chen performed the Hongmengzhenshi fist and then met him. Purple fist prince across the sky, breath surging, intertwined with supreme Dao texts, containing infinite greatness. In the next instant, with a booming sound, the two divine abilities collided together. Infinite flashy light and energy erupted, blinding and incomparable, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes, and powerful energy fluctuations swept across the heavens and earth. And wherever they passed through, the void was shattered, causing the heavens and the earth to vibrate. Boom! Amidst the brilliant light, Su Xiansheng's body was blasted out by the purple fist print, smashing the distant void. Why? Su Xiansheng hissed. Why was he still not a match for the other party even though he had exerted all his strength? If he were in the burial realm, his punch would be enough to decimate some ninth heaven-opening realm powerhouses. But why did he fail in front of the other party, not to mention that he had been crossed over by the other party? This was quite a blow to a genius demon like him. Mu Chen stepped on the holy dragon treading heavenly steps and approached his opponent with extreme speed. His hand pinched the spell, and the Shenhuang holy dragon seal suppressed down like a mountain of ancient gods. But just at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the battlefield in the distance. They were human, demonic, and devilish, but all of them exuded the exact same bizarre aura of Su Xiansheng, and they were obviously burial realm beings as well. "Young Lord, run!" one of them shouted. Those several figures glowed, infinite law power and energy erupting from their bodies, striking out almost at the same time, their palms pushing forward horizontally, blocking the huge dragon seal that was suppressing down. Seeing this, Su Xiansheng was immediately about to flee into the distance, but the old ancestors of the three great immortal Dao forces stepped in, and they imprisoned space, preventing Su Xiansheng from escaping. Although they didn't know the reason for it, since the other party was being targeted by the Wan Dao Immortal Sect's emissary, there was bound to be a reason for it, and they absolutely couldn't let him escape. Chapter 51, The Heavenly Fate Well. "Ah, you're shameless," Su Xiansheng roared. The other party had actually even gone down to the immortals to make a move against themselves. But as the son of an immortal, how could he not have the means to save his life? Immediately, a talisman appeared in his hand, and that talisman transformed into a black sword shadow that tore a crack in the void that was imprisoned by the true immortal, and Su Xiansheng immediately escaped along the crack. Mu Chen wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by the several figures that had appeared earlier. "Get him!" Long Chen let out a loud shout. The patriarchs and old ancestors of the three major powers struck out at the same time, suppressing towards each other. But just as they approached each other, the black sword shadow bloomed with sharp sword light to block their attacks. "Kid, if you're capable of reporting your name, when my realm's army descends in the future, this young man will surely break you into pieces." Su Xiansheng looked at Mu Chen and roared. Mu Chen also saw that with the strength of these people from the Star Palace, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the other party. So he immediately responded as well. "This young man does not change his name in his line, but he does not change his name. Mu Chen is also." Mu Chen right. Well, this young man remembers you. You've spoiled the great events of our realm. You've become a public enemy of our realm. You're just waiting to be thwarted by our realm. I'm waiting for you to set me back on my feet." Mu Chen gave a cold shout, and at that moment, Su Xiansheng's figure had completely disappeared. Although he left, the few people who came to his rescue were suppressed. After the soul search of the three forces of the lower Star Palace also understood the opportunity of the other side. Jian Tianxing finally did understand why Mu Chen had scolded them earlier for being sold and counting the money. They went so far as to invite the mastermind behind the scenes to join their clan. And because of the other party's immortal son, they even let the other party participate in many of their plans. A power with a hallowed immortal at its helm would be fooled by a Zhuotian realm. "I wonder if you guys feel any shame?" Mu Chen mocked without mercy. Jian Tianxing and the others were also red in the face from what was said. It is indeed embarrassing to talk about it. "Dare I ask the immortal envoy if there is still a way to save Elder Zhou Tianxiao?" Jian Tianxing asked. "If you have the ability to strip the evil spirit power out of his genjutsu, then there is still salvation. Otherwise it's hopeless," Mufan said. However, even when the immortal ancestor of the Star Palace made a move, he was unable to strip down the bizarre evil spirit power. "How did you contract this power?" Jian Tianxing asked in a deep voice. Now that he thought about it, it was only after Zhou Tianxiao's introduction that Su Xianxing joined the Star Palace in the first place. "I'm normal. I'm not infected with any weird powers, Patriarch. You have to believe me." Zhou Tianxiao was still trying his best to argue. He himself seemed unaware that he had contracted that power. "Old ancestor, what should be done with the Grand Elder?" Jian Tianxing asked. "Kill it," the Star Palace ancestor responded. Infecting this kind of power and keeping it would also risk a great deal of losing control, and on top of that, he had just made a move against the Immortal Sect's emissary. No. I've done great service to the Star Palaces. You can't kill me," Zhou Tianxiao exclaimed. But in the end, he was executed by Jian Tianxing himself. Immortal Envoy, please also check our clan hierarchy. If there are any infected with bizarre energies, we will not tolerate them. Jian Tianxing cupped his fists at Mu Chen. Since the other party could see Zhou Tianxiao's problem, they should be able to see the others' problems as well. Mu Chen nodded. These people were a time bomb if they weren't gotten rid of. He then not only checked all the people of the Star Palace, but even the higher-ups of the Demon Immortal Sect and the Ancestral Demon Palace were all checked by him as well. It didn't matter if they didn't check. Once they did, they were shocked that there were actually quite a few people at the top of the three major powers who had been infected by the power of evil spirits. The infected person can't see anything under normal circumstances, but he or she will be affected by the power of evil spirits at critical moments. This tactic is definitely very vicious. Su Xianshang didn't control these people when he just left, which means that he still has plans. He should want to use these people to stab us in the back in the future when their army is pressing in. Mukin guessed. Burial world? I haven't heard of this world before. Huh. Star Palace Elder Ancestor Wan Daoxing was puzzled. This world they were in was called the Xianhuang world, and the Xianhuang world was surrounded by endless small worlds. But those small worlds couldn't possibly have the strength to invade the Xianhuang world, even if they were united. You all just conducted soul searches on them, so you should know where they appeared from, right? Mukin asked. The Well of Heavenly Fury. Wan Daoxing said. That place is a terrifying place of great evil. There is a large ancient well spewing out a dense baneful qi all year round. How could they appear from there? No matter what the reason is, but from Su Xianshang's words, the other party was unable to overthrow you using infighting, so they will surely send a large army out to attack. So immediately have Qing Zhou stop the war, prepare its army, and prepare to fight the invasion of the burial realm. Mu Chen ordered the three immortal Dao forces. Now that the cause of the matter has been made clear, there is naturally no need to continue fighting. Soon after, the orders of the three major powers were given down, forbidding any further disputes between the three clans. Moreover, all cultivators above the 9 transformations realm in Qingzhou needed to come and converge to prepare for the great battle in the future. Mu Chen had also arrived early in the morning near the Heavenly Fate Well. It was a wellhead the size of a lake, with a monstrous dark red aura rising from it. And in the midst of the baleful qi at the mouth of the well, Mu Chen actually found Su Xianshang sitting in the middle of it, his icy gaze looking at Mu Chen across the endless void. And beside Su Xianshang, there were many evil spirit figures sitting on the plate. This is the person you're talking about? Defeated you with a Dao realm cultivation? An evil spirit asked. Not bad. It's this person. Simply the demon of all demons. None of us in the burial realm have ever seen this kind of character before. Su Xianxing nodded. Although he hated the other party for destroying his plans and causing his several years of hard work to come to naught, he had to admit that Mu Chen's strength was indeed strong and terrifying. Let me see how much he really weighs. A stout youth beside Su Xianshang stood up with an expression of eagerness to try. Before you break through the 9 heavens opening realm, I advise you to refrain from striking out, or else your Dao heart may be shattered. Su Xianxing reminded. A broken Dao heart? Not so much. My heart is strong. Mu Yi smiled and immediately flew towards Mu Chen from the Heavenly Fate Well. However, what greeted him was Mu Chen's Hongmeng fist seal. Mu Yi roared, his muscles bulging high, the evil fiend qi on his body surging and volatile, vibrating the 9 heavens, eventually condensing into a huge palm print intertwined with runes and evil fiend power to suppress over. With a loud boom, the 2 divine abilities collided, erupting with a loud sound like thunder in the 9 heavens. However, in the next instant, Mu Yi's palm print burst into pieces and dissipated into endless energy in the air. The Hongmeng fist seal pressed across, immediately bursting Mu Yi's body. If it wasn't for the spiritual treasure protecting his Yuan Shen, he would have died at this point. Chapter 52 Immortal Dao Beings Confined. Mu Yi's Yuan Shen retreated back into the Heaven's Fate Well and looked at Mu Chen with a grave expression. Finally, he sighed. Indeed, as you said, this person's strength is a bit too strong. This kind of existence hasn't even appeared in our burial realm. We must find a way to get rid of this person, or else in the future, once he becomes an immortal, I'm afraid he'll definitely be the invincible kind in the same realm. Not only did Mu Yi and Su Xianshang have this thought, but the others beside them did as well. However, at this moment, behind Mu Chen stood the 3 immortal ancestors of the Star Palace as well as many other powerhouses, and they didn't even have any chance of surrounding Mu Chen if they wanted to. It's a pity that this passageway can't pass through immortal Dao powerhouses, or else we'd directly ask the immortals to make a move to wipe them out, someone said in a cold voice. Although we can't ask the immortal Dao powerhouses to not be able to directly take action, we can influence these several powerhouses above the 9th heavenly opening realm in Qingzhou, and at that time, once our army descends, even if we surround and kill them, we will definitely cut this person down here, someone said. And right at that moment, a sky-covering hand intertwined with demonic chi suppressed towards the heavenly fate well. That was the ancestral demon palace immortal ancestor striking out. As a result, when he had just touched the baneful energy in the well, he was bounced back by that force. When did this power come from this heaven's fury well? Ancestral demon palace old ancestor Nang Umo was surprised. Previously, he had also entered the heavenly fury well to explore this place, and although there was fury chi at that time, it wasn't this powerful. It's supposed to shelter them, Mufan said. So now won't we just have to wait? Jian Tianxing frowned. That's all that can be done nowadays. They're waiting for the army to descend, and we're gathering the cultivators. Both need time, Mufan said. I don't know how strong the burial realm is. Can our Qingzhou hold it back? Mr. Mu, will someone from the immortal Sect side make a move? Jian Tianxing asked. If we can't stop them, they will naturally step in. That's a relief. Both sides waited for a period of time after that, while Mu Chen also began his cultivation. He had also just broken through to the Dao realm when he left the Wandao Immortal Sect. The Dao Luo realm required the absorption of the power of the laws of heaven and earth to condense the law stars in the Sea of Life. 129,600 stars were only complete, and Mu Chen only had a handful of law stars suspended over the Sea of Life today. Taking out the cultivation resources that he had brought out from the Sect, Mu Chen then began to cultivate. The endless power of the laws of heaven and earth was pulled by him, converging around him and being condensed into his body, and a law star was rapidly condensing. And with each law star condensed, his strength was refined 1 point more. Nung Umo and other powerhouses watched Mu Chen from a short distance away, and they couldn't help but gasp in awe. The geniuses of the Wandao Immortal Sect are just different. Obviously they're only at the Dao realm, but this strength is truly terrifying. Such a genius is almost bound to become an immortal existence in the future. For these forces of theirs, becoming immortal was almost their lifelong pursuit. But for the geniuses of the Wandao Immortal Sect, becoming immortal was only the most basic pursuit. Could it be that the Wandao Immortal Sect is all filled with peerless demons like Lord Mu? Jian Tianxing was surprised. If that's the case, that's horrible. How is that possible? This kind of genius, even if placed in the Wandao Immortal Sect, that would definitely be the only existence in the ages. But the Wandao Immortal Sect does have demons like clouds, and there are countless immortal Dao powerhouses. There's only one immortal Dao cultivator in any immortal Dao power like ours. But if an immortal Dao cultivator like us goes to the Wandao Immortal Sect, he's at best only one of the many elders. It's even more out of reach from those 9 peak masters. If my expectations are correct, this Lord Mu is definitely a disciple of one of the Immortal Sect's 9 peak masters. No Yuma said. In that case, this Duke Mu's status is quite high? Jian Tianxing and the others were surprised. Definitely high. No Yuma nodded. Not far away, the heart of Imperial Lord Zhong Tianjing of the Deli dynasty, who heard the crowd's conversation, screamed in remorse. Now the Heavenly Demon Hall and the Underworld Demon Sect patriarchs, Chimu and Qi Tianshang, were able to speak with Mu Chen. But he didn't even dare to meet him because of his previous arrogance now. Especially at this moment, when he heard that the other party had a high status in the Wandao Immortal Sect. Zhong Tianjing's heart regretted it even more. If the other party's status was really high, then they would have a high voice in the Wandao Immortal Sect. Maybe with a single word, he could bring someone to join the Wandao Immortal Sect easily. But now he may have missed such an opportunity. Just as the Qingzhou cultivators continued to converge, a sound like a horn rang out from the heavenly fate well, like a sign before a large army launched an attack. Suddenly, an immortal light erupted from the heaven's fate well, sweeping across the entire Qingzhou like a wave of air. Wherever the immortal light passed through, the quasi-immortals and immortal Dao powerhouses above the 9 heavens opening realm immediately changed their complexion drastically. Something bad has happened to Mr. Mac. Our cultivation has been imprisoned. No Yuma opened his mouth in panic. So are we. Jian Tianxing looked horrified. Their entire cultivation was imprisoned within their bodies, unable to exert the slightest bit of it. Mu Chen frowned. It seems to be the problem with that immortal light just now. The other party is not wanting you immortal Dao powerhouses to make a move. What then? Jian Tianqing and the others changed in color. If my expectations are correct, it should be that the immortal Dao powerhouses on the burial realm side were unable to cross the border to come here, and that's why they're using this method to keep you guys from participating in the battle. Mu Chen guessed. To be able to cross the border and confine our cultivation within our bodies. This means that I'm afraid the strength of this burial realm is extraordinary. Why haven't we heard of it before? The crowd frowned. Mu Chen shook his head. This was also the first time he had heard of the burial realm after coming to Qingzhou. It doesn't matter if they've heard of it or not, but as long as I'm around, they'll never think of making big waves in Qingzhou. Mu Chen's expression was cold. Ha ha ha, you think too highly of yourself and too little of us. Do you think that with you alone you can hold us back? Mu Yi stood in the Heaven's Fury Well and looked at Mu Chen and laughed. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Don't believe me? Come out and try. A disdainful sneer surfaced at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth. Don't be arrogant. When our realm's army descends, you will definitely die without a corpse. Mu Yi roared. A goon. Mu Chen mocked. You. Mu Yi was trembling with anger, itching to immediately go out with dismantle Mu Chen. However, he knew that he wasn't a match for Mu Chen, so he held back. However, at this moment, Mu Chen noticed that an army of burial realm troops had appeared from the Heavenly Fury Well, suspended in midair wrapped in Fury Chi. Mu Chen blasted out with a fist, and the purple fist seal carried a terrifying aura across the sky to suppress it. Turned out to be blocked by that fury. Ha ha ha, how's that? There's no way out, is there? This Fury Chi contains the immortal Dao laws of my burial realm's immortal Dao powerhouses. So how can it be broken by you, a Dao realm? Mu Yi looked up to the sky and laughed. Hee hee, if it weren't for the fact that this baleful aura is sheltering you, me alone suppressing the Heavenly Fury Well would be enough to hold back your burial realm army. Mu Chen said in a cold voice. Blowback. Chapter 53. The war begins. Who do you think you are? Still suppressing my burial realm army all by yourself. Mu Chen, I recognize that you're very strong, but my burial realm's ancient heritage isn't something you can underestimate, and when my realm's army is assembled, I'll definitely let you see what a horizontal push is. Mu Yi shouted towards Mu Chen. Then I will wait for your army, Mu Chen said in a cold voice. In the days that followed, the aura in the middle of the Heaven's Fate Well also grew stronger and stronger, and the number of armies that converged also grew. The atmosphere of the Qingzhou cultivators gathered around the Heaven's Fury Well was getting more and more gloomy. Although the burial realm army was still in the midst of the fury, the aura that escaped was oppressive to the extreme, especially since the Qingzhou cultivator strengths were uneven, and those above the Nine Changes realm were even fewer. The vastness of Qingzhou, in total, added up to only a few tens of thousands of people. How can you resist such a gap? Just then, Jian Tianqing brought in a young man in his 20s. Sir Mu, this is the only first sequence of our star palace. Being at the peak of the 9th heaven opening realm, perhaps he can help you. Immortal Dao powerhouses don't come out, and those at this level are the strongest. Not to mention the fact that the other party was also a first sequence genius. Mu Chen glanced at the other party and said, let him lead the other cultivators to defend the side. There was no genius in his eyes, and there was no difference between the first sequence and ordinary cultivators. And many of the guys in the Well of Heavenly Fury are first sequence. Chun Chiron looked at Mu Chen's bland eyes and felt some annoyance in his heart. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, wherever he went, he wasn't star-struck and under the spotlight of 10,000 people. Now he actually didn't see that emotion in the other man's eyes, and it made him uncomfortable. Yes. Jian Tianqing nodded his head and arranged Chun Chiron to the very front of the cultivators on the other side. Patriarch. That person is a bit arrogant. Chun Chiron frowned. You haven't seen his strength. He does have the capital to be arrogant. Jian Tianqing said. He had brought Chun Chiron to Mu Chen because he wanted the other party to show his face, hoping to be remembered by Mu Chen. If Chun Chiron could get into the eyes of the right method, he might be brought to the Wandao Immortal Sect for further studies in the future. That would also be an unimaginable chance for Chun Qilon. Even if he's as demonic as he is, he's still only at the Dao realm after all. I just don't believe how strong he can be. Chun Chiron was unimpressed. You won't believe me even if I come out with his might. You'll know when he strikes later. The 3 immortal Dao forces of the Star Palace then moved the cultivation sanctuaries of their respective clans directly over. Mu Chen entered the Star Palace's Tower of Ages. As an immortal Dao power, it was normal to possess such time-accelerating treasures. It was just that the effect wasn't as strong as the Age Immortal Hall at Qingdian Peak. The Age Immortal Hall possessed a time flow rate of 120, while the highest level of the Star Palace's Age Tower was only a 110 flow rate. But it's better than nothing. Moreover, for a cultivation demon like Mu Chen, his strength was changing almost every single day. Sitting cross-legged on the highest level of the Tower of Ages, Mu Chen turned on his frantic cultivation mode. Vast resources piled up beside him, and endless rules of the heavens and earth were absorbed into his body, condensing into a star of laws above the sea of life. Soon, a year had passed in the Tower of Ages, and Mu Chen's star laws had condensed more than 20,000 of them. This was a clear difference from the previous several star laws. But it will take a tremendously long time to reach 129,600 pieces. But it was at this time that the burial realm finally unleashed its horn of attack. An army of cultivators consisting of tens of thousands of people flew out from amongst the heaven's fury wells fury chi and landed outside. It was only at this point that the crowd was shocked to discover that these armies from the burial realm were actually all at the 9th heavenly opening realm. In an instant, the hearts of everyone in Qingzhou sank to the bottom. How is this even a fight? The crowd went pale. Not to mention fighting, just the aura those people gave off made the Qingzhou cultivators feel suffocated. What exactly is the origin of this burial realm? How could it have such terrifying depths? Jian Tianqing and the others at the back who had their cultivation imprisoned were horrified. This was definitely not a strength that a small world could have. Ha ha ha, Mu Chen. Now that our army has descended, let's see how you can stop us? Mu Yi laughed out loud. He shouted loudly as he stood in front of an army of 10,000 people with Su Xianshang and other supreme geniuses of the first sequence. Not only were all of the dozens of people standing at the front of the army the first sequence of supreme geniuses, there were even the sons of immortals, and the lowest cultivation level was at the Zhuitian realm. The aura emanating from just a few dozen of them was comparable to an army. Mu Chen stood in midair, his body blossoming with the light of Hongmeng. Looking at the vast army of the burial realm, he shook his head and said, "Tutor," and Mu Yi and the others were infuriated. After what happened, the other party actually dared to be so arrogant. Fine, fine, fine. I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Let us, a group of earthworms and dogs, dismantle you today. Mu Yi roared with an iron face and immediately took the lead in impacting towards Mu Chen. Su Xianshang and the others struck out almost simultaneously with him, suppressing towards Mu Chen. And behind Su Xianshang and the others, there were several armies from the burial realm, clad in black armor and as powerful as rainbows, sweeping in from all around to surround Mu Chen. Earlier, Su Xianshang and the others had ordered that Mu Chen must die. So at the moment, Mufan was being focused on. Seeing this scene, Jian Tianqing and the others at the back were completely numb. In order to behead Mu Chen, the other party had actually sent nearly 1/10 of their army to target Mu Chen. And I don't know if Mr. Mu has notified the Wandao Immortal Sect? No, Yuma worried. With such a battle, perhaps only the Wandao Immortal Sect would be able to suppress these burial realm armies. And just as Su Xianshang and the others made a move, Mu Chen also made a move. His head hung over the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron. His body transformed into a purple light, and the shadow of a dragon emerged under his feet, charging over like that brutal and incomparable Gai-Shi beast. With a loud boom, his and Mu Yi's bodies collided together, like two ancient divine mountains crashing together, shattering the surrounding void with the impact. But it was only an instant before Mu Yi's body was split apart by the impact, spilling blood and bones into the air. Ah! Mu Yi let out a miserable scream as his divine soul flew out, terrified. Mu Chen's strength had changed dramatically again compared to before, and was much stronger. However, for a cultivator of his level, as long as his divine soul remained intact, he could be resurrected indefinitely. But just as his divine soul was about to escape, a chain of Hongmeng laws instantly flew out from within the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron, binding Mu Yi's divine soul before pulling it into the cauldron. No, no, no! 3 consecutive voices came out from within the Hongmeng prison suppressing cauldron, and then there was no sound at all. Just as he dragged Mu Yi's divine soul into the tripod, Mu Chen had already fought with Su Xianshang and the others. At this moment, Su Xianshang was clad in silver battle armor, holding a silver dragon lance. A spear stabbed out, a dragon roared, and a true dragon shadow charged toward Mu Chen with endless might. Chapter 54, Pushing Invincible Across. However, Mu Chen simply thrust his palm horizontally forward, striking the roaring dragon shadow. With a loud boom, the dragon shadow exploded, and the lance in Su Xianshang's hand shattered along with it, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. So strong! Su Xianshang was appalled. The opponent's strength had changed radically again compared to before. At that moment, he also immediately retreated to the back of the crowd without hesitation. Mu Chen, on the other hand, was like a flood beast rushing into the burial realm army, and wherever he passed, a broken figure flew out, and many of their souls were dragged into the Hongmeng prison's suppressing cauldron to be completely refined. These absolute demons, who belonged to the top no matter if they were placed in the burial realm or the Shenhuang world, were chopped down by Mu Chen at this moment as if they were dirt chickens and dogs. Jian Tianxing and the others in the back looked dumbfounded. These could all be powerful descendants of the first sequence or even both immortal bloodlines, but in the hands of Mu Chen, they weren't even a one-trick pony. For a time, he alone actually killed these geniuses of the burial realm to the point where their hearts were chilled. I've never seen such a terrifying existence in all the endless years of my cultivation. No Yumal marveled. Mu Chen's strength was truly too demonic. However, while Mu Chen presented a crushing momentum here, the Qingzhou cultivators elsewhere were like a collapsing dike, completely routed as they were pushed across by the flood like burial realm army. On the battlefield, other than Mu Chen, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Chan Chiron, who was bathing in blood in the distance, was horrified to the extreme when he saw the burial realm geniuses that had been killed by Mu Chen, as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables. He himself felt overwhelmed dealing with a first sequence genius, but the other party was directly crushing and pushing across. At this moment, he finally understood why the other party had looked at him with such a calm gaze before. Ha ha ha, Mufan, even if you alone are strong, so what? In front of my burial realm army, it's only a matter of time before your Qingzhou collapses. A burial realm genius with only his head left flew back into the heaven's fury well and laughed. He had been blown up by Mu Chen's punch, and I'm afraid he would have died if he hadn't run fast. How can a mole cricket turn over the sky? The attacks in Mu Chen's hands didn't stop, constantly attacking the surrounding cultivators. A figure flew out horizontally, becoming fragmented and spilling blood into the air. At the same time, the Hongmeng prison's suppressing cauldron blossomed with countless chains of laws, taking those cultivators who had been injured by Mu Chen into the cauldron and completely refining them. In just a few moments of effort, the otherworldly geniuses who were originally prepared to surround Mu Chen were either seriously injured and retreated back to the heaven's fury well, or they were completely decimated by Mu Chen. Can be a serious loss. This time, I'm just going to consume you even if I have to. Su Xianshang gritted his teeth. Mu Chen is too terrifying. He really can't imagine how strong this kind of character will be once he breaks through the immortal Dao realm one. So they were prepared to wear out Mu Chen. Heh! Drain me to death? Ignorant, you know nothing of my depths. Mufan sneered. At this time, he saw the routed Qingzhou cultivators, and immediately let out a low-voiced Hongmeng Wuji. In an instant, the vast field of Hongmeng completely enveloped the battlefield. The Hongmeng realm had the ability to suppress the enemy's Dao, so the moment the Hongmeng realm unfolded, all the burial realm cultivators within the realm felt a terrifying suppressive force. It made the laws running in their bodies feel incomparably stagnant, not as smooth as before. This was quite a frightening thing for the cultivators who were in the middle of a great battle, but because of the large number of strong cultivators in the burial realm, even though it had an impact, it was not enough to affect the situation on the battlefield. However, suppressing the enemy's Dao ability is not the strongest ability of Hongmeng Wuji. When the Hongmeng realm appeared, 5 Hongmeng worlds surfaced above the realm, each emitting a terrifying and incomparable aura that was just as powerful as Mu Chen. Click, the Hongmeng world shattered, and 5 figures came out from it. Upon seeing those 5 figures, almost all of the burial realm cultivators went numb. No way! Some people's expressions stiffened, their faces turned white, and their bodies all involuntarily began to back away. What kind of Dao magic aptitude is this? Su Xianshang and the others were also wide-eyed. It wasn't like a simple puppet doppelganger technique, as each one of them exuded an aura that was exactly the same as Mu Chen's main body. The few people from Jian Tianxing glanced at each other, all seeing hope in each other's gaze. Kill! At this moment, Mu Chen let out a low shout. The main body along with the 5 figures struck out towards the burial realm cultivator at the same time. Moreover, several of his figures were spread out in different locations, leading the Qingzhou cultivators to start counterattacking. In an instant, the battle was reversed. The burial realm cultivators were forced to retreat. Mu Chen must die. Su Xianxing's expression was cold. The threat of this man is too great. Perhaps, as the other party had said before, if it wasn't for the shelter of the baneful qi in the heaven's fate well, he alone would be able to suppress all of the burial realm's armies by blocking the mouth of the well. He then immediately sent a message to the burial realm, hoping to invite a strong person to step in and completely kill Mu Chen. As Mu Chen's chaotic infinity was unleashed, the battle situation was completely reversed, and it wasn't long before the vast burial realm army was dead and crippled, and they were all ultimately forced back into the heaven's fury well, not daring to go to battle. What? You were so arrogant before? How come they've all become shrunken turtles now? Mu Chen laughed coldly as he looked at the crowd of people from the burial realm who were forced to not dare to come out. Mu Chen, don't be arrogant. When my burial realm powerhouses descend, it will be your time to die. Su Xianxing angrily shouted. Strong men? Oh, can the strong men of your burial realm still come over? If they could, I'm afraid they would have come already. Why wait until now? Mufan laughed. However, just as his words fell, a gigantic claw covered in black scale armor violently poked out from the heaven's fury well and grabbed towards Mu Chen. The claw was densely covered with bizarre dark red runes, surrounded by dark red clouds, among which the stars and rivers were floating and the universe was intertwined, emitting an incomparably terrifying and powerful aura. Ha ha ha, Mufan. Your time to die has come. Su Xianxing roared in excitement. This was their burial realm powerhouse striking out. To cut down Mu Chen here. The instant the black-scaled claws appeared, Mu Chen felt an incomparably terrifying aura lock itself onto him, causing his body to begin to ache vaguely as if it was about to crumble apart. This aura is a powerhouse that surpasses the red dust immortal. The few immortal Dao powerhouses in No UMO immediately changed their complexion drastically. Your burial realm is really shameless. Actually sending out immortal Dao beings? The Star Palace immortal ancestor roared out in anger. However, their cultivation levels were confined, and they were still unable to make a move, so they could only watch as the large hand shrouded towards Mu Chen. Ha, Mufan, goodbye forever. I'll remember you forever. Su Xianxing laughed out loud. Although the number of encounters was short, the impression Mu Chen gave him was too deep. However, just as that large hand enveloped down towards Mu Chen, all of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth let out a roar, and then the entire heaven and earth was plunged into silence, and that large hand was also fixed in midair. What man? A surprised voice came from the heaven's fury well.